I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. It's not that I won't take revenge. The time has come. Poison Scorpion was at the 6th level of spiritual light, but he had no power to resist under the attack of the system's real person mode. After Lin Xiao dealt with several Daogang monks, Poison Scorpion was almost done. He claimed to be Poison Scorpion and had a body of poison skills, but unfortunately the system's real person mode was not a living person, so it had no effect at all. He was soon seriously injured by the system's real person mode. He didn't even have the courage to self-destruct and was captured directly. Why, Iron Lion? Why? Master, he asked me why. Should I answer him? Whatever you want, haha. Okay, I'll tell you. Poison Scorpion, do you remember that decades ago, you robbed and killed a group of monks from Nansao who came to build warships outside Basin City? 2 Daogang monks led the way, and in the end one of them used himself as bait, and the rest of the people fled? What? Poison Scorpion was stunned. He had been in Basin City for a long time, more than 300 years in total. He had participated in robbed and killed at least 80 things, some successful and some failed, but he just couldn't remember this incident, because there were too many such things, and he was not sure which one it was. See, you really have forgotten, Poison Scorpion. You have done so many evil things over the years, that you don't even know who you have offended. But it doesn't matter. You don't remember, but I remember. I missed you so much over the years. I wanted to kill you all the time, to avenge my senior brother Zal. Iron Lion, don't kill me. I'll give you money. I have a lot of money. I also have a lot of properties in Basin City, as you know. I'll give them all to you. Okay, don't kill me. You're about to die, and you're still talking so much nonsense. No, Iron Lion, I still have a treasure land, which is my accumulation over the years. I'll give it all to you. Really? TSK, treasure land, are you referring to the Hu family 3,600 miles northwest of Basin City? Who would have thought that the ancestor of the Hu family was actually the head of the underworld in Basin City? You, how would you know? Iron Lion, stop talking too much nonsense. If you don't do it, then I'll do it. Yes, Master, urged by Lin Xiao, Tishi did not dare to be careless and killed Duxi with one knife. Then Lin Xiao searched Duxi's soul. 3 minutes later, spiritual light descended and the way of heaven appeared. Master, Brother Zal, I can't find it. This matter is not important at all in Duxi's mind, so he didn't remember it. His soul is not weak, and it is impossible to enter the depths of his memory. His soul is broken. Okay. Tishi sighed. Although he knew the result, he was still very disappointed. Brother Zal, where are you? If you are alive, why don't you show up? There is another iron bowl. How are you going to deal with it? The iron bowl is simple. Night Owl's people have infiltrated his team. He can be lured out in a few days. What we need to do now is to deal with the matter of the Poison Scorpion. Announce to the outside world that the Poison Scorpion has offended someone and has run away. This kind of thing is very normal in Basin City. Okay, I will uncover the family assets of the Poison Scorpion in the next few days and cut the grass and root it out. Lin Xiao nodded. The affairs of Basin City will be left to Iron Lion. He has to cut the grass and root it out. There is a small family behind the Poison Scorpion, and there is a spiritual monk in the family. He must deal with this family, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Especially the Night Owl has found out that most of the family's financial resources are obtained through the Poison Scorpion. Once they find that the Poison Scorpion has been killed, they will definitely track him down, which will be very detrimental to the Night Owl's future activities in Basin City. So Lin Xiao, under the leadership of the Night Owl personnel, hurried on the road overnight. 2 days later, he arrived at the Hu family behind the Poison Scorpion. Lin Xiao didn't bother to use any means at all. He showed up directly and attacked the mountain gate without explanation, letting the system's real person mode work with him. The 4th level mountain protection formation was broken after an hour under the joint attack of the two. During this hour, the spiritual light of the Hu family kept scolding Lin Xiao, asking why Lin Xiao came to attack the mountain gate of his family. Even the spiritual light monks of the surrounding forces appeared on the side to raid the formation. However, the Night Owl people had already prepared the information of the poison scorpion and distributed it to everyone, citing the crime of the poison scorpion robbing and killing the monk who built the warship in Basin City, and the poison scorpion was a member of the Hu family. As soon as these evidences came out, the people around fell silent. Zhang Zhao also has rules. Monks like the poison scorpion who kill people and steal treasures can be killed by everyone. It doesn't matter if they don't know, but now that the victim has come to the door, it can only be said that the Hu family is unlucky. Of course, this was also related to the enemy's strength. Lin Xiao even took out the puppet of the 12th level of Lingguang. In their minds, Lin Xiao at least had a higher level of cultivators as his backer, so he could be so unscrupulous. How could they dare to intervene easily? Once the formation was broken, the Hu family cultivators fled in all directions, including the Hu family Lingguang ancestor. Lin Xiao did not let him go, and directly killed him with the system's real person mode, and then let the Night Owl's people rob the Hu family and escape. It took only half a day before and after. Many nearby forces had not reacted yet, and Lin Xiao had already escaped without a trace. In Basin City, the news that the poison scorpion had offended someone and ran away with elite troops quickly spread throughout the city. No one doubted it, because this kind of thing was too normal. They robbed and killed people, and it was inevitable that someone would retaliate. It was normal to offend some strong people. The subordinates of Poison Scorpion were suspicious. After all, the secret deal between Iron Lion and Poison Scorpion was not a top secret among them. However, Iron Lion was well prepared. Several core members soon saw Poison Scorpion's head. Even Lingguang Monk was killed so easily. Naturally, several core members dared not say a word. Iron Lion recruited them with generous conditions, and they all agreed to help Iron Lion embezzle Poison Scorpion's inheritance. The whole process was uneventful, as if it was a normal thing. 2 days later, a concubine of Iron Bowl, another bandit gang in Basin City, returned to her mother's home to celebrate her mother's birthday. This concubine was newly taken in by Iron Bowl 2 years ago. She had a charming figure and natural eyebrows and eyes. She was very pleasing to Iron Bowl, so she was the only favorite of Iron Bowl. However, 1 day later, the monk who escorted the concubine back sent back a note saying that they were attacked by a group of bandits. The leader of the bandits was attracted by the beauty of Chuan's concubine and wanted to take her back as his wife. He asked Chuan for help and pointed out that the other party had 3 Daogang monks, one of whom was already at the 12th level of Daogang. When Chuan heard this, he was immediately furious. It didn't matter if a few of his men were killed, but what if the delicate concubine was taken away? How could he, Chuan, survive in Basin City in the future? Knowing that the other party had a cultivator at the 12th level of Daogang, Chuan also knew that simply sending his men out would not work, so he gathered dozens of elite soldiers and left Basin City, and then left on a very fast flying boat. Soon, Chuan saw his concubine screaming in fear under the protection of a group of guards. His men set up a formation and resisted desperately, while the dozens of opponents were just playing games. The offensive was not fierce, but the dirty words that teased Chuan's concubine came out, which made Chuan furious. Looking for death, Chuan was furious and rushed out of the flying boat directly and chopped it out with a knife. However, the situation that Chuan expected the opponent to be split in half did not happen. A light curtain appeared and blocked his Daogang. The group of people who were teasing his concubine also stopped attacking and turned to sneer at Chuan. Tishi, it's you. Not good. Chuan saw that the man turned out to be Tishi and immediately said to himself that it was not good. Just as he was about to leave, he saw dozens of light curtains erected around him, which actually isolated this area. Killing formation, Chuan screamed in fear. The opponent even prepared a formation, which was specially designed to deal with him. Wrong, this is a trap. Lin Xiao appeared, and Tishi and his group had already rushed to fight Chuan's men, and the real person mode appeared again, and rushed to Chuan. I understand. Duxi didn't run away, he was killed. Tishi, it's all your fault. If you have anything to say, go talk to my boss. Tishi replied from a distance, pointing at Lin Xiao. Tuan, as the name suggests, not bad. Lin Xiao looked at the bowl-shaped magic weapon upside down on his head, and even the real person mode of the system couldn't break the iron bowl. He exclaimed, "This treasure is really good, very powerful, and it is worthy of being the treasure that made Tuan famous. My fellow Taoist, we have no grudges against each other. Why are you treating me like this? What good will it do you to fight to the death? You are wrong. First of all, we don't have no grudges, but we have a big grudge. Second, you can't fight to the death. You will be killed by me easily. Why? Do you like my concubine? Take it. Bosta, don't waste your time. Just surrender obediently. Maybe I can save your life." "Hey, who is Boss Tai calling?" "Haha, Boss Tishi. Of course I'm not calling you. Bitch, you." Chuan already understood that the problem was with his concubine. It turned out that this woman was Tishi's person. "Boss Tishi, he is mean to me. Can you help me kill him?" "Ahem. Yee. Don't be like this. I'm a gentleman. If you want to kill him, of course I will ask my boss." Tishi coughed and looked at Lin Xiao embarrassedly. "Stop talking nonsense and quickly deal with the enemy." "Yes, boss." Tishi responded quickly, not daring to be naughty anymore. He joined forces with several Dao Gang monks to slaughter all of Tuan's men, not even sparing a few Dao Gang. With more people against fewer, they won easily. "Now it's my turn to break your iron turtle." Lin Xiao rubbed his wrist, then personally joined the attack, using all kinds of means. But unfortunately, Tuan's reputation was not for nothing. Even Lin Xiao himself couldn't blow up the iron turtle. Explode in desperation. Lin Xiao had to let the system's real person mode explode again. This time the iron turtle was finally broken. Lin Xiao personally stepped forward and captured the seriously injured Tuan. Chapter 327, Vengeance. "Boss, none of the 37 men under Taiwan escaped. All of them must be killed." Taishi walked to Lin Xiao and said with a bow. His expression was very excited. For decades, he had been in Basin City for decades, and he wanted to kill these two people day and night, but because of his lack of cultivation, he had been enduring. Today, he finally had the chance. "Very good. Ask him if he still remembers Zhao Zeng's matter. Doozy doesn't remember it. This is the last hope." "Yes, boss." Taishi immediately tortured Taiwan, but half an hour passed, and there was no news at all. The two men basically didn't take Zhao Zeng's matter seriously. This made Taishi extremely furious, and he kept beating Taiwan, using extremely vicious means. The people around couldn't bear to watch, and turned their heads away. "Iron Lion, yes," Lin Xiao shouted angrily, and Taishi quickly stopped and stood beside Lin Xiao with his hands down, which surprised Taishi's men. It was incredible that Taishi, who had always been lawless, was so well behaved today. "Clean up the battlefield and count the gains." "Yes, boss." "Do you have a plan for how to operate Basin City in the future?" "Yes, our group will disappear, and a new group of people will come to run it for a long time. Well, arrange it. In addition to the rewards, the gains this time will be transported back to the sect, and my share will be exchanged for performance points." Lin Xiao nodded. This time, he killed two big bandits in Basin City and gained a lot. Not counting the warships, there are tens of millions of black crystals. This is the accumulation of decades or even hundreds of years of the two gangs. So many resources cannot be left to Yixio, which will set a bad precedent. "Yes, boss." Chuan should have warships in his hands. "Do you want to dig them out?" "Yes. The premise is to ensure your own safety. If it is dangerous, there is no need." "Understood, boss. I have arranged it." Tishi nodded, then waved his hand, and an extremely charming woman walked at Tishi's side, and there was also a Dao Gang cultivator. This person was also Tuan's confidant, but he had already been turned against by Tishi. As for the means, it is not worth telling outsiders. "Yee, brothers Ian, I promise you in front of my boss that, if you empty Tuan's warehouse in Basin City, I will give you a sacred mountain of no less than the 3rd level, and at the same time, there will be no less than 10,000 mortals. You can find some relatives and friends, to form a sect or a family. Anyway, no one around knows you. In the future, you will be the leader of a sect and live a happy life. How about it? Boss, don't lie to me. Really? Of course it's true. My boss is here too. How dare I lie to you? In our business, the most taboo thing is to break a promise. If we lose our credibility, who will cooperate with us in the future? Okay, I agree. The Daogang cultivator looked at the female cultivator beside him affectionately and agreed. Lin Xiao didn't care about that. He came to Zhongzhou to take revenge. Now that his great revenge has been avenged, and he has earned multiple warships, it has far exceeded his expectations, so Lin Xiao decided to leave. Iron Lion, I will be traveling for a short period of time. You don't have to go back to South Continent after you withdraw from Basin City. Night Owl will set up a Central Continent Bureau in Central Continent in the future. You will be the director, in charge of all the stations, so the next task is to spread Night Owl throughout Central Continent. Ah, the whole Central Continent. Master, Central Continent is so big. I don't ask you to arrange so many people at each station. What I want are points. There should be a point in various places in Central Continent. 1 or 2 people, and they don't have to do anything, just pass on the message. Of course, if the 2 traitors are found, you can send people to assassinate them, or you can tell me. I see, this is to prepare for the future. Yes, you can also take this opportunity to practice well. Night Owl needs a group of spiritual light monks. I'm optimistic about you. Thank you, Master. Iron Lion was immediately happy. With the words of the Master, it means that he has a chance to get the support of the Master. In this way, there is hope for spiritual light. As for Zhao Zeng's matter, do your best. Don't be too deliberate. Life and death are determined by fate, understand? I know. Too many brothers have died in battle over the years. Brother Zhao, forget it. Let's not talk about it. It's good that you understand. You are not a child anymore. You know how to make choices. I'm leaving. Master, anything else? With Boss Yi, I know about the inspection team's affairs. Yin and I will know his limits. In the future, every person in charge of Night Owl will be selected from within Night Owl and must start as a low-level investigator. So he knows some situations, and as long as they are not excessive, he will turn a blind eye. What if it's serious? Huh? No, I don't have it here. I'll just ask. Night Owl is the sharpest knife in my hand, and the person I trust the most. I hope you won't let me down. It's good for you, me, and everyone else. If you make me unhappy, then forget it, unless you have the ability to defeat me. Ahem. I dare not. I'm leaving. Lin Xiao nodded and flew away directly, without even entering Basin City. Lin Xiao turned south all the way and spent 2 months to come to Luoxinghe Islands again. Fenghuo Island has developed very well in the past 100 years. At the beginning, there were less than 100,000 mortals, but now it has grown to 1 million people. Of course, such a large population is not entirely natural reproduction. A considerable part of them are from outside. Some are rescued when they go out to sea, some are brought by the island's scattered cultivators to integrate, and some take the initiative to surrender. The cultivators on the island have also broken through the 5,000 mark. Among the purple mansions brought that year, 3 people broke through the Dao Gang, and 1 local cultivator on the island broke through. Together with the cultivators transferred from the sect, there are a total of 6 Dao Gangs. The strength has already caught up with the nearby Wanhua Island. However, Wanhua Island has also developed well. Some people have broken through the Lingguang, and their strength has reached a higher level. When Lin Xiao arrived at Fenghuo Island, Yu Xiangxiang came out to greet him quickly. Yu Xiangxiang's cultivation had progressed very quickly in recent years, especially after she broke through to the 4th rank alchemist. With the help of the financial resources of Fenghuo Island and the resources of the Luoxinghe Islands, she had an advantage over the sect, and had already reached the 9th level of Dao Gang. Disciple greets master. No need to be polite. Xiangxiang's cultivation is good, and she is not lazy. Master, how can I be lazy? Every day I'm either managing the island's affairs or refining pills, or practicing. I'm so busy. I have been here for so many years, and have only been to those big islands a few times. Okay, your disciple has been wronged. Since master is here, I will give you a year off, so that you can go out and have some fun, okay? I want to go with master. Why are you following me? There are so many mosquitoes. It's so annoying. It's quiet to be with master. Mosquito? Ahem. Master, senior sister Xiang is very popular on Fenghe Island, and many people are pursuing her. Someone next to him pointed it out, and Lin Xiao burst out laughing. But it was true. Yu Xiang was good looking, had high cultivation, and was also a 4th level alchemist, so naturally there were many people pursuing her. Come on, tell me, who is pursuing my disciple, so that I, as your master, can help you with some reference. There are many. There are. Junior brother, get out, go to the market immediately and take charge. Haha, I won't say any more, otherwise when the master leaves, senior sister will beat me up. The Taoist was yelled at by Yu Xiang before he could finish his words, and he ran away in a hurry. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't think highly of those people. They are short-sighted and their cultivation is not good enough. You are so arrogant. It seems that you are amazing, after being the island master for a few years. Master. But seriously, if there is a good match, you still have to consider it. The path of cultivation is too difficult. It is better to find someone to support each other than to go on the road alone. Master, you have explained the reason. Then why are you finding a mistress for me? Haven't I met one yet? You don't consider senior sister Leng from Tiansheng Sect. She used to have Wang Dao to suppress her, but now there is no one to suppress her. Nonsense. Leng Ning and I have a comradeship forged on the battlefield, and she has already broken through the spiritual light. You have to call her uncle master from now on. Wow, she actually broke through the spiritual light. How is it possible? Tiansheng Sect doesn't have this foundation. Master, did you help her? Don't ask around, kid. Ha, it's you. Senior sister is really something. You actually let master turn his elbow out. It's not our turn yet. You, come here. I want to beat you up. Master, please beat me. Yu Xiang pouted her lips and looked like she was about to cry. Lin Xiao was a little dumbfounded. What was she doing? Was she acting like a spoiled child to him? Be quiet and stop talking about this, okay? Master started talking first. I won't marry. I don't like anyone who is better than you. You're really making things difficult for me. It's not a big deal. Master is young, but his cultivation is so high. He also knows formations, talismans, and weapons. He's also the leader of a sect. What's the big deal about me asking for higher standards? Okay, just keep praising me in different ways. Is there any crisis on the island right now? No, an elder from the neighboring Wanhu Island has broken through to the spiritual light, and Lin Zhongjin has also reached the 12th level of Daogang. His strength has skyrocketed. Our alliance of 8 is already very strong. We can gather more than 10 Daogangs when a war breaks out. The other 8 have more than 20 treasure ships in total. Except for those big islands, our strength is already very strong. No one dares to mess with us. That's good. Focus on your development. Fenghe Island hasn't provided blood transfusions to the sect over the years. Now that you've settled down, you have to start providing blood transfusions to the sect in the future. The sect has invested a lot of resources here in the past. No problem, but not too many. The situation here in Luozinghe is more complicated than in Nansao, and the monsters are very strong. According to the rules of Luozinghe, there will be a small monster tide every 300 years. It has been more than 100 years since the last monster tide, and we have to prepare for the next one. The small monster tide is actually nothing to worry about. It is estimated that the first line of defense cannot be broken through. Fenghe Island is within the second line of defense, and it is very safe. I will not force it. Just take what you have. Xiang, you must remember that the sect is the most important. Master, I know. Master, when can I go back to the sect? Let's wait a few years. First, you improve your cultivation to the 12th level. By then, the mountain gate spiritual vein should be at the 5th level, and it will be easier to break through. Lin Xiao nodded. It took Fenghe Island more than 100 years to reach the 4th level lower grade spiritual vein, and this is without taking into account the investment. In fact, the Zuan key is insufficient. It is estimated that they will have to use Zuan crystals to assist in their cultivation every year. Chapter 327 Zhu Jianan. Zhu Jianan was originally a direct descendant of a family of immortal cultivators in Luoxinghe Islands. More than 100 years ago, when the beast tide broke out, Zhu Jianan's family participated in the war, and all the cultivators died in the war. These mortals were gathered by the Luoxinghe Alliance, and finally exchanged for some immortal cultivators in the form of military merit. During the years of the beast tide, Zhu Jianan's family lived in extreme hardship. The Alliance gathered so many mortals that they could only ensure that they would not starve to death. And they could not even have enough food. Until later, he was exchanged by an immortal cultivator named Xiao Lin, and came to an island called Fenghuo Island. Not long after he arrived on the island, he was detected to have spiritual roots, and his family also benefited from it. Not only were they allocated more fields, but also more cattle, equipment, and rations. On Fenghuo Island, Zhu Jianan's practice was extremely hard. Everyone in Luoxinghe knew that in the world of Luoxinghe, immortal cultivators were the only way out. Only by becoming an immortal cultivator could they protect their families, give them a superior life, and move towards a wider world. Therefore, Zhu Jianan did not dare to slack off. In addition, he had good qualifications, so his practice went very smoothly. He was soon selected as a core disciple by Fenghuo Island, and given the best martial arts, the most monthly salary, and the most resources. After more than 100 years of hard practice, he had broken through the Dao Gang level. However, for Fenghuo Island, Dao Gang was not uncommon. This seemingly ordinary island would always have strange Dao Gang coming. Slowly, Zhu Jianan knew that Fenghuo Island had a backer behind it, and it seemed that the backer was not small. The real inside story was not known until Zhu Jianan broke through the Dao Gang. Yu Xiangxiang, the owner of Fenghuo Island, found him and told him all the forces behind Fenghuo Island. In this regard, Zhu Jianan did not feel uncomfortable. It was normal for Luoxinghe to change his sect. Many islands could not protect themselves, and were often breached or occupied by monsters. Enemies generally did not kill low-level disciples, and they tried to integrate. Of course, Dao Gang cultivators are not considered low-level disciples, but knowing that Fenghuo Island has a stronger backer, Zhu Jianan can only be happy. After all, Luoxinghe is still threatened by monsters. Once a beast tide occurs, not only will there be a stronger force to resist, but even if it cannot be resisted, there will be a way out. Disciple Zhu Jianan greets the Master Jianan. I haven't seen you for many years. You have grown up. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Zhu Jianan is a disciple he taught personally. At the beginning, Lin Xiao supported Fenghuo Island by himself, and collected some children with spiritual roots from the mortals on the island. Even the enlightenment education was done by Lin Xiao himself, so he still remembered Zhu Jianan. Yes, if the master hadn't rescued him, Jianan would have died in the mouth of the monster. Thank you for your kindness, master. No need to be so. It is the bounden duty of cultivators of our generation to help those in need. You must have worked hard to stay in Fenghuo Island all these years. I dare not. It is senior sister Xiangxiang and the others who have worked hard. It hasn't been long since I broke through the Dao Gang, and I haven't made any great achievements at all. It doesn't matter whether the achievement is great or not. This time, the master will come to Fenghuo Island in person to take charge. You can take a break for a while. Jianan, do you want to go to the mountain gate to take a look? Master, can I go? Of course you can. Fenghuo Island was founded by me. It is no different from the Tiansheng Sect. As long as you want to go there, you can go there. Then I want to go. I heard from senior sister Xiangxiang that the mountain gate is becoming more and more powerful, much better than Fenghuo Island. It's a pity that I never had the chance to go there. Okay, I will arrange it, but you have to be careful at that time. Don't disclose the matter of Fenghuo Island easily. Yes, master. Okay, and Lin Xiao said a few more words, and then asked Zhu Jianan to go down and rest. Lin Xiao had thought about it a long time ago. The cultivators of Fenghuo Island had to live in the sect for a few years before breaking through Dao Gang. They must strengthen their sense of belonging to the sect and accept the ideological education of the sect. Luo Xinghei's power is more tolerant and open than Lin Xiao. Sometimes it is a good thing, and sometimes it is not a good thing, so some things must be done. A few days later, Zhu Jianian, under the arrangement of Yu Xiao, embarked on the journey to Tiansheng Sect, and Lin Xiao gradually became familiar with the inside story of Fenghe Island. In general, there is no problem with the development of Fenghe Island, but there are big problems among mortals. Several mortal clans have appeared on the island, including Zhu Jianian's Zhu family. There were 7 people in the Zhu family back then. Now more than 100 years have passed, and the Zhu family has more than 1,000 people. And because of Zhu Jianian, there are thousands of slaves and tens of thousands of acres of land. This is not right. Although Fenghe Island is 4,000 miles in radius, there is not much land that can be developed. Now even 1/5 of it has not been developed. There are mountains all over the island, and there are also many places where there are rocks everywhere. There is not much land that can be reclaimed. Yu Xiangxiang is a woman after all, and her heart is relatively soft. She can't see some of Lin Xiao's arrangements. Lin Xiao has to take this opportunity to reorganize it, and at the same time, he will continue to develop Fenghe Island and let mortals develop inland areas of Fenghe Island. Lin Xiao is very experienced in these things, so there is naturally no problem. At a command, 100,000 mortals were drawn out, and under the protection of hundreds of immortal cultivators, they entered the deep mountains and old forests, cut down trees and opened mountains, hollowed out small hills, leveled the land, and built roads and water conservancy facilities on a large scale. These things are handled by mortals. Lin Xiao only needs to keep an eye on the general direction. Lin Xiao has to focus more on the immortal cultivators. Lin Xiao frequently appeared, met with the cultivators on the island, inspected some cultivators, and promoted some talents. Lin Xiao had been away from Fenghe Island for too long, so the later cultivators rarely knew about Lin Xiao, so he had to increase his presence. At the same time, he also had to expand the island's financial resources. There were 3 sources of income on the island before. The first was the production of the island's spiritual veins, the elixirs and spirit talismans refined by the cultivators, etc. The second was the operation of the market, and the third was the income from the treasure ship going out to hunt monsters. The income from these 3 sources was actually not much, only about 100 Zuan crystals a year, enough for the island's expenses, but it could not accumulate much wealth. It would definitely be difficult to give blood to the Tiansheng Sect in the future. If things went wrong, it would also make the cultivators on the island feel chilled, so Lin Xiao had to expand the source of income. The first thing to do was the market on the island. After more than 100 years of development, there were already many residents and shops in the market on the island. There were 2,000 to 3,000 permanent residents, and there were even more floating populations, so the market seemed crowded. Lin Xiao replanned the market town, expanded it again, and strengthened the defense of the formations. He upgraded all the formations to the 4th grade superior level, and then continued to increase the number of alchemy rooms and weapon refining rooms. These alchemy rooms and equipment rooms made of underground fire can actually only be used by lower level alchemists and equipment refiners. Dao Gang cultivators can emit gang fire and do not need these external objects. However, the number of low-level cultivators is also very large, so this type of alchemy room and equipment room is still very popular. Lin Xiao mobilized the underground fire and built dozens of alchemy rooms and equipment rooms again within a year. At the same time, he slightly reduced the price of renting these equipment rooms, which immediately attracted more casual cultivators to come. The dock supporting the market was also expanded at the same time. Lin Xiao sent people to clean up the port, smash boulders, clean up silt and garbage, and deepen the depth of the port to accommodate larger treasure ships. At the same time, he also increased the berths of the port and the number of treasure ships docked. He also personally promoted a lot of talents in the management team of the port, set up reward projects, and let them improve the management of the market, how to benefit the port more efficiently and quickly, and those who did it were not stingy with rewards. After doing all this, the spiritual veins on the island were upgraded. Lin Xiao cut off the branch of the original 4th order spiritual vein on the island in the market, and then invested a huge amount of money to cultivate it again, in order to create a second spiritual vein. This method is also a common method used by the large islands in the Luoxinghe archipelago, but the cost is relatively high. The other thing is to go to Dafan Island to buy treasures to upgrade the spiritual veins. Lin Xiao can go to places where Daogang monks cannot go, and auctions that they cannot participate in. Different circles have different things to buy and sell. Upgrading the spiritual veins is not something that can be done in a short time. Lin Xiao began to summon the refiners on the island and personally teach them to improve their refining level. When their level is up, they can refine more magic tools to arm those treasure ships so that they can better go out to sea to hunt monsters. After more than 100 years of accumulation, Fenghuo Island already has more than 10 treasure ships, but most of them are third order treasure ships. There are only 4 fourth order treasure ships, and 3 of them are used to defend Fenghuo Island, which is a great waste of power. Now that Lin Xiao is in charge of Fenghuo Island, the rest of the treasure ships can go out to the sea to hunt monsters, so the monks on the island have formed teams to go to the sea, and even recruited independent cultivators to act together. After Lin Xiao's reorganization in the past few years, the entire Fenghuo Island has once again burst out with strong momentum. The source of wealth has soared, monks are constantly produced, and the speed of most people's cultivation is also accelerating. Lin Xiao started to be busy as soon as he arrived, and he was almost busy, which made Yu Xiangxiang very impressed, letting her know that her master's achievements were not picked up for nothing, but all came from her own hard work. She dared not slack off at all, and continued to practice hard. As for her suitors, Yu Xiangxiang ignored them all. Those who couldn't be driven away even with thick skin were all pushed to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was a spiritual cultivator, and a group of Daogang naturally dared not underestimate him, especially since Lin Xiao was very young, and they felt extremely guilty in front of Lin Xiao, so some of them were driven away. But there are some people who cannot be driven away. These people either have powerful backgrounds and are not afraid of Lin Xiao, a spiritual monk, or are extremely thick-skinned, such as a nephew of Lin Zongjin. Wanhua Island suffered heavy losses in the last beast tide, but it has recovered its vitality more than 100 years ago, and with the spiritual monks in charge, it has more confidence. Lin Zongjin's nephew pursued Yu Xiangxiang and got the support of the Lin family, so even if Yu Xiangxiang repeatedly rejected him, he did not give up. Chapter 329 Lin Haiping. Lin Haiping is the most outstanding disciple among the younger generations of the Lin family on Wanhua Island. He has the best spiritual root qualifications. Both of his parents are core disciples of the Lin family. Therefore, once Lin Haiping's spiritual roots were detected, he was hidden by several Daogang monks on Wanhua Island and cultivated in secret. When the Beast Tide War was at its most difficult time for Wanhua Island, even the island fell, but there was still no shortage of any cultivation resources for Lin Haiping. It can be said that all the monks on Wanhua Island tightened their belts to bring Lin Haiping out. After that, when Wanhua Island recovered its vitality, Lin Haiping's treatment was even better. Even the Daogang monks on Wanhua Island taught him to practice. All expenses were the first among the young disciples. His consumption alone was more than that of 100 monks on Wanhua Island. The efforts of Wanhua Island have also been rewarded. When he was 60 years old, Lin Haiping broke through the Purple Mansion, and when he was just over 100 years old, he broke through the Daogang. Now he is less than 200 years old, and has reached the 10th level of Daogang. He is expected to reach the Lingguang period before he is 300 years old. If Lin Haiping can do this, then he will have a great chance to reach the Shengsu period and bring Wanhua Island to another level. Lin Haiping, who was fully trained or spoiled, also developed a very high vision. If he wants to marry a wife, he must marry a wife who is worthy of her, so he doesn't take ordinary female cultivators seriously. For Wanhua Island, Lin Haiping's wife is also an important bargaining chip. Not just any female cultivator can marry Lin Haiping. The female cultivator's qualifications, efforts, and background are all factors considered by the Lin family. Listing all the conditions, there are not many female cultivators who are worthy of Lin Haiping. Yu Xiangxiang is a female cultivator who combines the two. First of all, Lin Haiping really likes Yu Xiangxiang. When Yu Xiangxiang was transferred to Fenghuo Island, the environment of Fenghuo Island was not as good as it is now. Zhu Jianan did not break through Dao Gang, and only one of the other 2 Dao Gangs broke through, and the Dao Gang of the Lin family had not broken through Lingguang. In short, whether it was Fenghe Island or the 8 Alliance, life was not easy. So at that time, Yu Xiangxiang had to patrol with the treasure ship of the 8 Alliance, and Lin Haiping was just introduced by the Lin family to go to the treasure ship for training. The two had a long time to get along. Compared with Lin Haiping, Yu Xiangxiang was obviously extremely excellent at that time. This excellence included many aspects. Yu Xiangxiang not only had good qualifications, practiced hard, and mastered the 4th level alchemy. She was also familiar with controlling monks and had a high level of management. After all, Lin Xiao was quite strict in selecting disciples back then, and even his combat effectiveness was very good. All of this was seen by Lin Haiping. Compared with Yu Xiangxiang, he was a white-timer who knew nothing and belonged to the level of a younger brother. Naturally, Lin Haiping was attracted by the charm of Yu Xiangxiang and began to pursue her openly soon. The Lin family was also very satisfied with Yu Xiangxiang. Yu Xiangxiang's ability was seen by the old foxes in the Lin family. They knew how much benefit it would bring to Lin Haiping and the Lin family if they married a woman like Yu Xiangxiang. Therefore, they fully supported Lin Haiping in pursuing Yu Xiangxiang. Not only did they teach him many ways to pursue girls, but they also personally came forward to create opportunities for the two to be alone with various excuses. It was a pity that Yu Xiangxiang looked down on Lin Haiping. For Yu Xiangxiang, Lin Xiao, the master, had a profound influence on her. The Tiansheng Sect never lacked stories about Lin Xiao. They knew clearly how Lin Xiao turned the tide and how he expanded the sect. It can be said that most of the new disciples were fans of Lin Xiao. When they sat in Fenghe Island and knew the existence of Yu Xiao and many secrets, Yu Xiangxiang was even more shocked by Lin Xiao's vision. This kind of far-reaching planning ability is definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can do. So in Yu Xiangxiang's mate selection criteria, good qualifications and hard practice are only the most basic, and many other qualities are required, but these qualities are not found in spoiled rich kids like Lin Haiping. So Yu Xiangxiang doesn't like Lin Haiping at all. However, Lin Haiping still believes in the theory that a strong woman is afraid of a clinging man. No matter how Yu Xiangxiang refuses, he never gives up. After decades of pursuit, he still continues. Haiping meets Senior Xiao on Fenghe Island. Lin Haiping saluted Lin Xiao again. In terms of etiquette, Lin Haiping did a good job. Don't be polite, Haiping. Zhangjin is my good friend, and you are my nephew. Are you here to look for Xiangxiang? That's a coincidence. She just went into seclusion a few days ago and was refining pills. She finally gathered all the materials for a furnace of Huandan. Is that so? Then Haiping, can you talk to the senior? Of course. Find a stool to sit down. Lin Xiao nodded, took out the small stove, and took out the tea set to make tea for Lin Haiping. Lin Haiping took it very tactfully. Lin Xiao knew that his appearance had caused trouble for Lin Haiping's pursuit of Yu Xiangxiang. In the past, the Lin family did not know that the power behind Fenghe Island had a spiritual monk in charge, so Wanhe Island still had some sense of superiority over Fenghe Island. Now that Lin Xiao appeared, this sense of superiority disappeared. If they really talked about marriage, they would even have to pay more for the betrothal gifts. Senior, I can't keep secrets. Tell me, how can I catch up with Xiangxiang? Haiping, do you want to say this yourself, or did your family teach you? Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Yu Xiangxiang was cultivated by her, just like a daughter. Now other people's pigs are going to dig up the cabbages she planted, and she still asks him, a vegetable grower. Is it reasonable? Of course I want to ask. I'm dissatisfied with the senior. There are many female cultivators who like me, but I don't like them. I just like Xiangxiang. Then tell me, what do you like about Xiangxiang? I like everything about her. Xiangxiang is beautiful, can make pills, has a high level of cultivation, and acts vigorously and decisively. She is good in every way. At the beginning, Lin Haiping talked about the days when he was with Yu Xiangxiang on the treasure ship. At that time, he had just entered the world of martial arts and was a silly boy. Yu Xiangxiang was actually very good to him and taught him a lot of things. Stop, I understand, but hating, this kind of feeling, may not be love. Do you understand love? I don't understand, senior. Do you understand? Lin Xiao's face was covered in cold sweat. It seemed that he had no authority in this matter. Senior. Hating, I don't really understand love, but as an elder, I think I'm still qualified to teach you something, right? Yes, please teach me, senior. Okay, remember my words. First, women are not chaste, but attracted. Why do those female cultivators like you? Because you have something that attracts them. Maybe your appearance, maybe your family background, maybe your talent and potential. In short, there are always some things in you that are your shining points. With these, you attract other female cultivators. Then why can't these things of yours attract Xiangxiang? Because Xiangxiang doesn't care about your appearance, family background and talent. Xiangxiang also has these things. So what you have to do is to find out what Xiangxiang is interested in and then attract him in this aspect. As for the second point, that is the means of chasing girls. The set of methods your family taught you is bullshit. It may be applicable to ordinary female cultivators, but it doesn't work for Xiangxiang. Why? Because you don't have the right mentality. You think about Xiangxiang's appearance and her body, which is cheap. You think about Xiangxiang's alchemy method and the benefits brought by it, which is even more cheap. Let me ask you, if Xiangxiang's appearance is destroyed and his cultivation is ruined, will you still like him? Lin Xiao brought out some theories of love from his previous life. These theories are not applicable to all love, but they are definitely applicable to Yu Xiangxiang's situation. The reason why Lin Xiao said this to Lin Haiping is that he saw that Lin Haiping was not bad, but very simple. Although he was a little silly, apart from the emotional factors, he was also a good match for Xiangxiang. Of course, Lin Xiao would not do things like arranged marriages. Even for marriages, he had to consider the feelings of the parties involved. Just like the previous marriages with the Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect, he would first create conditions for them to get along, and get along well. Only when the two agreed would they agree. Lin Xiao never forced anyone who disagreed. The senior's words made Haiping feel suddenly enlightened, as if they made a lot of sense. Then do you know how to do it? This. Don't worry, you've been waiting for decades, and this moment doesn't matter. Go back and think about it carefully, and then make a decision. Thank you, senior. I will go back to retreat now. I must figure out this problem. Go ahead. Then senior, I'm leaving now. Lin Haiping scratched his head. The tea was not even ready yet, but he left in a hurry. He had to go back and think about this problem clearly. Lin Xiao shook his head. He was really a silly boy. It was estimated that the Lin family taught him how to practice and how to manage monks, but they did not teach him how to understand the personality characteristics of girls. It was even said that there was no such thing as love psychology in the world of immortal cultivation. Yu Xiangxiang had more than just Lin Haiping, but Lin Xiao did, not like many of them. At present, there was only Lin Haiping. Most of the others could be seen at a glance that they were here for Yu Xiangxiang's alchemy. A 4th level alchemist, even a 4th level low grade one, represented huge benefits. If Yu Xiangxiang's path was cut off, and she concentrated on alchemy, then at her age, she would have 300 years to use. In these 300 years, she could at least make hundreds of millions of profits. Lin Xiao also looked down on such people with impure thoughts. Yu Xiangxiang came out of retreat half a month later. This time, she refined 5 soul returning pills. Her alchemy skills for the lower 4th grade were already very mature. It would not take long for her to be able to sprint to the middle 4th grade pills. Of course, this depends on the source of money. It is very difficult for Yu Xiangxiang to obtain enough 4th grade materials to join forces with her. Fenghuo Island does not produce 4th grade spiritual medicines, so she has to buy them all. Now that Lin Xiao is here, she naturally has to provide some financial support. Lin Xiao told Yu Xiangxiang what he and Lin Haiping had said. Yu Xiangxiang did not think there was any problem, but instead thought of a reason to reject Lin Haiping. It was not easy for Lin Haiping to attract Yu Xiangxiang with a flashlight. Just starting from scratch, To establish a force was enough to stump him. So Yu Xiangxiang planned to set a condition for Lin Haiping the next time she met him, that is, to independently establish a force with the same strength as Fenghuo Island, before he could date her. Chapter 330 Golden Pill. Yu Xiangxiang is a resolute person. Since she was going to embarrass Lin Haiping, she immediately carried out the plan. A few days later, Yu Xiangxiang met Lin Haiping on Fenghuo Island. Yu Xiangxiang told Lin Haiping in person that the man she wanted should not only have a high level of cultivation, but also have a character that stands tall and upright, as well as the ability to strategize. A specific example is Lin Xiao, so if Lin Haiping wants to win Yu Xiangxiang's heart, the first thing he has to do is to mature, rather than relying on the eldest son of the family Yu Zhen. So what Lin Haiping has to do is to build a foundation on his own. This foundation is aimed at Fenghuo Island, and it requires more than 3,000 disciples, dozens of purple mansions, and more than 5 Dao gangs. In addition, to make this foundation, Wanhua Island is not allowed to provide large-scale assistance, and can only provide a little help. At the same time, this requirement was also conveyed to the rest of Yu Xiangxiang's suitors, which was very fair. After meeting this requirement, they can talk about other things. If they can't do this, nothing can be discussed. Lin Haiping immediately had a bitter face. He was no longer a rookie who had just debuted. He also began to take charge of some of the authority of Wanhua Island. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was to earn this foundation. First of all, there must be a place to stay. Thousands of monks must have at least hundreds of thousands or millions of mortals to be born, so the island that can accommodate these millions of mortals must be no less than 1,000 miles in size. Then there must be a stable source of income. Just like the wilderness, hunting monsters in the open sea is a good harvest, but it is extremely dangerous. A purple mansion monk needs a lot of resources and decades of time to cultivate, but in the open sea, it is too easy to kill a purple mansion monk. Without a stable enough source of income, you have to take risks, which is very dangerous for a force. With the territory and financial resources, you also have to have time to train your subordinates, but the enemy will not give you this time. Just like Fenghuo Island, it has not been peaceful for 100 years. Even with the 8 Alliance, there have been many wars and small wars in the past few decades. It was not until the appearance of the spiritual monks on Wanhua Island that it became much calmer. Therefore, in the early stage, before the power grows up, it is very dangerous. 80% of the power is destroyed in this process. The enemy will not wait for you to become strong before trouble you. In a word, it is very difficult to create a power similar to the strength of Fenghuo Island, but it also tests the ability of the leader. If the cultivation is not strong enough and the means are not high enough, it cannot be done. Lin Haiping was not afraid of this, and immediately agreed to it in person, and then put down a sentence. It took Fenghuo Island many years to develop to this point today, and he would take the same amount of time, only less, not more. When Lin Xiao founded Fenghuo Island, his cultivation was lower than his. Lin Haiping returned to Wanhua Island and told the matter. The faces of a group of people in Wanhua Island were quite wonderful. This request was obviously a euphemistic refusal, but Lin Haiping took it seriously. After Lin Haiping's explanation, the top leaders of Wanhua Island agreed. In fact, they had already sensed the weaknesses in Lin Haiping's character. He had been spoiled for too long, and had a feminine personality. He was not suitable to be an iron-blooded leader. Therefore, Wanhua Island also decided to use this opportunity to train Lin Haiping, so it quickly transferred a group of people and resources from the family to Lin Haiping. This was the only assistance Wanhua Island could give, a one-time one, and there would be no more in the future. It would depend on Lin Haiping himself. Lin Haiping took this group of people away from Wanhua Island and went to the sea area near the first line of defense. Those places were the most chaotic sea areas in Luoxinghe, and also the most likely places to make achievements. The battles for islands were very frequent, and monsters often appeared. There were dangers and opportunities. Most of the monks on the second line of defense also moved around in that area. As for the deep sea and the outer sea, that was the activity place for high-priced monks. Brother Xiao, my nephew will suffer a great sin because of your apprentice's behavior. This is a matter of mutual consent. Brother Lin, you can't blame my apprentice. Besides, I don't believe that you, Wanhua Island, don't have any life-saving trump cards to give him. It's nothing. Wanhua Island's foundation is not enough. This time my uncle has made up his mind to give Haping a good toss. The previous training strategy was actually problematic. He was too smooth sailing. That's true. If a cultivator wants to go further, aptitude is only the most basic thing. Luck, opportunity, character, and understanding are all indispensable. Haping is a rough jade. If he is polished well, he will definitely become a useful material, and his future achievements will be very high. Well said. This is also my uncle's original intention. Unfortunately, brother, can't do it. Alas. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? You are already at the 11th level of Daogang, and you still have more than 100 years of life. You can still impact the spiritual light once. Don't even think about it. The last time my uncle achieved a spiritual breakthrough, it cost our family hundreds of years of accumulation. Now the accumulation is for Haping. How can I get a share? Lin Zhongjin shook his head. The Lin family was not very strong, and their foundation was not enough. The next accumulation would have to be prepared for Lin Haping. It was the rule of the entire cultivation world to give resources to cultivators with better qualifications and younger age. Alas, there's nothing we can do. Brother Lin may have to figure out a way on his own. I received news that Hua Kanchang, the eldest son of the Hua family in Afang Island, failed to break through to the Lingguang not long ago. He was seriously injured and almost died. He cannot recover without a few decades of recuperation. Although he is young, he has only one chance to break through to the Lingguang realm. Hua Kanchang of the Hua family, that's your good friend. He is quite famous, but he also failed. It must be difficult to practice Taoism. Who said it wasn't? There are millions of cultivators in Luo Xinghe, but how many have reached the Lingguang realm? How many are above the Lingguang realm? It's difficult. Although I have luckily broken through to the Lingguang realm, I also know that the road ahead is getting more and more difficult and narrow. Lin Xiao nodded. The society is pyramid shaped. The higher you go, the more difficult it is. There are no less than 1,000 Lingguang cultivators in the whole of Ningzhou, but there are only dozens of Shengsu cultivators, basically concentrated in Qianqin. And above Shengsu, Lin Xiao has only heard of 3 people. It is very hard to say whether there are any cultivators in the 8th realm. Let's not say these depressing words. I came here today to reminisce about the past. By the way, I would like to ask if you want to go to those big islands. Recently, many big islands are preparing for auctions. Oh, which islands are doing it? There are many. Tiansheng Island, Dafeng Island, Gold and Silver Island and other 7 big islands have always been the core of the alliance. Every 100 years or so, they will hold a large-scale auction. They were delayed by the beast tide before, and it took decades to recover. This time, the momentum is quite large, and many treasures will appear. Then I have to participate. Lin Xiao was interested. His level of refining, talisman making, and formation has reached the extreme of the 4th level upper grade. If he wants to break through the 5th level, he must practice with a large number of high-level spiritual objects and materials. These things are not common. There will be many such large-scale auctions, so they must not be missed. The two discussed for a while. 7 days later, Lin Xiao and the 8 alliances including Wanhua Island took the treasure ship to Tiansheng Island. This time the auction was held on Tiansheng Island. Lin Xiao did not bring Yu Xiangxiang with him, but only brought a few Purple Mansion monks to help. Fenghuo Island also had to be guarded by someone to prevent others from robbing their lair. The atmosphere on Tiansheng Island was already very tense. Most of the monks in Luoxinghe Island should have known the news. Many people came from thousands of miles away, including many high-level monks. Even Ling Guang had seen more than a dozen of them. With Lin Xiao's cultivation, he naturally got the entrance token for the Lingguang level auction very quickly. After counting his wealth, Lin Xiao found that he was not very rich, with less than 20 million Zuan crystals, but there were a lot of sundries, including the ones Lin Xiao got from killing the poisonous scorpion and the iron bowl. Among the sundries of the two, Lin Xiao's favorite was the iron bowl of the iron bowl, which had super strong defense. It was damaged by the self-explosion of the system's real-life mode before, but it could still be repaired. Lin Xiao himself was a 4th level upper grade weapon refiner, but this iron bowl was a 5th grade magic weapon, so Lin Xiao could not repair it himself, so he had to find someone to repair it on Tiansheng Island. After spending a few days, Lin Xiao found a 5th level weapon refiner. After his appraisal, the iron bowl could be repaired, but the price was expensive. Among the 16 materials listed, Lin Xiao only had 3, and the remaining 13 needed to be provided by the weapon refiner. Together with the repair fee, he charged Lin Xiao 4 million Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao had no choice but to sell some of his sundries, and at the same time, he selected some valuable spiritual objects for auction. This time, he also had to help Yu Xiangxiang collect 4th level materials, and the quantity was large, so the cost was estimated to be quite high. Half a month later, the auction began. Lin Xiao first swept through the Daogang level auctions. At these auctions, except for a few major forces, almost no one could compete with Lin Xiao in terms of financial strength. Lin Xiao kept making moves, scattering handfuls of Zuan crystals in exchange for various materials. Lin Xiao was not afraid of being targeted. The highest level of cultivation in the entire Luoxinghe Island should be the Shengsu cultivator. The status of the Lingguan cultivator was already very high, and ordinary people did not dare to make a move on Lin Xiao. Later, Lin Xiao participated in the auction of the Lingguan cultivator. This level was very high, and ordinary 4th level materials could not be put on the table. They had to be the best of the 4th level, and the price was also starting at 1 million. Even half of the items were not allowed to be bought and sold with Zuan crystals, and had to be traded in a bartering manner. There are few independent spiritual cultivators in Luoxinghe. They are basically the leaders of various forces. They all have a large number of subordinates to earn resources. They are rich. When it comes to the resources needed by spiritual cultivators, they are not soft-hearted. Some rare things can often be sold at sky-high prices. Lin Xiao also constantly participates in the auction. Although his magic tools and cultivation pills are exchanged in the system mall, he still needs a lot of things. These things are not produced in the small place of Wuguo. The opportunity should not be missed. Ding dong. Host, please pay attention. The host has completed the branch progress task of the side quest. The Wuguo branch has cultivated a Daogang monk and advanced to the 7th grade branch. Hereby reward 30,000 points and a mysterious gift. Please accept it. Accept. Check the mysterious gifting down. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a golden elixir. Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard the voice of the system. Golden elixir, what is this? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, 7th Golden Body Realm. The 9th level of immortality is also called the 9th realm of immortality. The 6th realm is a realm of the godless void. The realms after the 6th are very mysterious. In the world of immortality cultivation, low-level disciples don't know, and high-level cultivators are unwilling to talk about it. The system level is not enough, so even Lin Xiao knows very little. But Lin Xiao still knows that the 7th realm is the golden body realm. As the name suggests, Lin Xiao thinks that this realm requires a golden body, but Lin Xiao doesn't understand the details. But what is this golden elixir? It makes Lin Xiao a little confused. He doesn't think the 8th realm is called the golden elixir realm. It shouldn't be that. Ding dong. The golden elixir is condensed from the whole body essence of cultivators above the 7th realm. When high-level cultivators pass away, they will condense the essence of their whole body for the benefit of future generations, and it has an inestimable value for future generations. This golden elixir was condensed by a cultivator of the 8th realm, and its grade is 7th grade upper grade. It's that simple. There is no more detailed information, such as what it is used for. The system level is insufficient, so no answer will be given. Not even paying points. No. Lin Xiao sighed. The system was still as tricky as ever. He couldn't know anything above his level. Nothing would be revealed. Of course, Lin Xiao was sure that the value of this golden elixir was no lower than the Zuxan arrow. In a sense, it was even higher, because it was left behind by a cultivator of the 8th realm. Lin Xiao suppressed his curiosity and continued to focus on the auction. The auction was about to end. The items in the later stages were extremely expensive. The one being auctioned now was a pill called the 7 Souls Pill. This pill helped Lingguang monks break through to the soul stage. It was snatched up as soon as it appeared. The price soared from 20 million to 50 million Zuan crystals, and it was still rising. The 7 Souls Pill came from Tiansheng Sect, the first power in the Tiansheng Sea Islands. The reason they put the pill up for auction was that the efficacy of this pill was less than 50 years, and Tiansheng Sect did not have any monks who could break through to the soul stage within 50 years. In order not to waste it, they had to put it up for auction. The rule was that only half of the final auction price would be paid in Zuan crystals, and the other half would be deducted with spiritual objects and materials, and the grade could not be lower than the 5th grade. Even so, the atmosphere at the auction was set off. Among the hundreds of Lingguang monks present, many were Lingguang monks at the 12th level, and they would soon need the 7 Souls Pill. Many spiritual light cultivators had ferocious faces, forcing the cultivators in charge of the auction to show up directly. The spiritual pressure of the Shengsu period constantly intimidated everyone, making people calm down. Stop for a moment. The auctioneer has changed the auction rules. It will no longer be a public auction. Each person will be given a talisman paper. Write down the price you are willing to pay on the paper, and the auctioneer will choose it. Please note that those who only use Zuanjing for auction don't waste time. The auctioneer will only take 1/10 of the Zuanjing, and the rest will be deducted with spiritual objects. Bartering is given priority. Senior, what is this rule? Does the auction allow temporary changes to the rules? Yes, you didn't say it earlier. This is the auctioneer's request. If you have such a treasure to bid, we can also change the rules for you. You can change it as you like. The Shengsu cultivator was extremely strong, and was not afraid of the questioning of a group of spiritual light cultivators. He still did his own thing. Soon, a cultivator appeared, and sent a piece of talisman paper to everyone. System, the collection function is enabled. Do you have 7 Souls Pill? Ding dong, the 7 Souls Pill exceeds the current level. Additional points are required to search. The 7 Souls Pill is currently determined to be a 6th level pill. The search price is 1000 points. Does the host want to pay? Pay ding dong. After system search, the 7 Souls Pill is a simplified version of the 3 Souls and 7 Souls Pill. The system has not entered it. Really? Oh my god. If I buy it, how many points can I earn after it is collected? The system has not touched the real thing and cannot make a comprehensive judgment. Here is an example. The point mall price of the 3 Souls and 7 Souls Pill is 600,000 points, and the collection price is 80% of the selling price. I understand. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. The collection price of the 3 Souls and 7 Souls Pill is 480,000. Even if this simplified pill is cut in half, it will still be more than 200,000. This is an extremely huge fortune. According to Lin Xiao's current point growth rate, it will take at least 20 years to raise it. Lin Xiao glanced at the system's points mall to see if there were any treasures that could match it. In the end, he set his eyes on a longevity pill called the 8 Treasures Pill. This pill was several times more effective than the baking Shenhua pill. One pill could extend one's life by 200 years. However, a cultivator could only take 1 pill in his lifetime. Taking more would have no effect. Moreover, the efficacy of the 8 Treasures Pill was very overbearing. Although it was only a 5th grade top grade pill, it could surpass the 6th and 7th grade longevity pills. If a cultivator took this pill and wanted to extend his life again, he would have to take an 8th grade longevity pill. But even with so many restrictions, the 8 Treasures Pill still had unimaginable charm, especially for some major forces. It could extend the life of a patriarch level figure by 200 years. It had unparalleled value for the entire force, and even the Shengsu cultivators would fight for it. The 8 Treasures Pill was the most expensive item in the system's points mall except for the special points mall. The price was as high as 100,000 points. In other words, the cost price of the 8 treasures pill was as high as 10 million Zuan crystals, and because of the scarcity of this pill, its value in the market was inestimable. After Lin Xiao wrote down the 8 treasures pill and its characteristics on the talisman paper, he added a price of consulting a question. That is, if the other party chose Lin Xiao's 8 treasures pill, he would not only have to give him the 7 souls pill, but also have to answer one of Lin Xiao's questions. In a room at the auction, the talisman papers of every one present had been collected. An old man flipped through the talisman papers and checked them one by one. There were more than 100 papers, and only 5 were left. The prices on these 5 papers made him very excited. A 9th level earth level high grade technique that can be cultivated. A 6th level spiritual medicine that has reached the age of 7,000 years. A meteorite with ancient characters. An 8th level pill recipe. And a 5th level pill. Junior brother, how should I choose? 5th level pill. Senior brother, let me see. What 5th level pill makes you so excited? A younger cultivator was sitting next to the old man, and he immediately became curious. The 4 treasures in front of him were more valuable than ordinary spiritual objects above the 6th level, but he didn't expect that there was also a 5th level pill. 8 treasure pill, which can extend life by 200 years at a time. What kind of pill is this? It actually has a domineering medicinal effect. I remember that the pill that can extend life by 100 years must be 6th level. The junior brother replied. Lin Xiao didn't know that the great judgment in the world of immortal cultivation is actually not fixed. The system and the cultivator have 2 ways of judgment. The system has its own rules, and the cultivator has another set of rules. In addition to the value of the item, the scarcity of the item must also be considered. Although there are hundreds of longevity treasures in the world of immortal cultivation, most of them have become extinct, so the value of longevity treasures that were not precious before has been continuously increased, and their prices have soared. I don't know, maybe this person doesn't understand the judgment of the grade of spiritual items in the world of immortal cultivation. Maybe this time we may get a bargain. This cultivator is really stupid, haha. I didn't expect that I would have this luck. Junior brother, what do you say I should choose? Although the earth level top grade skills that can be cultivated to the 9th level are precious, we also have them in Tiansheng Sect. More will only increase the foundation of the sect. The 6th level spiritual medicine with a medicinal age of 7,000 years is also precious, but it is difficult to gather the rest of the materials. It will not be used for a while. If it is not gathered for a long time, it is estimated that it will have to be auctioned, and its value may not be as good as the 7 souls pill. As for this meteorite from outer space, it was not rare in ancient times, and the value of the ancient text recorded on it cannot be judged. If it records a travel note, then we will lose a lot. But this 8th grade pill recipe is extremely valuable. Even the second-rate sects in Zhongzhou don't have many 8th grade pill recipes. I heard that the Tiansheng Sect, which is world famous for its alchemy, only has 18 8th grade pill recipes. This is already the Tiansheng Sect's treasure, treasured by their ancestors. So, junior brother, do you want me to exchange it for the 8 treasure pill? Yes, senior brother, the lifespan of a Shengsu cultivator is 2000 years, and senior brother is already over 1700 years old. If you add another 200 years, senior brother will have a chance to break through to the next level. Even if he can't, our Tiansheng Sect also needs senior brother as a pillar to support us. But the 8 treasure pill is a consumable. It will be gone after you eat it. For the sect, it is not the greatest benefit, and may not even be as good as that earth level technique. Brother, our Luo crossing sect has such a status, because we have you and me, to Shengsu cultivators, to support it. If you die, it is not certain who will be the largest sect in Luozinghe. Moreover, you are also the cultivator in Luozinghe who is most likely to impact the next realm. We need masters too much in Luozinghe. Every time the beast tide starts, we can only stand by and watch, for fear of angering those high-level demon kings. Without sufficient strength, Luozinghe is just Luozinghe, not Luozingzhou. Not to mention Nanzhou, in a bitter and cold place like Bizhou, whether it is mortals or cultivators, there are 100 times fewer than us, Luozinghe, but they have more say in the world of immortal cultivation than us. Why? It's because they have higher level cultivators. The junior brother persuaded him hard. The high level people of the 5 continents and the world of immortal cultivation are connected. In the bitter and cold place of Bizhao, mortal cultivators are not even as good as Luo Xinghe, but they have more say than Luo Xinghe in the human race and the entire world of immortal cultivation. The reason is that Bizhao has produced many cultivators of the 7th and even 8th realms, while Luo Xinghe does not even have a cultivator of the 7th realm. What you said makes sense. A cultivator in the 7th golden body realm has a lifespan of 5,000 years. An extra 3,000 years of lifespan can play a huge role in the entire Luo Xinghe. It's a pity that our disciples are not up to standard, otherwise the 7 souls pill would not be wasted. Then let's switch. Senior brother. Okay, let fellow Daoist Key notify the owner of the 8 treasures pill to come in and have a talk. See what his question is. If he can answer it, he can take over. You step aside. Okay, I'll go call him myself. The junior brother nodded, got up and left, and went outside to call the person in person. Chapter 332, Golden Immortal Body. There were more than 100 spiritual masters at the auction. When the auctioneers walked up to Lin Xiao, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Many people were shocked, because Lin Xiao was very unfamiliar. Although Luo Xinghe was large, there were only a limited number of spiritual masters. Most of the spiritual masters knew each other, so there were not many strangers. Seeing a strange master appear at this time naturally attracted many people's covetousness. Humph, Xiao Daoyao is a distinguished guest of Luo Xingman. You'd better be clear-headed. The Shengsu master who came to pick up Lin Xiao snorted coldly. His voice exploded in the ears of some people with bad intentions, and immediately shocked those people's heads. They lowered their heads, and dared not look directly at him. Thank you, senior. No need. Lin Xiao hurriedly bowed, and then followed him into a room, where another old man was sitting. I'm Fang Changdu from Tiansheng Sect. I wonder what your name is, Mr. Xiao. I'm Xiao Lin, the island master of Fenghe Island in Kilahei area. Nice to meet you, senior. Kilahei, I remember that the whole of it was occupied in the Beast Tide War more than 100 years ago. Yes, I'm not from Luoxinghe. I came from Nanzhao to help in the war more than 100 years ago. After making meritorious service, I changed to Fenghe Island, took root here, and luckily broke through the spiritual light period. Oh, so you are still a meritorious official of Luoxinghe. I'm so sorry for your disrespect. Fang Changdu's face was much more relaxed. The various islands in Luoxinghe archipelago often changed owners, and many forces were destroyed. Fang Changdu did not like the forces that robbed other people's spiritual islands. In his opinion, this was a manifestation of internal consumption of the human race. On the contrary, he liked cultivators like Lin Xiao who made meritorious service in the Beast Tide War and exchanged islands with meritorious service. He felt that this was a person who had made great contributions to the human race. I dare not. This is the moral obligation of our generation of cultivators. Well said. However, I do not have time to chat with young friend Xiao now. Please show me your 8 treasures bill. Yes, senior. Lin Xiao took out the 8 treasures bill and handed it over. Fang Changdu examined it carefully. In addition to being a Shengsu cultivator, he was also a 5th rank alchemist with extraordinary knowledge. Therefore, there was no need to ask an appraiser to identify it. He could identify it himself. This 8 treasures pill can indeed extend the lifespan of a cultivator greatly, but it is hard to determine whether it is by 200 years. Humility, this. Don't worry, Xiao friend, I don't mean anything else. The efficacy of longevity pills is not stable. It is related to the quality of the pill and the physique of the cultivator himself. Just like this 8 treasures pill given to a condensing veins cultivator, it can only increase the lifespan by 100 years at most, because his body cannot absorb the medicinal effect. Then I'm relieved. Lin Xiao nodded. This is indeed the case. The treasure that prolongs life is just an average. There are many factors that can affect whether this effect can be achieved. Since he doesn't make a fuss about these things, that's fine. Xiao has another suggestion for me to answer a question. Xiao may begin. Senior, actually there are 2 questions in my question. I wonder if you mind. Go ahead. I want to ask about the golden elixir. Not long ago, I got a copy of my senior's experience. It mentioned the golden elixir and said it was of great benefit to cultivators. So I'm very curious about the relationship between the golden elixir and the 7th realm, the golden body realm. Can you give me an answer? Indeed, there are 2 questions. I will answer them together. The 7th realm is called the golden body realm. What is the golden body? As the name suggests, it is to refine the cultivator's body to the level of diamond indestructibility. The 6th realm is called the Shengsu period. It refines the soul. The soul is so powerful that it can tear the void, so it is called Shengsu. When the Shengsu is extremely powerful, the physical body can no longer accommodate the soul, so the physical body must be strengthened, that is, to the level of the golden body. As for how to make a golden body, I have not reached that realm yet, so I don't know yet. Let's talk about the golden elixir. The golden elixir is unique to cultivators above the golden body stage. Many high-ranking monks from large sects will leave blessings to their descendants when they die. In addition to the monks' weapons and property, the most important thing is the monks' bodies. They will refine the essence of the body and condense it into a golden elixir. This golden elixir is of extraordinary value and is a priceless treasure. Especially for the monks in the Shengsu period, it is an invaluable treasure for advancing to the golden body. Taking this golden elixir can gain the cultivation experience of the predecessors, the understanding of the way of heaven, etc. I don't know what other benefits there are. After all, I haven't used it. However, this golden elixir has the greatest effect on the descendants of the monks. If they practice the same kind of exercises, the success rate of breaking the mirror is at least 80%. This is also the reason why it is difficult for the big forces in Zhongzhou to weaken. If they sit and die with a golden body monk, it won't take long for them to cultivate another one. If there is no war, they will not weaken easily for tens of thousands of years. I see. Thank you, senior. No, I don't know much. What are the functions of the golden elixir? I don't understand what taboos there are. This is something that only the big sects know and will not be easily spread out. Yes, senior. If Xiao obtains the golden elixir, you can sell it to Luo Xingman. The price is negotiable. I believe that Luo Xingman can offer a price that Xiao is satisfied with. Of course. Lin Xiao said hurriedly. It was another old fox. He guessed that Lin Xiao had the golden elixir in one sentence and used it to test him. This is the 7 souls pill. This is the guest token of Luo Xingman. This token is also a 5th level magic weapon. It can send out a full strength attack equivalent to the 5th or 6th level spiritual light cultivator, or a protective shield that is not lower than the 5th level lower grade defense magic weapon. Go to the various stores under Luo Xingman to trade. You can also enjoy the highest level of discounts by showing this token. If you are in danger outside, you can also activate the token. If there are any Luo Xingman cultivators within 30,000 miles, they will sense it and come to rescue. Thank you, senior. Lin Xiao made a happy smile, took the 7 souls pill and the guest token of Luo Xingman, and left the room without staying for long. Brother, do you think this person has a golden elixir? As soon as Lin Xiao left, the man walked in again and said, Brother, you haven't changed your bad habit yet. Aren't you afraid that others will find out? TSK, a Lingguang monk, can you find me? Don't underestimate the Lingguang monks. Do you believe it? I smell a dangerous smell on this person. If I have bad intentions, I might be in trouble today. Brother, don't lie to me. He is just a Lingguang monk. Is it that serious? Have you forgotten what my magical power is, brother? Well, okay, brother, you have the final say. The golden elixir. Forget it. I have no chance to get this thing. Brother, if you can't rob it, you can buy it. Fenghuo Island has only been established for more than 100 years. How strong can it be? I don't believe that with the financial resources of our Tiansheng Sect, we can't afford the golden elixir in his hand. If you have this ability, why don't you go to Zhongzhou to buy it? Brother, you are joking. They should be willing to sell it. Then why do you think he will sell it? It's just a flash of inspiration. Tomorrow morning, you go back to the mountain gate and retreat. Don't come out for 100 years. The man was dumbfounded. He didn't know what he said wrong. Why was he punished by his brother for no reason? It was too unreasonable. Lin Xiao didn't know those things. After leaving the room, Lin Xiao delivered the items at the auction and then left secretly under the cover of the organizer of the auction. Lin Xiao did not leave Tiansheng Island immediately, but returned to the inn. After returning, Lin Xiao asked the system to include the 7 souls pill. After the system's comprehensive evaluation, it was given a price of 210,000 points. This was the largest amount of points Lin Xiao had ever received, and he made a fortune this time. He made 110,000 points in one transaction. So far, the balance of points has reached more than 560,000. Moreover, after the system included it, the 7 souls pill also appeared in the points mall. This 7 souls pill is a 6th level pill. It cannot be exchanged with the current level of the system, so it is temporarily placed in the special product area, and the price is 270,000 points. The efficacy of this 7 souls pill is only about 50 years. Even with Li Muxu's qualifications, it cannot be used within 50 years, so it is a waste to keep it. Lin Xiao is ready to resell it again, taking advantage of this auction opportunity to sell it at a good price. In less than a day, Hua Kangji sent him a sound transmission note, inviting him to have a chat. Needless to say, Lin Xiao also knew that he had shown up at the auction, and the Hua family's top management had contacted Lin Xiao through Hua Kangji's relationship. So Lin Xiao replied to the message and asked Hua Kangji to come to the inn to find him. Sure enough, in less than half a day, Hua Kangji showed up and brought a spiritual monk with him. This person's cultivation was already very high, estimated to be around the 10th level of spiritual light. Brother Lin, long time no see. Xiao Ji, this is. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this is my father, Hua Rongcheng. Fellow Daoist Hua, fellow Daoist Lin. Brother Lin, we have known each other for so many years. I will not play tricks with you. My Hua family wants to buy the 7 souls pill from you. Xiao Ji, you. Fellow Daoist Lin. Please don't be surprised that my daughter has been spoiled by me. Fellow Daoist Hua, why do you say that? Xiao Ji is innocent and romantic by nature. She is a rare friend. We met when we were traveling in Zhongzhou. It's okay. That's good. Fellow Daoist Lin's cultivation is temporarily low, and the effect of the 7 souls pill is not long. I wonder if fellow Daoist Lin can give it up. Fellow Daoist Hua doesn't seem to be at the time of a breakthrough yet. Fellow Daoist Lin, you don't know, I have an elder brother who has broken through to the 12th level of Lingguang for more than 70 years. He doesn't have much time left, so I urgently need this thing. Please help me, fellow Daoist Lin. Hua Rongcheng replied that the Hua family of Dafeng Island was a major force in Luo Xinghai. There were already 7 spiritual masters in the family, but they were still a little short of the top force. If his elder brother broke through, they would be a well-deserved top force. Of course, this is the price I offer. Please take a look, fellow Daoist Hua. Lin Xiao nodded, took out a notebook, opened it and showed it to Hua Rongcheng. There were a lot of things written densely inside, but there was no Zuan crystal. Hua Rongcheng's face suddenly looked a little ugly. Chapter 333, All or Nothing. At the auction 2 days ago, the auction rules of the 7 souls pill were changed when the price was close to 60 million Zuan crystals. Looking at the popularity, the price of 70 million Zuan crystals will definitely go up, and 80 million is even possible. As for what price Lin Xiao paid later, Hua Rongcheng didn't know, but according to his understanding, the price Lin Xiao paid would not be low. But Hua Rongcheng still found it difficult to accept the price offered by Lin Xiao, because there was not a single Zuan crystal in Lin Xiao's list, all of which were various spiritual objects and materials of the 4th and 5th ranks. Even the Hua family was in urgent need of these things, and they simply couldn't afford so many. Fellow Daoist Hua, what's wrong? Are these things difficult? I've calculated that, even if these things are calculated according to the market price, they are only about 70 million Zuan crystals. If your family has production or other channels, it can be even less. Lin Xiao felt that he was very generous. Although the 8 treasures pill was not worth that much money to him, he did exchange it for the 7 souls pill, and the 7 souls pill was much more valuable to the Hua family than the 8 treasures pill. This was a demand issue. I know, but fellow Daoist Lin, can you exchange some Zuan crystals? Our Hua family can't take out so many spiritual objects in a short time. Hua calmly answered. The Hua family can actually take out these things, but once they are taken out, the Hua family's family treasury will be emptied. There will be a shortage of spiritual objects used by a large number of Daogang Lingguan cultivators in the Hua family. I don't know how long it will take to make up for it. I'm afraid that's not possible. I don't lack Zuan crystals, but these spiritual objects. My Hua family is willing to pay an extra 5 million Zuan crystals. This is not about Zuan crystals, fellow Daoist Hua. I know these spiritual objects cannot be gathered in a short time, so if you need time, I can wait for 3 years. I can gather these things within 3 years. As for Zuan crystals, forget it. Lin Xiao shook his head. He really didn't lack Zuan crystals. He still had a lot of them. It was easy to make money, but these spiritual objects were hard to find. With this batch of spiritual objects, Lin Xiao could upgrade 1 or 2 of the 3 skills of formation, talisman making, and refining to the 5th level. This is the key. This, brother Lin Xiao Ji, this is not a trivial matter. If it's just a few 100,000 Zuan crystals, I can give it to you, but this 7 souls pill is too important. Lin Xiao interrupted Hua Kanji's words. This matter really did not allow Lin Xiao to show mercy. The treasure worth 70 million was the total income of the Tiansheng Sect for more than 10 years. With this spiritual object, the sect's Daogang cultivators can improve their cultivation speed and achieve great development. Fellow Daoist Lin, I understand. I need to discuss this matter with my family. If my family agrees, please wait for a day and you can get a reply. Fellow Daoist Hua, please go ahead. Lin Xiao nodded. 1 day is also his limit. If the Hua family does not agree, then he will look for other families to cooperate. Anyway, there are several families with similar strength to Luo Xinghe and the Hua family. The Hua family reacted very quickly. It took less than a day and less than 2 hours to make a decision. Buy it, even if it means bankruptcy. The Hua family is desperate to produce a Shengsu cultivator. Hua Kongrang immediately signed a contract with Lin Xiao, agreeing to gather the resources listed by Lin Xiao within 3 years, to exchange for the 7 souls pill, and also paid some deposits. Lin Xiao was also very satisfied, and then asked Hua Kongrang to deal with the other buyers. Lin Xiao did not want to be disturbed, so Hua Kongrang of course agreed. The auction was still going on, and the spiritual light level became a trade fair, organized by various top forces, and did not charge commissions, but adopted a barter method, which was considered their move, to make friends with various forces. Lin Xiao also participated a few times, but basically there was nothing he wanted to exchange. Although the things on those people were good, Lin Xiao did not lack them. They were all in the system, and things like picking up leaks like the 7 souls pill did not happen again. A few days later, the auction ended, and Lin Xiao was going to leave Tiansheng Island and return to Fenghe Island. Hua Kongrang proposed to go with him. Dafeng Island organized a lot of people this time, and safety was guaranteed. But Lin Xiao refused. After leaving the city, Lin Xiao summoned the real person mode of the system, and the spiritual pressure of the 12th level of spiritual light was undoubtedly exposed, which immediately shocked many people. With such a 12th level Lingguang puppet, no one dared to attack Lin Xiao without 3 or 5 Lingguang monks. With more people, how to divide the spoils was a problem. As for the Shengsu monks, they had to give face to Fang Chengdu. If the people who traded with him were killed, where would he put his face? Lin Xiao was not afraid. In fact, after he had the Xuxin arrow, no one in the entire Luo Xinghe Islands could kill him. Of course, the Xuxin arrow was a powerful weapon, and could not be used easily. After returning to Fenghe Island safely, Lin Xiao gave Yu Xiangxiang the alchemy materials he purchased for her. This was the first batch. After the transaction with the Hua family was completed, there would be many more materials, enough for Yu Xiangxiang to upgrade her alchemy to the 4th level upper grade. Lin Xiao also bought a lot of things himself, and began to refine the formation, improve the formation cultivation, and exchanged piles of materials for formation plates. 3 years passed easily. Hua Kanchang brought 3 other spiritual monks from the Hua family to Fenghe Island quietly, and completed the transaction with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao got various spiritual objects worth more than 60 million Zuan crystals, and the 7 soul pill was also handed over to Huarangcheng. At the same time, the two also agreed on many things. For example, after the Hua family returned to Dafan Island, they would release the news that the 7 soul pill was already in the Hua family to reduce Lin Xiao's risk. At the same time, they would strengthen cooperation with Fenghe Island. The Hua family would be the sole agent of the kindling wine produced by Fenghe Island, and Fenghe Island could increase its production. For a long time, the production of kindling wine in Fenghe Island has not been high, and it accounts for a very small proportion of the entire Fenghe Island's financial resources. In addition to the problem of raw materials, there is the problem of sales. After all, Fenghe Island is too far away from Dafan Island and its strength is insufficient. Now it can be improved a lot. After Huarangcheng went back, Lin Xiao left a batch of 4th level spiritual medicines to Tiansheng, and the remaining 5th level spiritual medicines were sent to Beiyu City through the channels of Yixiao to Lin Xiao. As for the remaining spiritual objects, Lin Xiao digested them himself. Lin Xiao retreated on Fenghe Island for another 5 years. When he came out of retreat, Lin Xiao's formation level finally reached the 5th level. Although it was only the 5th level lower grade, he was also a 5th level formation master. The first thing he did after coming out of retreat was to upgrade the defense formation level of Fenghe Island. He directly used the 5th level formation to cover the entire Fenghe Island, and the market and the mountain gate were the key protections. However, Fenghe Island's spiritual veins were insufficient. In the past 10 years, Lin Xiao tried his best to only upgrade to the 4th level middle grade, so the power of the 5th level formation could only be exerted at most 50%. If a big enemy came to attack, it would take a lot of Zuan crystals to support the formation. With the financial resources of Fenghe Island, it was unknown how long it could last. But Lin Xiao didn't have time to stay on Fenghe Island. He had to leave. It had been almost 20 years since he left Tiansheng Sect. He had to go back and keep an eye on it. Lin Xiao gave Yu Xiangxiang an order that within 10 years, the surplus resources of Fenghe Island could be kept as defense expenditures for Fenghe Island. But after 10 years, Fenghe Island would have to start providing blood transfusions to the sect. In the first 30 years, it would only take 100,000 Zuan crystals per year, and then gradually increase after 30 years. Yu Xiangxiang naturally agreed. Seeing that there was no problem, Lin Xiao prepared to leave. Lin Xiao went to Wanhua Island, but did not see Lin Zhongzhen. The Lin family told Lin Xiao that Lin Zhongzhen went to the deep sea. Lin Zhongzhen began to fight for his life. He would either die in the sea, or earn enough Zuan crystals to buy treasures, to break through the spiritual light, and make a complete breakthrough. Lin Xiao had nothing to say about this. A cultivator goes against the will of heaven and risks his life wherever he goes. Lin Xiao himself is no exception. Without struggle, there is no way to move forward. Lin Xiao turned to Dafan Island and met Huarangcheng, who had just recovered from his injuries. One failure did not hit Huarangcheng. He was only about 300 years old. As long as his family could give him support, he would have at least 2 more chances to rush into Lingguang. Lin Xiao originally wanted to meet the elder of the Hua family, the Lingguang cultivator who bought Lin Xiao's 7 souls pill, but he had already started to retreat, so Lin Xiao did not see him. After staying at the Hua family for a few days, Lin Xiao left and took the teleportation array from Tiansheng Island to Qin State, then flew all the way back to Qi State and entered Beiyu City. In the 10 years since Lin Xiao left, Lin Xiao's reputation has spread throughout the high-level cultivator circles of Qi. Qi and other major countries have monopolized the spiritual medicines of the entire South continent above the 5th level. Basically, the 5th level alchemists are from the big sects of the major countries. Only Lin Xiao, who was born in the remote small country of Wu, is famous. And Lin Xiao's relatively low price of alchemy also forced the Tiansheng Sect to lower the price, which can be said to have created benefits for the vast number of spiritual cultivators. So Lin Xiao has received more 5th level elixir business in recent years than before. Muzu, how is your alchemy level? As long as the 5th level low grade elixir is not very difficult, the stable yield rate is 60%, and occasionally 70%. One furnace of elixir can earn more than 300,000 Zuan crystals. Not bad. Have you used the spiritual medicine I sent back? I have used it up. The Spirit Sword Sect didn't cause any more trouble, did it? No, they wanted to cooperate with us and increase the price of alchemy, but I refused. I have told them that I will not stay in Bayou City for more than 100 years at most, and they should not attack us. That's good. Lin Xiao nodded. The 3 spiritual light monks plus the Zeux and Arrow should allow the Spirit Sword Sect to endure for about 100 years. If it exceeds this period, the Spirit Sword Sect will not be able to bear it. So at that time, Lin Xiao will either show his strength to suppress the Spirit Sword Sect, or evacuate. 100 years is too short. Lin Xiao feels that it is not enough for him to break through the Shengsu, so at that time he will have to go to other big cities to avoid the limelight of the Spirit Sword Sect. Lin Xiao asked about Li Muxu's cultivation level again. Li Muxu had actually reached the 2nd level of Lingguang, catching up with Lin Xiao himself. On the contrary, Lin Xiao had been running around all these years and had fallen behind in cultivation. For this reason, Lin Xiao seemed quite helpless. In terms of spiritual root aptitude, he was indeed not as good as Li Muxu. At the level of Lingguang, although the proportion of spiritual root aptitude in the growth rate of cultivation was not high, it was still a factor that could not be ignored. Lin Xiao decided to go into seclusion after this busy period. If he could not even compare with his apprentice by then, it would be too embarrassing. Chapter 334, Bei Family Dependence. In the 10 years since Lin Xiao left, the 5 major families in Bayou City are still in decline. There is no need to say much about the Wei family. As long as their backers in the Lingjian Gate are not dead, there will be no major problems, so the speed of decline is extremely limited, and there is no change. However, the days of the other 4 families are not very good. The Wang family and the Dai family have shrunk their power and lost a large amount of financial resources, which has also slowed down the speed of decline to a certain extent. However, the 2 families have not done a good job in sorting out internal affairs. There are too many interests involved in all aspects of the 2 families. The principals do not have the courage to burn their boats and start over. They just patch up the original broken ship, which naturally has no effect. In addition, the other new forces under the Lingjian Gate are unwilling to see a family that has regained its vitality, so they have not made many obstacles and secretly suppressed the 2 families over the years. This is when the 2 families still have their remaining power. If time goes by, they may suppress them openly in the future. It is conceivable how difficult their life will be. As for the Bei and Chen families, they finally learned their lesson after being beaten up. In the 7 or 8 years after Lin Xiao left, they had been holding on and refused to give up the interests outside, so their fate was even worse. The Wang and Dai families at least sold those industries for some money, but the Bei and Chen families received almost no benefits, and those Lingshan industries were still taken away. The 2 families were unable to conquer them, and after knowing how bad the surrounding environment was, they learned their lesson, retracted their forces, and concentrated on operating the current industries. At the same time, they also began to sort out internal affairs. It's a pity that Bei Changming and Bei Changqing's internal affairs are even worse than the other 3 families. In the past few years, not only did they not reverse the family's decline, but their various stupid strategies aggravated the family's decline. The stupidest thing the 2 did was to marry the daughter of the Bei family to other forces, trying to use marriage to bind the interests of each family and help the Bei family survive this crisis. But they didn't think that the Bei family's trick worked before, because the Bei family was strong and had the Lingjian Sect as a big backer. So everyone carried people in a sedan chair and carried the interests. But now, the Bei family is not as strong as before, and it is hated and abandoned by the Lingjian Sect. Those who are married are not stupid. Their practices are surprisingly consistent. Before the marriage, they said everything well and dared to agree to anything, but as soon as their daughters got married and received a generous dowry, they all regretted it. Not only did they fail to bring benefits, but they also lost a lot in vain. The key is that the married daughters of the Bei family also live a miserable life, and even all the wives are not as good as the concubines. This practice also caused a great division within the Bei family, especially those families who married daughters. They originally wanted to get benefits by marrying their daughters, but all of them were in vain, and their daughters came back to cry, and those people were also very sad. No matter how ruthless they were still their own daughters. Therefore, the dissatisfaction of the Bei family towards Bei Changqing and Bei Changming is intensifying. The entire Bei family has entered a very dangerous situation. If they are not careful, they will cause internal strife in the Bei family. Faced with this situation, Bei Zichen and Bei Zihua took action. Of course, they did not directly intervene in the internal affairs of the Bei family, but borrowed the power of Bei Yuta to rapidly expand the voice of the business. Qian Lingwine and Bei Wuti once again appeared in many corners of Beiyu City. The expansion of the business requires a lot of manpower. It is not convenient for Tiansheng Sect to invest more manpower, so they continue to hire the downtrodden disciples of the Bei family. The Bei family is not the same as before. There are too many downtrodden monks now, so Bei Zichen and Bei Zihua easily accepted many disciples of the Bei family. Bei Zichen and Bei Zihua did not need to say anything. They just showed the talent of managers and the positive and enterprising mentality, which was enough to convince these Bei family disciples. They all felt that the management level of Bei Changming and Bei Changqing was shit. Bei Zichen and his companions knew the Bei family's mentality very well, and they began to selectively support the Bei family members. One type was those with fierce personalities who were very dissatisfied with the current situation of the Bei family. Bei Zichen secretly supported them and let them openly fight against the Bei Changming brothers and publicize Bei Changming's strategic mistakes. In secret, he funded those disciples with good qualifications to improve their cultivation, let them master the power of the Bei family, and make plans for the future. Master, this is all the work we have done in these years. Now the two brothers Bei Changming have made mistakes repeatedly, and they are already unpopular in the Bei family. If nothing unexpected happens, the Bei family will collapse in 10 years at most, and then the Bei family will depend on us. Then you have to speed up, especially Bei Zihua. Now you know why I asked you to do these things. Yes, master, I was wrong before. The two brothers Bei Changming are as stupid as pigs. If the Bei family is handed over to them, it will not take long for it to be completely ruined. It's a foundation of more than 1,000. Instead of letting others get it, we might as well take it. We will not treat ordinary members of the Bei family unfairly, Bei Zihua replied. He has thoroughly seen the incompetence of the two brothers Bei Changming over the years. Let alone being talented and strategic, they can't even defend themselves. It's unknown how long the interests of the Bei family have been lost by them. That's right. We took down the Bei family, but for ordinary members of the Bei family, it's not a bad thing. It's better for one family to cry than for the whole clan to cry. Master, you don't need to say more. Zihua has realized his mistake. Now I'm in charge of everything. Zichen, I don't mean to blame Bei Zihua. I just want you to know the importance of a leader to a force. If the force is led in the wrong direction, no matter how big it is, it will collapse. If you feel that you are unable to control a force in the future, remember to let capable people control it and know how to delegate power. Yes, master, we get it. Okay, Kingston, what about Lin Xiao? What did you do? Basically, there was no big move. Ling Jianmen also has the same department as us. Their strength is much stronger than Chunhyang Palace. In fact, since the chaos in Beiyu City more than 100 years ago, Ling Jianmen has strengthened its control over Beiyu City. So over the years, I have only let the branches outside the country enter Beiyu City with open actions, and then accepted a lot of property sold by the four major families. The four major families have had big problems with their financial income and expenditure in recent years. They have serious financial deficits, and are supported by their previous foundations, so they started to sell off their ancestral property. It is not convenient for us to sell the fixed assets among these financial assets. But we have acquired a lot of spiritual medicines, spiritual objects, magic tools, martial arts and the like, and the prices are fairer than those of other forces. Are the new families so vicious? Not really vicious. It took them hundreds of years to sit on this position, and the four major families are still powerful, so they are also afraid that the Lin sect will change its mind and drive them out of power, so they are doing their best to suppress the four families. It's human nature. If I were in your place, I would do the same. What about the Wei family? Have you paid attention to it? I paid attention to it. The ancestor of the Wei family in Lingjianmen should have reminded the ancestor of the Wei family before the 5 families went to the desert, so they didn't send all the elite troops and left a few behind. After that, after the ancestor Wei came back from the desert seriously injured, he also made arrangements. The Wei family had to listen to the ancestor of Lingjianmen. So when Lingjianmen attacked the 5 families, the Wei family was the most submissive and didn't react at all. The interests of the Wei family were taken care of by that ancestor, so the losses were minimal. After the ancestor of the Wei family passed away, the Wei family decided to actively integrate the family into Lingjianmen. Over the years, all the outstanding disciples of the Wei family were sent to Lingjianmen as disciples. Moreover, the support for the Wei disciples of Lingjianmen has been increased. Although the Wei family has weakened in the past 20 years, its strength in Lingjianmen has increased a bit, and it even has 2 more Daogang monks smart. This is a powerful master. What is the attitude of Lingjianmen towards the ancestor of the Wei family? Not much has changed. The ancestor of the Wei family has great potential, and because of the support of the Wei family, he is generous and has made many friends. He has also been loyal to the Tiansheng Sect, so the Tiansheng Sect still trusts him very much. It is estimated that when the Lingguan cultivators appear again in the Wei family, the authority of Beiyu City will be returned to them. This is also the reason why these new families are so anxious. They suppress the 4 families of the Bei family, just to show their loyalty to the Tiansheng Sect. Zhang Qingxuan told everything he knew, and Bei Zichen and the others were shocked. The decline of the Bei family was indeed not as simple as it seemed. There were so many secrets hidden in it. If they intervened accidentally, they would be going against the Tiansheng Sect. Have you heard that? So, don't intervene in the affairs of the Bei family directly, but cultivate agents. Otherwise, when the Tiansheng Sect strikes with all their strength, you won't be able to stop them. Yes, Sect Master. Okay, I won't say much else. You are not children anymore. You don't need my advice on everything. I will go back in a few days. The Dao fruit tree is about to mature again. Lin Xiao nodded and said that the Dao fruit tree, which matures once every 40 years, is about to mature again. It has been more than 30 years since the last Dao fruit tree matured. Within 10 years, another batch of Dao Foundation pills will be released. Lin Xiao had to go back to take charge of this. Lin Xiao was still very afraid that Lu Yan would go crazy and raid the gate of Tiansheng Sect. With Leng Ning's strength alone, he could only protect the general safety of Wu Kingdom, but not the safety of the gate of Tiansheng Sect. So Lin Xiao only stayed in Beiyu City for less than half a month, and set off to return to Tiansheng Sect. However, this time the journey was extremely unsmooth. Lin Xiao was assassinated less than 5,000 miles away from Beiyu City, and was attacked with all his strength by a 6th level Shengsu cultivator. At that time, Lin Xiao was flying in the flying boat, and suddenly he felt the hairs on his back stand up. Danger was approaching. Lin Xiao had no time to use the Zuxan arrow or summon the system's real person mode, so Lin Xiao communicated with the system with his mind, and gave him a protective shield. The next moment, the flying boat exploded, and Lin Xiao fell like a meteorite. Chapter 345, The Power of the Immortal Execution Arrow. Boom! Lin Xiao's figure fell like a meteorite, hitting the ground, and a big pit appeared on the ground. The cracks spread out like a spider web. Then a figure appeared, and a white light suddenly appeared in the big pit. Lin Xiao in the pit was shocked. He had just activated the teleportation symbol, but this space was locked by someone, and the teleportation symbol was invalid. HMPH! The figure sneered and slashed again. A phantom instantly blocked the knife, and the shadow of the phantom suddenly faded. Ding dong, the system's real life mode has suffered a heavy blow and is collapsing. Does the host want to pay points to repair it? Lin Xiao heard the voice of the system in his mind. Although he was very dissatisfied with the sudden payment of extra points, he immediately paid the points to repair it. Puppet, no, what is this? The figure was a little surprised. Looking at the figure that solidified again in front of him, he felt very curious. This was definitely not a living person, but it was not a puppet in his understanding. Never mind, I want to see what this thing is. The man stretched out his hand and grabbed it. A strong suction force appeared. The real person mode could not resist and was caught by him. A spiritual light enveloped the real person mode. Warning, warning, there is an external enemy probing the system. The system protection device is activated. The spiritual consciousness can't penetrate deeply. Good thing. The man said again. With his spiritual consciousness in the Shengsu period, he couldn't invade, which showed that this puppet was very powerful, so he subconsciously wanted to subdue the system real person mode. Explode boom. Lin Xiao did not hesitate to let the system real person mode explode. A loud noise shook the earth, but the manifestation of the heaven did not appear. That figure appeared 1,000 meters away, and the broken figure was solidifying. Shengsu projection, a mere projection dares to kill me. Do you dare to show up? And, why do I need to use my real body to kill you? Then let's try it. The voice of the figure became cold. He didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so decisive. He detonated the puppet and caused him some injuries. Although this injury was insignificant to him, it was too embarrassing for him, a Shengsu period cultivator, to be injured by a Lingguan cultivator. Looking for death, the knife light reappeared, and an iron bowl appeared above Lin Xiao's head, upside down, emitting a glittering brilliance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth on his hand, and then there was an extra wooden box. Bang! The Shengsu cultivator struck, and the iron bowl's light dimmed. The iron bowl, which was almost unbreakable in the Lingguan period, began to be damaged with one strike. At most, it would be scrapped if it hit twice more. It's time for you to end this cowardly coward, Lin Xiao said with a big laugh, and the Zuan Qi in his body rushed into the Zhuxan arrow frantically. The Zhuxan arrow burst out with unparalleled murderous aura and slowly floated up. Go not good. The Shengsu cultivator's face suddenly changed. He couldn't think of why Lin Xiao could activate such a powerful killing weapon as the Zhuxan arrow. He turned around and wanted to leave, but before he could move, the Zhuxan arrow had already penetrated his body and strangled him to pieces. Lin Xiao stuffed a handful of elixirs into his mouth, used his body skills to come to the man, stretched out his hand to grab a handful of the breath of the Shengsu residual image, and then began to practice. No, another figure appeared. He already knew that Lin Xiao was going to kill them all. Not only did he kill the projection of the Shengsu cultivator, but now he was going to kill his real body. Why not? My friend, what do you want to do by killing Shengsu cultivators within the scope of my Lingjianmen? Why didn't you show up when the Shengsu cultivators tried to kill me within the scope of Lingjianmen? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you too. How dare you? Another figure appeared. So far, 3 Shengsu projections have appeared. Usually, there are 3 Shengsu cultivators who are admired by thousands of cultivators and have not been seen for hundreds of years. You are provoking Lingjianmen, so what if I'm provoking you? My Zhuxan arrow is brand new and can kill 3 Shengsu. Do you have a 3rd Shengsu cultivator in Lingjianmen? If not, shut up or I will kill you first today. You dare? Why not? Look, Lin Xiao was furious and hit the Zhuxan arrow with the aura he had practiced. The Zhuxan arrow disappeared in front of him. Thousands of miles away, a figure was spitting blood and flying wildly at an extremely fast speed. He was tricked. Someone told him that there was a Lingguan cultivator in Beiyu City who had a huge treasure like the Zhuxan arrow, but his cultivation was low and he couldn't even activate it, so he chose to take action. However, there was a huge loophole. The opponent not only blocked his ultimate move, but also activated the Zhuxan arrow. Puff! A black arrow appeared and pierced his body directly. This time it was no longer a phantom, but his real body. His real body was broken, and his soul was strangled. Boom. An extremely strong spiritual light appeared, spreading like starlight, covering a range of hundreds of miles. Even Beiyu City, thousands of miles away, could see it clearly. At this moment, countless people looked up at this phenomenon. Shengsu, the monk Shengsu has fallen. What happened? Why did all the monks Shengsu fall? Is a world war about to happen? Countless people were shocked. Beiyu City was the intelligence center of all parties. I don't know how many people had questions in their hearts. Countless sound transmission nodes began to depart from Beiyu City. Within thousands of miles, countless old monsters were staring at the spiritual light. Do you dare to do it? The Zhuxan arrow disappeared for only a moment. In a flash, the Zeuxan arrow was suspended above Lin Xiao's head again, and the spiritual light appeared thousands of miles away, which was enough to prove that a Shengsu cultivator died in Lin Xiao's hands. A Shengsu cultivator represented a force that could be ranked in the entire South Continent. There were only 7 or 8 medium-sized countries like Song in South Continent, and Song also had only one Shengsu cultivator. That was to say, Lin Xiao broke the Optimus Prime of medium-sized country today. This made the 2 Shengsu cultivators of Ling Jianmen become indecisive, and a feeling of grief appeared in their hearts. The high and mighty Shengsu cultivator was actually killed by a spiritual light cultivator. My friend, you have already killed the man. Do you really want to kill both of us? You can't do it. It will take time for the Zeuxan arrow to penetrate. Can you still withstand my full strength attack? Brother is right. You and I are using our powers at the same time. I don't believe he can withstand it. Okay, let's give it a try. I'm just a small Lingguan cultivator, and if I take a Shengsu cultivator to be buried with me, it will be enough to leave my name in the history of Nanzhao. Lin Xiao said with a grim smile, blood constantly flowing out of his mouth. That was the blood left by the Shengsu cultivator before. However, the little Zuan Qi in Lin Xiao's body was still continuously infused into the Zeuxan arrow. With the increase of Zuan Qi, the Zeuxan arrow became difficult to control. The evil spirit surged again, and he felt like drinking blood. That's enough, little friend. You can go now. You have a bright future ahead of you. Why should you ruin it here? You can let me go, but I want an explanation. What explanation do you want? I have only exposed this immortal execution arrow in your Lingjian sect. How could anyone know that? Someone ambushed me on your Lingjian sect's territory. Don't you want any explanation at all? There were no less than 200 disciples who saw you expose the immortal execution arrow that day. You can find out who leaked it, and you can do whatever you want to do with it. But if you dare to slander me at will, you will be going against the entire Lingjian sect. Can your small Wu kingdom withstand the conquest of my Lingjian sect? As for the people who tried to kill you, why should my Lingjian sect give you an explanation? The Lingjian sect's territory covers an area of more than 30,000 miles, and no less than 100 cultivators die on its territory every day. Do I have to give an explanation to everyone in my Lingjian sect? Very good. This is the attitude of Lingjian sect. Lin has learned his lesson. Lin Xiao's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. This was a complete quibble. Moreover, if this incident today had nothing to do with Ling Jianmen, Lin Xiao could twist his head off. Lin Xiao threw out another spiritual boat and flew up. He did not take down the Zeuxan arrow. He flew all the way south and quickly disappeared in front of the 2 Ling Jianmen Shengsu monks. After a moment, the projections of the 2 disappeared. In the Ling Jianmen mountain gate thousands of miles away, the 2 old men had as hen faces. Junior brother, you need to give me an explanation for this matter. Senior brother, I don't understand what you are saying. Don't understand? Do you really want me to order a thorough investigation? Senior brother, you are investigating me for an outsider? Huh? Do you really think I'm a fool? Although Lin Xiao is arrogant, he is not a stupid person. On that day, he exposed the immortal execution arrow, and only you and I knew about it. I had already issued a gag order on those Lingguan cultivators. Except for you, no one dared to disobey my orders. Do you know how big a mistake you have made? What mistake? Lin Xiao is just a cultivator from a remote small country in Nanzhao. Have you never thought about where the immortal execution arrow came from? And have you forgotten the sect's investigation? Decades ago, a bronze carriage appeared in Gangming City and took away 2 female cultivators. It was Lin Xiao who personally put them on the carriage. No fewer than 10,000 people knew about this. Senior brother. The junior fellow was dumbfounded. He really didn't know about this matter. The sect had investigated it, but he had never seen it. He had never heard of the bronze carriage. It is said that the driver of the bronze carriage had an unfathomable level of cultivation. In the end, he opened up the void and left. The lowest level of cultivation was Shengsu period. Who else is still using the bronze carriage now, except for those ancient families? This, senior brother, I make preparations early. I'll go to Zuanshanmen now. If the ancient family really attacks, Ling Jianmen can't stop it. We must gather the power of the entire Qi state. Not that bad, senior brother, not that bad. He is just a spiritual cultivator. The ancient family has been in seclusion for a long time. How could they come out for him? If they dare to come out, won't the big sects in Zhongzhou care? You expect those people in Zhongzhou to fight for us? Humph, where's your brain? If Ling Jianmen is destroyed because of this, you can't escape the blame. Go and explain to the martyrs of Ling Jianmen yourself. The senior brother sneered. The anger in his eyes could no longer be contained. He didn't know how this matter was done today, but he knew exactly who gave the instructions. This idiot, even if he wanted to kill someone, couldn't he wait until he left the Lingjian sect's territory? Chapter 346 Far-reaching impact. Lin Xiao flew all the way back to Tiansheng Sect. At this time, the news had not yet been transmitted back. Even among the sect's top leaders, only a few people could know something from Lin Xiao. Yunanayu began to prepare for the war in secret. At this time, the Mountain Gate spiritual vein of Tiansheng Sect was finally upgraded to the 5th grade lower grade in the past few years. It took Tiansheng Sect almost 200 years to upgrade from the 4th grade upper grade to the 5th grade lower grade. But Lin Xiao did not feel any joy when he came back this time. He did not see anyone when he came back. He went into seclusion in the cave to heal his wounds. He exchanged all the best healing pills in the system. Even so, it took more than 2 months for Lin Xiao to fully recover. After that, Lin Xiao used the Xianren Shenhua pill again to make up for the hidden injuries on his body. The attack of the Shengsu monk caused great injuries to Lin Xiao. At that time, the system's protective shield was broken, the robes on his body were broken, and the inner armor was pierced. If it weren't for these 3 layers of protection, Lin Xiao would not be able to block it anyway. This serious injury caused great damage to Lin Xiao, and it is estimated that he would leave hidden injuries. So Lin Xiao used up the Xianren Shenhua pill that Li Muxu returned to him, so as not to leave any future troubles. Lin Xiao also suffered a huge loss in this battle. Needless to say, the system's points consumed 1/3 of the energy of the Zuxan arrow. The robes and inner armor on his body were also 5th grade top grade, which cost tens of millions of Zuan crystals on the market. He lost a lot. The storage bag of the Shengsu monk has not been obtained yet, and basically all the Zuan crystals earned from the 7 souls pill have been lost. Outside Lin Xiao's cave, Yunanayu used the power of the night owl when Lin Xiao came back and gathered all the Daogang monks in the sect together to protect Lin Xiao, leaving only one person in Gongming City. Everyone disperse, Yunanayu come in. After Lin Xiao woke up, he knew the situation outside and said something. No one dared to disobey and dispersed. Yunanayu entered Lin Xiao's cave. Master, tell me, how is the investigation going? Yes, Master. After the Master was attacked, Yizao Beiyu City Station initiated the investigation procedure. After our investigation, we found that the Shengsu cultivator who attacked the Master this time was called Lian Yunzang. He was a casual cultivator from Qi State, but he went to Zhongzhou when he was Daogang. He should have some foundation in Zhongzhou. He broke through the Shengsu 400 years ago and returned home in glory. He has close contact with the top leaders of the 10 major sects in Qi State. Among them, Sun Hongfu, a Shengsu cultivator from Lingjian Sect, had a deep friendship with him. It is said that the two had traveled together in Zhongzhou. Every time Lian Yunzang came back, he would visit Lingjian Sect. So, it was Sun Hongfu who was secretly doing something. He leaked the news to Lian Yunzang and asked him to take action. This is Yuzao's analysis, but there is another very unexpected thing. What is it? After the incident, Qimei, another Shengsu cultivator from Lingjian Sect, went to Zuanshan Sect, Beishan Sect, Wanjing Palace and other sects ranked in the top 10 in Qi State, and connected with some Shengsu cultivators, concentrated them in Lingjian Sect, and even caused some unusual movements in Qin State. I see. Qimei thought that I could take out the Zuxan arrow, and thought that I had a powerful backer behind me, so he was on guard against my revenge. Master, speak. Master, do you really have no backer behind you? Yunanayu asked cautiously. He knew a lot of Lin Xiao's secrets, including the Dao fruit tree, which appeared suddenly, and countless treasures. If there was no one behind it, how did these things come from? What do you guess? Ahem. Master, this is not fun. There are so many Shengsu cultivators gathering in Key State now. What if they vent their anger on us? Even Uncle Lee has withdrawn from Beiyu City, and Beizichan and the others have temporarily stopped their activities. Is Li Muxu okay? It's okay. As soon as Yi Zhao discovered that it involved the master and the Shengsu cultivators, he immediately warned Uncle Lee, and she did not refuse, and left Beiyu City secretly. Now I don't know where she is. Beizichan and Beizihu refuse to leave. Beiyu Tower and the business still have tens of millions of Zuan crystals worth of goods, so they refuse to leave. Thank you for their hard work. What's the current status of Beiyu City and Lin Xiao Sect? There is no change at the bottom level, but the top level should be very nervous. The cultivators in Beiyu City are discussing it, and it has not stopped for 3 months. In addition, Beiyu City's intelligence organization is not just ours. It is an intelligence transit station. So this time our Wu Kingdom has become famous. In the whole Nanzhao, the number of sects that have killed Shengsu cultivators can be counted on 2 hands. But this is the first time that they have appeared in a remote area like the southwest end. In the past 3 months, at least 30 waves of spies have come to Gangming City, and I didn't care. I didn't dare to move, but the sect is guarding strictly, and Gangming City doesn't have any secrets. Don't worry about these, just take care of the sect. There are not many threats to us in the whole Nanzhao. Let me ask another question. Where are the relics of the Lion Sect? This was looted. What do you mean? The headmaster is so powerful. Not only did he destroy the Lion Sect, but he also blew up the storage ring. All kinds of things were scattered within a radius of hundreds of miles. No one dared to approach for the first 3 days. Seeing that the Spirit Sword Sect did not move, tens of thousands of people scrambled for it. At least thousands of people died in the fight. 5 of my Night Owl's people died, and we only got a little bit of things. Yunanayu said awkwardly. Logically, this trophy should belong to Lin Xiao, but no one knew that the Spirit Sword Sect did not move, and it was robbed by the cultivators in Beiyu City and the surrounding areas, and it also caused great chaos. The cultivators fought casually to seize the treasures. You have to know that it was the storage bag of the Shengsu cultivator. Anything in it is something that the condensed vein purple mansion cultivators can't afford in their lifetime. Even the Daogang cultivators have to accumulate for decades to afford it. Not everyone is like Lin Xiao, who can spend millions or tens of millions of Zuan crystals in the Daogang period. As for the Lingguang monks, they were very afraid of death, so no one rushed to snatch it. Everyone knew that this involved the grudges of higher level monks, so only the low level independent cultivators were not afraid of anything. Never mind, there are so many people, we can't chase them. You go and keep an eye on Chunayang Palace, and tell Lengning that she should not interfere in this matter. If Chunayang Palace dares to make a move, then fight back. Yes, Master. Now our Wu Kingdom is no weaker than Chunayang Palace. We are not afraid of him. However, Luyan has gone crazy in recent years. Let's talk about this later. I've heard something about it. I don't have the energy to take care of it now. I'm going out. Before I leave, I will upgrade the Mountain Gate's defense formation to the 5th level, but the 5th level is not reliable either. Do you know what to do? I know. I have transferred a group of talented disciples among the low-level disciples on the pretext of something. The channel of Night Owl has been opened. If a strong enemy comes to attack, send these people away first. We, as elders, will live and die with the sect. Okay, I didn't misjudge you. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. Yunanyu's level was still very high. The various contingency plans he made in normal times were not in vain. They were all prepared. Master, rest assured, there will be no more deserters this time. If anyone dares to show up, I will kill him first, and will not give them any chance. Okay, I got it. Lin Xiao nodded, then explained, and immediately flew out of the Tiansheng Sect, and flew all the way to the territory of Qi. Through the Lingayan Jade Book, Lin Xiao contacted Li Muxu, and soon met with Li Muxu. Master, I will not make pills anymore in the future. What's wrong? Refine the pills and waste my time. I need to improve my cultivation as soon as possible to avenge my master. I have finally understood that spiritual cultivation is useless. It can only make you the king in the small country of Wu. It won't work if Lin Xiao hasn't even been released yet. That makes sense, but if you don't refine the pills, how can you improve your cultivation? You won't always rely on me, your master, right? How can I support you? Master, you don't want me anymore. When did I say that? You just said you didn't want to support me anymore. Don't talk nonsense, let's talk about business. Master is not sure that he can solve the current crisis, so I must make arrangements for a way out. Master, listen to me. I haven't told you in detail about your spiritual root before. You have the physique of the King Mu Saint body. This King Mu Saint body is second only to the 10 innate Taoist bodies, and it is unique in the world. The King Emperor of the human race had this spiritual root a million years ago. The withering and flourishing art that you practiced is also a divine technique that surpasses the upper grade heavenly level. I have only obtained the Lingguang level of this technique so far. So if something unfortunate happens to me, you will have to go to Zhangzhou and look for the descendants of the King Emperor. They should still have descendants, and they will also have the complete withering and flourishing art. The King Emperor also has the surname Li, and if nothing unexpected happens, you will really be a descendant of the King Emperor. I believe that the King Emperor's family should take you in, so you have to find a way to get the withering and flourishing art. The master didn't leave you much. Here are 76 5th level pill recipes, plus the ones I gave you before, which almost cover more than 80% of the 5th level pill recipes in the entire cultivation world. I don't have any more advanced ones for the time being. This is the golden elixir left behind by an 8th level cultivator. It is the essence of the entire cultivator's body and is priceless. The King Mu holy body has no bottleneck before the 7th level, so I leave this for you to break through the 7th level and have a chance to avenge your master in the future. No, I don't want it, master, I don't want it. Be obedient. I don't want it, master, let me die for you, okay? I don't want you to die. Silly boy, I'm arranging a way out. You may not die. If you listen to my arrangements, I can focus on solving these problems. Without any worries, I will have the courage to fight to the death. Master, don't lie to me. You won't dare to fight to the death if you have a way out. Muzu, you and I have been master and apprentice for more than 200 years. Are you starting to disobey me now? Master, take these things and go to Qin. If I die, you will go to Fenghuo Island. Uyghur is not safe. Only Fenghuo Island has never been exposed. If all else fails, you can go to the open sea. Master, this is an order. Li Muxu burst into tears. She hadn't cried for many years, but now she couldn't control her emotions and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Lin Xiao hardened his heart and stuffed the things into Li Muxu's hands before turning around and leaving. This crisis was beyond the ability of Lin Xiao and the system. It was hard to say whether they could survive it. Chapter 337, Waiting for Death and Seeking Death. In the Tiansheng Sect of Wu State, since Lin Xiao's accident outside Beiyu City, Yunanyu has summoned Daogang monks who were traveling outside through the sect's orders. Most of the more than 20 Daogang monks have returned, and the rest have been notified and are on their way back. The fact that 2 Daogang monks were expelled from the sect before has left many Daogang monks with lingering fears. They are no longer young boys, and they know how difficult it is for a casual cultivator to survive in the world of immortal cultivation. Even Daogang monks are no exception. The spiritual veins of the Tiansheng Sect have been repeatedly improved, and the mountain gate has been continuously expanded. Now, with the main peak of the mountain gate as the center, the area within a radius of 600 miles is the core area of the mountain gate. Even the main peak has changed from a small hill with an altitude of several hundred meters to a tall mountain with an altitude of nearly 2,000 meters. The sect's main hall is located on the mountainside with an altitude of about 1,000 meters. It was just expanded a few years ago and was built to be extremely luxurious and majestic. It is worthy of being the sect hall of the first sect of Wu State. At this time, 12 Daogang monks had gathered in the sect's main hall. In addition to the necessary guards at various key points, all of them were gathered here. Brother Yi, you asked us not to leave the main hall. What's the matter? Yes, Brother Yi, I have reached a critical juncture and am in seclusion. It won't be long Before I can break through to the 5th level of Daogang. You called me out, and my 2 years of hard work have been wasted. I just gathered a furnace of elixirs, and was ready to make elixirs, but I was also called here. What's the matter? Master Li, do you know what's going on? It's better for Master Yi to talk about this matter, Li Yuan said with a gloomy face. Although he is the first elder, and has much more power than these people in secular affairs, his cultivation is only at the purple mansion level after all, so he dare not say much. Junior brother Li, everyone is a little impatient, just say it straight. Since senior sister Bei has said so, then you will not hide it either. I called you here for only one thing, to wait for death. What senior brother Yi, are you confused? What are you talking about? Senior brother Yi, are you kidding us? Shut up and listen to Yi Nanayu's explanation. Basically thought to herself that something was wrong, and suddenly shouted. As the person with the highest cultivation level among the Daogang level, the alchemist second only to Li Muxu, and the confidant of Lin Xiao who has followed him for 200 years, Basics' prestige is enough to shock everyone at once. Now that I've said it all, I'll tell you. Our Tiansheng Sect is facing an unprecedented catastrophe. We have offended monks Shengsu, and there are more than one, or even more than two, but possibly 5 or 6. The sect leader has already gone to resolve the situation, but he is not completely sure this time. So, the people of us have to protect the sect and our home. Shengsu, there are 5 or 6 Shengsu above Lingguang senior brother Yi. You, don't joke senior brother Yi. This joke is not funny. Everyone's face changed drastically, and some even turned pale as paper. If there were 5 or 6 Lingguang monks, they would not be afraid, but they knew that even one Shengsu could destroy the entire Tiansheng Sect, let alone 5 or 6. Do I need to joke with you? Brother Yi, I want to know how we got in trouble with such a powerful enemy. You don't need to know how we got in trouble, you just need to know that we got in trouble. Brother Yi, what do you mean? We are also part of the Tiansheng Sect, how can we not know? Then I can only tell you that there is nothing we can do about it. Where do you think the magic weapons, talismans, and elixirs you use come from? Of course they were earned by the sect leader with hard work. Now that the sect leader has offended someone, do you want to be deserters? Brother Yi, we don't mean to be deserters, but I deeply doubt your approach. Since a powerful enemy is coming, we shouldn't wait to die here. Why can't we break up into small pieces and avoid the limelight? Yes, brother Yi, that is a Shengsu cultivator. What's the point of us Daogang gathering here? We'll just die in vain. Why, you don't even have the courage to die for the sect. Nonsense, the sect leader has long said not to make unnecessary sacrifices. Since we can't win, why don't we avoid them and each take some talented disciples with us? In this way, even if the sect is destroyed, we can preserve the spark and make a comeback. I agree with Brother Chen. I agree too, Master Li. You are the master of the General Affairs Hall. The sect leader is not here, and you are the most senior. Say something. Yi Nanyu looked at the group of people coldly and looked at their expressions carefully, while Li Yuan on the side said with a gloomy face, the General Affairs Hall is only responsible for general affairs. According to the rules of the sect, when the sect leader is not here, Great Master Li has the final say. Now that Great Master Li is not here, the top 2 ancestors and I will discuss together, so you have no right to decide. The only ones who can decide here are Great Master Bei, Great Master Yi, and me. I have handed over the decision to Great Master Yi. What about you, Great Master Bei? I, Basically, don't know what happened, but I will obey Yi Nanayu's words. If the sect is in trouble, I will not leave senior sister Bei. Why do you have to do this? We avoid the limelight not because we are afraid of death, but for the future of the sect. Then you can take a break. I have already sent away all the disciples under the age of 30 and with superior spiritual roots, and the cultivators below are also unaware of this. As for you, don't even think about leaving. If the Tiansheng Sect dies, we will be the first batch of martyrs. We, the Daogang cultivators, usually do the least work and get the most monthly salary. Without the sect, how could we be who we are today? Don't say that all your cultivation is the result of your hard work. This is bullshit. without the skills, monthly salary, magic tools, and elixirs given by the sect, and without the sect to protect the weak like you, what would you use for your hard work? Senior brother Yi, what you said is true, but you are too extreme. We are grateful to the sect, and are willing to fight for it, but we still can't sacrifice in vain because of this. Yes, we can't. Who among you hasn't fought for the sect? Who hasn't crawled out of a pile of the dead? It's not worth it. It seems like there is a dispute. Fine, let's talk about fairness. Those who vote for me, please stand on my side. Yinanayu grinned. He was very crazy and extreme. He even knew that, even if Lin Xiao was here, he would oppose his approach. But Yinanayu didn't care. Without Lin Xiao and the sect, he would have died long ago. Now facing a strong enemy like Shang Tzu, Yinanayu knew that, even if he fought hard, it would be useless. So he didn't know how to solve this catastrophe. All he could do was to die for the sect. By the way, he dragged a group of Daogang monks to be buried with him. He didn't want to see these people who were greatly favored by the sect being greedy for life and afraid of death. He knew that, if such a thing happened, Lin Xiao would be very disappointed. He didn't want the person who worked hard for the sect and supported the entire sect for more than 200 years to be disappointed, so he was crazy, extreme, and fearless. Basic C walked to Yinanayu silently. Li Minggyang followed Basic C. Jia Mengren and Yuan Royan looked at each other and walked over. Yuan Sheng and Ko Yunsheng thought about it and walked to Yinanayu silently. Li Yuan smiled and shook his head, but still walked to Yinanayu. Suddenly, 5 people wearing black clothes and masks, but wearing the sect tokens, appeared in the hall and stood beside Yinanayu. These 5 people were from Yi Xiao. They had never shown up in the sect before, but this time they were willing to come to die. If Yinanayu hadn't stopped them, more people would have appeared. The minority obeys the majority. That's fair enough, junior brother Zhu. I'm here. Close the mountain gate formation. From today on, Daogang monks are not allowed to leave the main peak without my order. Those who violate it will be treated as traitors of the sect. You go to Gangming City to guard it. I know. I'll be back when the time comes. Zhu Zongsheng in the corner responded and quickly opened the formation of the main peak. Then he staggered to Gangming City. It seemed that he was rotating positions as usual, and there was no fear. At the mountain gate of Key State Lingjianmen, Lin Xiao knocked on the mountain again. Above his head was a Yuxin arrow emitting endless evil spirit. 3 Lingjianmen Lingguan monks blocked Lin Xiao. Behind them, there were thousands of monks waiting in a strict battle array. Lin Xiao simply explained his purpose and came to visit. Several spiritual monks did not dare to answer and quickly reported. After a while, the mountain gate formation opened, and Lin Xiao walked in proudly. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he slowly walked to the main hall of the Lingjian sect and looked coldly at the 10 people present. Each of the 10 major sects in Key State has a Shangsu monk. Among them, Tiansheng Sect also has a 7th level golden body monk, so Tiansheng Sect is not actually among the top 10 sects, because the two are not at the same level. Generally speaking, Tiansheng Sect does not like to play with Lingjian Sect. At this time, in Lingjian Sect, except Tiansheng Sect, each sect has a Shangsu monk here, plus the 2 from Lingjian Sect. There are exactly 10 people. Lin Xiao, what do you want to do by showing off your weapons in front of my Lingjian Sect? Could it be that Master Lin wants to challenge the 10 of us Shangsu cultivators? Friend son, this should be a challenge to the entire key cultivation world. That's right. A mere Lingguan cultivator, a character like an ant, dares to be so bold. He is simply courting death. Young people nowadays are really incredible, relying on some external objects. They think they are invincible after killing a high-level cultivator. It's really a joke. Haha. Haha, Master Lin, I don't know what you want to do, but I advise you not to do stupid things. It's not easy for cultivators of my generation to practice. It's not worth it to waste hundreds of years of Taoism here. That's right. We also cultivated ourselves up from the Kame cultivation level layer by layer. We know how difficult it is to cultivate to the Lingguan cultivator. Master Lin, let's go all in. Thank you all for your kindness. I came to Lingjianmen this time to say 2 things. First, don't be afraid. Lin has no backer, really, not a single one. Second, Lin is itching for death, So I came here to ask, who ordered the Tiansheng Sect to ambush Lin outside Bayou City 3 months ago? Lin has a small score to settle with him. Lin Xiao said indifferently, he didn't know that a group of disciples were waiting to die in the sect, willing to live and die with the sect, but he wanted to die once and for all, to burn his boats. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, just 2 words. How dare you? How dare you come to Ling Jianmen to ask for punishment? Lin Xiao, do you think that we can't do anything to you with a Zux and arrow? Qimei and Sun Hongfu were immediately furious. This was the Mountain Gate Hall of Ling Jianmen. Lin Xiao's asking for punishment was simply a slap in the face of Ling Jianmen. If Ling Jianmen didn't give him some color, where would they put their face? Lin has no intention of asking for punishment. I just want justice. Lin was ambushed in Ling Jianmen. Do you want to deny this? The Zux and arrow on Lin Xiao's head was ready to move. It was on the verge of being aroused. The cold murderous intent was about to burst out, but Lin Xiao calmed down. Today he really didn't come to die, but just to create a bright and sunny day. Qimei and Sun Hongfu didn't dare to move rashly. They knew very well how Lion Yunzong died. With their strength, they couldn't stop the Zux and arrow at all. To kill Lin Xiao, one of them must die. Lin Xiao, I've told you a long time ago that the territory of Tiansheng Sect is 30,000 miles in radius. We can't control who comes and who leaves. Does that mean that we can just let it go? If Lin is attacked, go find whoever killed you. Why do you want to find Tiansheng Sect? Tiansheng Sect wasn't involved in this? What a joke. Tiansheng Sect has been passed down for 10,000 years and has always regarded itself as a famous and upright sect. How could we do such a lowly thing? Sun Hongfu said coldly. He dared not admit what he had done. This kind of thing can be done but not said. The reputation of a famous and upright sect is still very necessary. Really? Lin Xiao sneered. If they really had this confidence, why did they summon so many Shengsu cultivators? Didn't they think that Lin Xiao had a backer and were afraid of revenge from Lin Xiao's backer? Of course it is so. I told you 3 months ago that if you have evidence, show it to us. You don't have to do anything. We will clean up the mess ourselves. If you don't have any, you are slandering and provoking our Tiansheng Sect. I don't have any evidence, Lin Xiao replied. He really didn't have any evidence, but Lin Xiao had figured out why. There was no need to ask more. The answer was just 2 words, benefits. Did Lin Xiao have any benefits? Yes, there were many. The Zux and arrow was one of them. According to normal logic, if a Shengsu cultivator ambushed a Lingguang cultivator, it would be a one-shot kill. There was no time to use the Zux and arrow, so the Zux and arrow would be the trophy. The other is Li Muxu. It is very easy for a 5th level alchemist to earn 1,000,000 Zuan crystals a year. If Lin Xiao dies, Tiansheng Sect feels that they can control Li Muxu. This is a benefit that comes to their doorstep. Once Li Muxu is accepted as a disciple, not only will there be one more Lingguang monk, but there will also be an additional source of income. With 1,000,000 Zuan crystals a year, Li Muxu can easily earn them for hundreds of years. If calculated day by day, it is not a small amount. Moreover, they can also take over Tiansheng Sect's business in Bayou City. The most important thing is that they think this is a very stable thing. It is really difficult for Shengsu monks to miss when they ambush Lingguang monks. Without any evidence, how dare you come to Ling Jianmen and act so arrogantly, Lin Xiao? You have bullied Ling Jianmen again and again. Do you really think you will not die? I don't have such intention. Senior son, are you going to kill me? Do you think I dare not? Okay, Lin's life is worth only one. Come on, let's start. Lin Xiao infused a little more mysterious energy into the Zux and arrow, and the power of the Zux and arrow began to increase. The 10 Shengsu cultivators were suddenly horrified, and many of them had already practiced their skills in secret, either preparing to run or to resist. Junior brother, step back. Senior brother Master Lin, it was Tiansheng Sect that killed you. It makes no sense for you to fight with Lin Sect, don't you think? Senior Key is right. I'm a coward and very afraid of death. I don't want to go against Lin Sect. I have no evidence that Lion Sect is related to Lin Sect. This is my fault, so I will seek revenge on Lion Sect in the future. Master Lin, isn't Lion Sect dead? Debts remain unchanged after death. Lion Sect and I have no grudges or hatred. They came to ambush me, which means a hatred that will never end. I heard that Lion Sect still has a foundation in Zhongzhou, so naturally we have to wipe them out. Master Lin has a cruel heart. Cruel? If it was Lin who died that day, I don't know what would have happened to my relatives and friends. Lin Xiao sneered and said he had almost done the job of building momentum. Through this conversation, Lin Xiao not only showed the role of a bachelor who was not afraid of death, but also revealed his ruthless character. It was hard to say whether such an image could frighten these people, but Lin Xiao was sure that after today, no one would dare to deal with Tiansheng Sect casually, unless they had the strength to kill Lin Xiao with a stick. Revenge if there is a grudge. Sect leader Lin has a good character. Ren likes it indeed. Lion Sect is courting death this time among the 10 cultivators. Not all of them may stand on the side of Lin Sect. At least, many people still despise Lion Sect's behavior. A Shengsu cultivator actually ambushed a Ling Guang Jr. personally, not to mention that he failed. It was simply a shame for Shengsu cultivators. Thank you for speaking up. Actually, I didn't lie just now. I really don't have any background. Haha, Master Lin, what are you talking about? The friendship between the 10 major sects in Qi is extraordinary. It's not a big deal to just get together. Yes, Master Lin, I'm afraid you don't know that the status of the 10 major sects in Qi has been stable for at least 5,000 years. This is a 5,000 years of friendship. One after another. Lin Xiao said that he had no background, but everyone didn't believe it, and the Lin Sect didn't believe it either. What kind of treasure is this Yuxin arrow? The level is the 7th level, and it is the treasure among the treasures of the 7th level. This thing is not even available in the Tiansheng Sect, not even the Zhuanshan Sect, the first sect in Qi. This thing really appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. You still dare to say that you have no background? Do you really think that these old monsters who have lived for thousands of years are fools? Even a fool could see that Sun Hongfu of the Spirit Sword Sect wanted to kill Lin Xiao, but why didn't they dare to do it? They could even tolerate Lin Xiao coming to their door to ask for punishment. Do you really think that the Spirit Sword Sect has such a good temper? Try someone else. Even if a medium power country like Song State dared to do this, the Spirit Sword Sect would dare to launch a war and destroy Song State. But why did they tolerate it today? Isn't it because they are afraid of the power behind Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao smiled, knowing that they had misunderstood. It was better that they had misunderstood, so that he would not have to find other ways to solve the problem. Although the price was a bit high, if anyone found out that Lin Xiao was impersonating them, it would not be a joke. Several people chatted with each other, and there was no tense atmosphere at all. Lin Xiao also understood their temperaments. They were willing to help Ling Jianmen, but they would not fight to the death. Their friendship was not at that level yet. The two people from Ling Jianmen were actually more guilty, otherwise they would not have to bring so many helpers to support the scene. At this time, Lin Xiao realized that this matter was a bit like hitting a wolf with a stick, and he was afraid of both ends. Lin Xiao was afraid that Ling Jianmen would gather helpers to kill him, and Ling Jianmen was also afraid that Lin Xiao would call the forces behind him to destroy Ling Jianmen. It was just that everyone didn't know the other party's bottom line at the beginning, so they made their own arrangements. Lin Xiao even prepared a way out and thought of various ways to die together. If Ling Jianmen really wanted to take action, Lin Xiao would have to drag to Shengsu monks to die together in order to save Tiansheng Sect. Now Lin Xiao already knew the other party's bottom line, so naturally he couldn't waste it. This world is a world where the timid will starve to death and the bold will die of gluttony. So Lin Xiao quickly made a small request that was not excessive, and Ling Jianmen just laughed it off and agreed. Seeing that he had almost fooled everyone, Lin Xiao left Ling Jianmen and disappeared from everyone's sight. As soon as Lin Xiao left, Sun Hongfu felt relieved. Fellow Taoists, have you figured out anything? No, this Lin Xiao is the leader of a sect, and he's shrewd and scheming. I really don't know which ancient family he is from, said one of them. They all agreed that Lin Xiao was a disciple of some ancient family. This explanation was actually reasonable. Although the ancient families secluded themselves from the world, they were not completely ignorant of the outside world. They also needed news from the outside world, so it was normal to support one or two people to establish a not too small force outside. I asked someone to draw the bronze chariot that was in Gangming City back then. Please look at what features of this chariot. Well, fellow Daoist Qi, the longest history of these sects in our Qi state is less than 30,000 years. The ancient families are often more than hundreds of thousands of years old. For example, the descendants of those great emperors, we really don't know. Yes, the history of our Namsao is really too short. Maybe some people from the Xianyu sect of Qin state know something or two. This is troublesome. Lin Xiao is hiding in the territory of my Lingjian sect, right next to my bed. Well, I'm afraid fellow Daoist Qi will have to be patient. Lin Xiao is not a person who doesn't know how to advance and retreat. There are 10 of us gathered together, and the people behind him haven't come out. I guess they don't dare to use those forces easily. I hope so. Qi shook her head. It would be uncomfortable for anyone to have a force that they couldn't control appear on their own territory. It was just a pity that the Liaonan sect was more of a hindrance than a help. They actually failed, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. Fellow Daoist Qi, since the other party's people refuse to show up, it is not convenient for us to stay any longer. We'll leave first. Yes, fellow Daoist Qi, you'd better be careful. The temperaments of those ancient families are a little weird. We have to be patient. Otherwise, with the immortal ZHU arrow appearing today, who knows what will appear tomorrow. Qi will remember your kindness today. Thank you very much. No need to be so polite. Qi is still our world. We don't want such a person to appear. I'll see you off. Fellow Daoist Qi, please stay. We will leave on our own. The Shengsu cultivators said goodbye one by one. After they left, Qi and Sun Hongfu looked at each other helplessly. After today, Lingjianmen has lost most of its face. Chapter 339 Heavenly Works. Master, you're out. Are you okay? As soon as Lin Xiao came out of the Lingjian gate, Li Muxu and Zhang Qingxuan immediately caught up. Li Muxu, didn't I tell you to go to Qin? Why are you still here? Zhang Qingxuan, what's going on? Master, I can't persuade Uncle Li. Zhang Qingxuan looked aggrieved. He was about to drool, but Li Muxu was unmoved. He couldn't beat him. What could he do? Nonsense, master. Humph, this is not the place to talk. Lin Xiao snorted coldly and flew up. The two quickly followed. They were far away from the Lingjian gate. The three slowed down and finally settled in a base of Yixio. At this time, Lin Xiao also knew what Yinanyu did in the sect. He was touched, but also a little angry. Yinanyu was indeed a little extreme, but Lin Xiao could understand him. The difference between Shengsu and Daogang was too big. If fighting hard was useful, Yinanyu would never cherish his life. His cultivation was useless, and he didn't even have the qualifications to fight with others. That kind of helplessness was very fatal to a strong person. Let Yinanyu withdraw the people. It's unnecessary. He has escaped for the time being. Yes, master. Yinanyu did a very extreme thing and violated the rules of the sect. He will be fined 1 year's salary. Thank you, master. Zhang Qingxuan was overjoyed. This punishment of a 1-year fine was too light. It was like no punishment at all. It seemed that Boss Yi still had the master's trust. Master, has the matter of Lingjianmen been resolved? Not yet. It was a misunderstanding. Originally, I wanted to fight them to the death and talk after killing one of them. But I didn't expect that they were very afraid of me and thought that there was a big force behind me. The Tiansheng monks gathered together because they were afraid that I would recruit helpers to destroy Lingjianmen. Now that Lingjianmen was so guilty, the matter was naturally resolved. However, the crisis has not been resolved. If Lingjianmen knew that we really had no helpers, they might launch a war against Wu Kingdom out of shame and anger and directly destroy our Wu Kingdom. So we have to be more careful next time. Master, how could they think we have a backer? One was the Zhuxan arrow, and the other was the incident with Yimi. Although there was nothing to talk about, most of the major countries in Nansao paid attention to it. I didn't expect that a misunderstanding would actually save us. Master, how about we go back to the sect? No, Uncle Lee, we must not go back at this time. King Sen is right. Since there's a misunderstanding, we have to keep misunderstanding to the end. If we run away now, we will only appear guilty, and it will be easier for the other party to see through us. We will go back tomorrow, and this time we have to make a bigger splash. Muxu, as soon as you go back, send invitations to all the major businesses, Lingguan monks, and higher-level alchemists in Beiyu City, to hold an exchange meeting. What kind of exchange meeting? You are an alchemist, so it's naturally an exchange meeting for alchemists. The businesses mainly want to reach some cooperation, and the Lingguan monks want to find ways to acquire the pill formulas and alchemy materials they have. The rest of the materials are also needed, but they have to be higher level and fine. As for the alchemists, it's mutual communication. I have given you enough pill formulas. You might as well pick some difficult and unconventional ones to pass on to show your background. Lin Xiao replied. There are many pill formulas in the world of cultivating immortals, but alchemists don't have many pill formulas, especially higher level ones. Most 5th level alchemists may only have a few, or a dozen 5th level pill formulas, while Li Muxu has hundreds of them. This is her background. Master, the highest ranking recipe I have is a 6th level middle grade recipe. Do you have any higher ranking recipes? No, King Sun, I'll leave this to you. Do it as soon as possible. The higher the better, at any price. Lin Xiao shook his head. The recipes in his hand came from the system, and the system was limited to the level. There were only 5th level recipes. Of course, there were some recipes in the special commodity area, but Lin Xiao didn't dare to take out those recipes. If he didn't collect them normally, the recipes would really be inferior to those of Li Muxu, the alchemist. Master, don't worry. I will send a message to all the stations of Night Owl and there will be news soon. Master, what about you? I will be in Beiyu City, but I won't take care of your affairs. You can do it yourself. Okay, I'll give this back to you. Li Muxu stuffed back a storage bag with a golden elixir in it. Now that the crisis has been temporarily resolved, Li Muxu doesn't want this thing anymore. This golden elixir carries too many things, and she doesn't want it now. Lin Xiao didn't refuse. This golden elixir can be preserved for a long time, and she will give it to Li Muxu when the time comes. After explaining a few words, Lin Xiao left temporarily. The next morning, Lin Xiao and his companions walked into Beiyu City openly and returned to Beicheng Tower in full view of the public. That afternoon, Li Muxu sent invitations to all the major businesses, spiritual monks, and higher-level alchemists in the city to hold exchange meetings. These were separate, one a day, for a total of 3 meetings. This kind of high-level exchange meeting has always been gossip that the lower-level monks enjoy talking about. Without the publicity of Night Owl, it quickly spread throughout Beiyu City. The exchange meeting itself was also extremely successful. Li Muxu fully demonstrated her alchemy talent and alchemy level to all the major businesses. Their cooperation with Li Muxu was absolutely profitable, so naturally they would not let go of this benefit in vain, and cooperate with Li Muxu. The exchange meeting with ordinary spiritual monks was even more successful, because the relationship between the two was originally unequal. Ordinary spiritual monks had to beg the alchemists. After all, there were only a few 5th level alchemists in Beiyu City, and no one dared to offend them. So after Li Muxu lowered the price, she quickly gained the support of the Lingguan monks. Even if it was fake support, it was still support. Li Muxu could also meet the alchemy needs of many Lingguan monks, including the recipes that other alchemists did not have. Li Muxu could come up with them, which made those people respect Li Muxu even more. The third exchange with high-level alchemists was mediocre, because the 5th level alchemists had never competed with each other in alchemy. Everyone was a person of high status, so they just had to flatter each other, and did not need to undermine each other, so there was no disturbance. However, Li Muxu also intentionally or unintentionally revealed his rich resources of recipes, which made the 5th level alchemist of Ling Jianmen extremely shocked. The number of Li Muxu's 5th level recipes exceeded that of Ling Jianmen, but Ling Jianmen was a 10,000-year-old sect. No matter what the people of Lingjianmen thought, after these 3 exchanges, Li Muxu officially squeezed into the high-end circle of Beiyu City. Unlike before, Li Muxu was excluded because of the relationship with Lingjianmen. After that, Li Muxu's business became even busier, but no matter what, Li Muxu would take time out to practice. She had completely understood the dominant idea of the cultivation world, that the strong are respected. Without the strength of cultivation, all this is empty. Lin Xiao did not leave Beiyu City. He stayed at home every day and basically practiced, ignoring worldly affairs. Lin Xiao was waiting for some people to appear. Only when these people appeared, this crisis was truly resolved. 2 months later, after Lin Xiao was ambushed by Lianan Sect for about half a year, Lingjian Sect sent someone to invite Lin Xiao, saying that there was a distinguished guest looking for him. Lin Xiao knew that the person he was waiting for had come, although Lin Xiao did not know who was coming. Lin Xiao did not hesitate and flew directly to Lingjian Sect. This time there was no obstruction. Someone led the way and took Lin Xiao directly into the mountain gate hall of Lingjian Sect. There, Qimei and Sun Hongfu were chatting with a middle-aged man. Ancestor, here comes the distinguished guest. Okay, go down. Master Lin, you are here. Are you familiar with this fellow Taoist? Qimei said with a smile, as if he was very familiar with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at the man and said, no. Are you Lin Xiao? I'm Lin Xiao. What's your name, fellow Taoist? Yi Jiuji from Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect? I've heard of it, but never dealt with it. That's right. Yi doesn't know Master Lin either. But Master Lin doesn't seem to be familiar with the major sects in Zhongzhou. No, I've only dealt with a few people, such as Lan Lingayu from Tiansheng Sect, and Hanbo from Kejian Sect. By the way, Kejian Sect is not far from your Tiansheng Sect, right? Has my brother Hanbo broken through to the Shengsu now? I haven't seen him for a long time. Hanbo, he broke through to the Shengsu 10 years ago. Yi Jiuji was extremely shocked. Lan Lingayu was a core disciple of Tiansheng Sect. It was said that he was a direct disciple of the great elder of Tiansheng Sect and had a great talent for alchemy. Hanbo was even more famous. He was one of the inheritors of the 7 swords of the 7 sword sect. He was very likely to be recognized by a sword, especially after he broke through the Shengsu. This call was very high. It can be said that these 2 people were also well known in the major sects in Zhongzhou. Although their cultivation was lower than Yi Jiuji, they were much more famous. Lin Xiao had a deep relationship with these people, and his origin must be extraordinary. As expected of my brother, he should be only about 500 years old this year, much stronger than me haha. Sect leader Lin looks much younger than fellow Daoist Han, and he is also young and promising. Let's not talk about this. What does fellow Daoist Yi want to talk to me about? It's like this. I heard that sect leader Lin used the immortal execution arrow to kill a Shengsu cultivator half a year ago. I'd like to ask about the origin of this immortal execution arrow, because even in my Tiansheng Sect, the immortal execution arrow is a rare treasure. It takes thousands of years to refine 1 or 2. And once, our sect lost one, and it was related to some of our internal personnel, isn't it? Just that one of your core disciples was killed back then? I heard people say that this is my immortal execution arrow. Look for yourself. It's not from your Tiansheng Sect. It's made by one of my elders personally. Lin Xiao deliberately pouted and threw the wooden box of the immortal execution arrow away, causing Qimei and the other man to breathe a lot heavier. This immortal execution arrow is worth more than 100 million Zuan crystals. Was it just taken out like that? It is indeed not the method of our Tiansheng Sect. This production method is very unique and very simple. It is at least a method from 30,000 years ago, but it is very simple and very strange. Ahem, sorry sect leader Lin, I didn't mean it. Lin Xiao coughed, and Yi Jiuji, who was carefully observing the Zuxan arrow, shouted hurriedly. His behavior was very inappropriate. He deduced the production method of the Zuxan arrow without the consent of others, which was suspected of coveting. It doesn't matter. This was made by my elder. He is an old man. The power of habit is too great. He doesn't like new things. Lin Xiao said with a straight face, and then took the Zuxan arrow back, which shocked Qimei and Sun Hongfu next to him even more. The method from 30,000 years ago. The old man. What do you mean? Your elder has lived for 10,000 or 20,000 years. Chapter 340. Desperate Luyan. More than half a year ago, Lin Xiao flew back from Qin State and stayed in Beiyu City for half a month. Half a month later, Lin Xiao left Beiyu City, and a Sordora suddenly appeared outside the city. In the main hall of Chunayang Palace of Lu State, Lu Muaying, who looked old, was reading a report. Lu Yan on the stage listened carefully. As Lu Muaying's tone changed, the spirit in Lu Yan's eyes slowly disappeared, leaving only grey despair. The news that Lin Xiao and Li Muxu left Wu State was already known to Chunayang Palace. Li Muxu became famous in Beiyu City, and it was even harder to hide it from Lu Yan, so Lu Muaying invested half of his only intelligence force in Beiyu City. Lu Yan also knew about Lin Xiao's ambush outside Beiyu City half a year ago. He was extremely terrified and desperate that Lin Xiao had the power to kill Shengsu cultivators. What kind of power is this? Why can a mere Wu State and a mere Lin Xiao have such a treasure that can even kill Shengsu cultivators? If the Zhuxan arrow was in his hands, it would be unimaginable. However, after the panic, Lu Yan also had the only chance to turn the tables, that is, the hatred of Ling Jianmen for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao repeatedly slapped Ling Jianmen in the face. Lu Yan believed that Ling Jianmen would not let Lin Xiao go. Especially when Qi Mei summoned the Shengsu monks, Lu Yan felt that the opportunity had come. As long as Ling Jianmen was willing to take action, Lin Xiao would definitely not have a chance to survive. But the result once again made Lu Yan despair. Ling Jianmen not only did not kill Lin Xiao, but let Lin Xiao live well. In a few days, Li Muxu held 3 trade fairs, which became a topic of conversation throughout Beiyu City. Ancestor, this is all the news we have. The rest of the news will not be reported back until tomorrow. Enough. Ancestor. Muaying, our Chunayang Palace has been defeated. Miserably defeated. Really, not to mention that my foundation has been damaged and my path to the future is cut off. Even if I have broken through to the Shengsu period, it will be of no use. Our Chunayang Palace is finished. Ancestor, it's not that necessary. Really, we still have a chance. We still have many talented disciples. As long as we get through this catastrophe, we will be able to make a comeback. Muaying, don't say any more. Lin Xiao has never made a big mistake since his debut. He is extremely cautious. The strength of the Wu Kingdom is constantly increasing. In a few years, I'm afraid that the number of Lingguan cultivators will also skyrocket. We really don't have any chance at all. Ancestor. Lu Muaying knelt in front of Lu Yan, feeling uneasy. He could not imagine what the future of Chunayang Palace would be like, but he had already felt the despair in Lu Yan's heart, the sound of his ambitions being extinguished. Even though LV Yan was severely injured last time, his foundation was damaged, and his path was cut off. LV Yan never gave up. Over the past few decades, LV Yan has worked hard to restore the strength of the sect, and the speed of recovery is not slower than that of Wu State. LV Yan has always been very confident that he will defeat the main force of Wu State in the next war. Even if he cannot destroy Wu State, he can still severely damage them. For this, LV Yan paid a great sacrifice. But when the news of Beiyu City came out, LV Yan was completely desperate, and any ambitions disappeared, because LV Yan already knew that no matter how hard he tried, the current LV State would no longer be the opponent of Wu State. Just that Zhuxan arrow was enough to kill all the masters of LV State. How could they fight? But LV Yan was desperate, and LV Muaying was naturally panic-stricken. LV State now relied on LV Yan alone. If there was no LV Yan, what would LV State do? Muaying ancestor, I'm here. What do you think? What should we do with Lu State in the future? Ancestor, in 30 or 40 years at most, Wu State will surpass Lu State in all aspects, and it will be completely crushed. Lingwang, Dao Gang, will completely crush us. We will die without a burial place. Ancestor, Kang State and Tiansheng State are equally afraid of Wu State. The Three Kingdoms alliance can rise again. Li Changqing and the others also have Lingguang. Ancestor, you can't lose heart. Kang State's Wu Muayang is short-sighted and has a short lifespan. Even if he helps us to block Wu State next time, what should we do when Wu State attacks Kang State with all its strength next time? With Wu Muayang's vision, He will only try to please Wu State and sell us out. As for Tiansheng State's Lin Xiao, he has a poor level of governance and puts all his hopes on cultivation. In addition, he is very far away from Wu State. Even if it is an alliance, they will not contribute more than 5 points. The Three Kingdoms alliance is a joke. As for Li Changqing and the others, if I die and you don't produce another spiritual cultivator, I dare to ask, decades later, will the surname of Lu State be Lu or Li? Lu Yan said lightly, refuting Lu Muang's words one by one. If they did as Lu Muang said, Chunhyang Palace would still not escape death. Ancestor, what can we do? Desperate cauldrons. There is still one last way for Chunhyang Palace and our Lu family. Maybe we can save Chunhyang Palace and Lu family. Ancestor, what is the method? Please explain in detail. Surrender. What surrender to the Wu Kingdom? Ancestor, how can you say such a thing? Our Lu Kingdom is famous and has been passed down for thousands of years. How can we surrender to the Wu Kingdom? How can our disciples hold their heads up in the future? Humiliation and death. How do you choose? If you choose dignity, you will die. When a person dies, it's all over and everything is gone. If you choose not to have dignity, you can live. You can tell your descendants how glorious our Lu Kingdom was. Let them indulge in it. Let them yearn for it. And let them work hard to restore the glory of Lu Kingdom. Maybe one day, the situation in Wu Kingdom will change, and our descendants can wash away this humiliation again. Muang, you say, there is no such possibility. Yes, Lu Muang replied. He had no idea how the always arrogant Lu Yan could say this. In the past, it was harder to get Lu Yan to surrender than to kill him. But now he took the initiative to say those two words. As for what Lu Yan said about forbearance, Lu Muang actually disagreed, because their enemy was a calm and cruel enemy. If they really surrendered, what would they do? And kill the captives? How could they give you the opportunity to forbear and recuperate? Muang, do you really agree with me doing this? The ancestor said that this is the only chance to burn our boats. Although this move will hand over our lives and property to the Wu Kingdom, we may die, and Chunhyang Palace and the Lu family will be fine, because the Wu Kingdom still needs to plot against the Kang Kingdom and the Tiansheng Kingdom. If he kills us who surrender, no one will surrender to the Wu Kingdom in the future. Do you really think so? Yes, but there are still many problems. The Lu Kingdom is not just our family. There are 6 major families and hundreds of second-rate forces. What do they think? What about the Tiansheng Kingdom and the Kang Kingdom, and even the Xiang Kingdom to our east, which has no sense of existence? This is a very complicated situation. If the ancestor has not thought it through, please do not act rashly. Your analysis is good. We really can't be careless. We have to think about many consequences, but it is undeniable that this is our only chance. Ancestor, there is one more thing. Will the Wu Kingdom allow us to surrender? Lin Xiao started his career with wars and killings. Death on the battlefield is nothing to him. If the other sects of the Wu Kingdom agree, then how will they treat us? The strength of the Chunhyang Palace is intact. Can they rest assured? If all of us Daogang monks are purged, will the Chunhyang Palace still exist in the future? Muang, why wasn't it you who broke through the spiritual light that year? Ancestor, there is no point in saying this now. Yes, I will solve all of what you said. After I die, you will be the head of Chunhyang Palace. The 6 major families, except the Lu family, will all leave Chunhyang Palace, and we will part ways in peace. Ancestor, I naturally have my own way. You don't have to worry. Now tell me, what will you do in the future? If the Lu Kingdom surrenders, it will be broken up and purged by the Wu Kingdom. So beforehand, the property and talented disciples we transferred cannot be transferred back. This is our way out. As for the Lu Kingdom, everything is based on patience. You must endure humiliation, not be afraid of rumors, and concentrate on managing Lin Xiao, selecting talents, training disciples, and accumulating financial resources. Okay, what if the Tiansheng Sect refuses to let you go? You'd better die. I have already selected several successors and told them the policies and strategies, asking them to follow them. Muang, I regret not supporting you with all my strength back then. Ancestor, I'm a member of the Lu family in life and a ghost of the Lu family in death. Okay, I'm relieved to have you here. Our Lu family will not be wiped out. We will have a chance to make a comeback. Lu Yan was greatly relieved, and at the same time he regretted that he did not fully train Lu Muang back then. Instead, he let that idiot Lu Muang waste resources and let Chunhyang Palace waste more than 100 years. If Lu Muang was in charge, Chunhyang Palace would never fall into such a situation. Lu Yan explained the aftermath, and then asked Lu Muang to contact Tiansheng Sect through channels. He wanted to meet Lin Xiao and talk about something. Since the Lu Kingdom could no longer hold on, it should surrender. Surrendering still had a glimmer of hope. The news that LV Yan wanted to see Lin Xiao was passed through layers of transmission and soon reached the desk of Yunanyu of Tiansheng Sect. Yunanyu was reprimanded by Lin Xiao for his extreme behavior and fined a year's salary, but he was not deprived of his position. Instead, his popularity in the sect increased a lot. Everyone knew that Yunanyu was also Lin Xiao's true confidant, and the power in the sect was always in Lin Xiao's hands. After Yunanyu learned the news, he did not dare to make decisions on his own. On the one hand, he mobilized people to investigate the truth of the news, and on the other hand, he passed the news to Lin Xiao, and by the way, he notified Lengling of Tiansheng Sect, asking her to be careful and guard against LV Yan's calculations. Soon, Lin Xiao replied that he would return to Wugo after March, and then go directly to Chunhyang Palace to talk, and asked Yunanyu to prepare people to meet him. Chapter 341, Lu State surrendered. In Beiyu City, Key State, Lin Xiao suddenly received a report from Yunanyu, saying that LV Yan wanted to see him, which surprised Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao soon guessed what LV Yan wanted to do. LVGUO was scared. It's not easy. Lin Xiao sighed. He was very clear about LV Yan's character and resume. Hundreds of years ago, LV Yan was also a young man with a radiant appearance in Chunhyang Palace. He was trained since birth, and made great progress, until he took charge of Chunhyang Palace. LV Yan was a man with careful thoughts, good means, outstanding qualifications, extraordinary understanding, and strong will. He can be said to be a very qualified leader. Chunhyang Palace flourished in his hands and its strength grew a lot. This kind of person is also extremely arrogant, and would rather die than surrender. Lin Xiao hit him hard several times, but LV Yan did not lose his will. Instead, he kept learning lessons, and improving his strength. In the past 2 or 3 decades, LV Yan has worked hard to develop his strength, and he is extremely crazy. He suppressed high-level cultivators like Li Changqing who were a threat to him, but he constantly wooed and bribed most low-level cultivators, and cultivated talented disciples with all his strength. Moreover, sorting out internal affairs, which the 4 major families in Beiyu City have not done, is easy for LV Yan. He carried out drastic reforms, eliminated those incompetent managers, and promoted many talents. For this reason, Yi Xiao was very concerned. Although he repeatedly took action to destroy LV Yan's great cause, he still did not stop LV Yan's strength from improving rapidly. If the Lion sect had not ambushed Lin Xiao would have launched a war against the LV kingdom in at most 20 years, completely interrupting LV Yan's fantasy and preventing a revival. Unexpectedly, the incident with Lion sect had an unexpected gain, which was to completely destroy Lu Yan's fantasy. This made him understand that no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he struggled, it would be useless. He could not be stronger than Lion Sect, which had broken through Shengsu for hundreds of years, so even if he broke through Shengsu immediately, it would be useless. In terms of overall strength, the Dao fruit tree of Tiansheng Sect has matured several times. After each maturity, after deducting the Dao Foundation pills used in the auction, at least 4 Dao Gang monks can be cultivated for Tiansheng Sect. If the Dao Foundation pills auctioned are taken by other sects in Wu Kingdom, the strength of the entire Wu Kingdom will increase again. So whether it is high-end combat power or overall strength, Chunhyang Palace no longer has any advantages. So Lu Yan's spine was broken, and he decided to surrender. Although this news made Lin Xiao very happy, he could not let Lin Xiao go back immediately. The last time he used the name of Lan Lingayu to Fuyi Jiuji, it was considered to be a stabilization of the situation, but it was not safe. He knew the relationship between Lin Xiao and Lan Lingayu. Unfortunately, Yi Jiuji's status in Tiansheng Sect was not very good, and he was not familiar with these people. Otherwise, he could expose Lin Xiao's lies with just a sound transmission note. However, Yi Jiuji had not left yet. Although Yi Jiuji came from Zhongzhou Tiansheng Sect and was a disciple of a second-rate force in Zhongzhou, there were many Shengsu cultivators in the second-rate forces. He was not a core disciple, so he was not rich. It was difficult for him to get some good spiritual materials in Zhongzhou, so he wanted to try his luck in Beiyu City. Although Nansha was poorer than Zhongzhou, that was generally the case. In fact, there were many good things in Nansha, especially in the wilderness. Many places had not been visited for tens of millions of years. Spiritual medicines, spiritual woods, ores, etc. could all be obtained by low-level disciples. Most of these things would flow into Beiyu City, a material distribution center, so Yi Jiuji really got a lot of good things. In order to prevent things from happening again, Lin Xiao did not dare to leave immediately and continued to stay in Beiyu City. After several months, Yi Jiuji felt that all the good things in Beiyu City had been collected, so he left reluctantly. When he left, Lin Xiao also left secretly. They flew all the way south. This time, no one dared to ambush Lin Xiao. Half a month later, Lin Xiao appeared outside Chunayang Palace, and Yinanyu had been waiting there. Master, the news has been confirmed. LV Yan does have the intention to surrender. This should be the reason why the master killed Lianan Sect in return. I have already guessed it. I'm very surprised that LV Yan wants to surrender. What do the other 6 families think about this? The 6 families in Chunayang Palace are of the same lineage and have many interests involved. Once Chunayang Palace surrenders, their interests will inevitably be involved a lot. However, the strength of the 6 families is like that. The opposition of a few people is not a big deal. Most people can see the situation clearly and agree to surrender. Very good, I see. It seems that the great threat of Lu State is going to be eliminated. Who else in Wu State knows about this? Very few people. For the time being, no one knows except the Daogang cultivators of the 4 sects of Danliang Sect. But, you immediately send a message back to the sect and tell Li Yuan to let the leaders of the 4 sects of Danliang Sect and others go to Gangming City to discuss. If Lu State surrenders, how should we respond, and what measures should we take to suppress them? Surrender must also be conditional. After the discussion comes to a conclusion, hold a larger meeting to notify the forces of the entire Wu State. Yes, Master. Let's go to Yujing City now to meet LV Yan. Master, this is not good. What if LV Yan launches a surprise attack? This person is extremely loyal to Chunayang Palace. It is possible that both sides will be destroyed. Don't worry, he doesn't have the ability. If he dares to do it, then the LV Kingdom will not surrender, but be destroyed. Lin Xiao shook his head. Wu Kingdom is stronger than LV Kingdom. This is the general trend. Even if Lin Xiao dies, there are still Li Muxu and Leng Ming. It is easy to destroy his LV Kingdom. LV Yan will never do this. After preparing properly, Lin Xiao walked to the gate of Yujing City openly. Suddenly, the city was in chaos. Countless people ran wildly, fearing that Lin Xiao was coming to attack. However, LV Yan soon appeared and personally ordered the alarm to be lifted. He welcomed Lin Xiao into Yujing City. This news was quickly known by the spies of Xianxi Kingdom and Kang Kingdom and reported to Wu Muang and Yun Shaoyang, which made the 2 of them curse. Master Lin, Ancestor Lu, I heard that you wanted to see me. What's the matter? Master Lin, there is no need for politeness between you and me. The Lu State was defeated and lost to the Wu State. Lu Yan admitted this. However, the tens of millions of mortals and hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Lu State are innocent. They should not pay their lives for the mistake of Lu Yan alone. Do you think this is right, Master Lin? That's right. If I destroy your Lu State, my Wu State will also have to pay a huge price. Life is precious, which is deeply ingrained in my mind, so I naturally agree with it. Lin Xiao replied. It is not easy for the Wu State to develop. If the Lu State is really destroyed, a huge price will be paid in terms of personnel and property. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Lin Xiao is naturally unwilling to do so. Thank you, Master Lin, for thinking about the lives of millions of people and preventing the people of Lu State from suffering. In this case, my Lu state is willing to negotiate with Wu state and make peace. What do you think, Master Lin? We can negotiate, but Lu state must surrender. I'm not afraid to tell you that Wu state was originally a part of Lu state and has been suppressed by your Chunhyang palace for so long. You must negotiate with a surrendered attitude to achieve the invincible national morale of my Wu state. Lin smiled and replied. Peace talks and surrender are two different things. Lu state must surrender to build the morale of the entire country, not equal peace talks. Yes, that's great. With this foundation, we can continue to talk. Ancestor Lu, I'm not good at negotiating. Just state your demands. Okay, Lu surrenders, but Wu must not humiliate Lu without reason or purge. Stop, Ancestor Lu, you don't have any sincerity at all. Are you surrendering? Master Lin means. Forget it. Wait for half a month. After half a month, a delegation from Wu will come to Yujing City. At that time, the two delegations will negotiate. You two will convene a meeting of Lu to discuss how to surrender. How about that? Okay, that's it. I'm tired. Lu bids farewell. Lu Yan was very humble and left quickly. Lin Xiao asked Yu to book an inn and put up a sign saying close to the door to welcome guests and refused to see anyone. The news of Lu's surrender was officially announced, which shocked countless people. Tiansheng and Kang quickly sent people to inquire about the news, and there was also an uproar in Lu. In a country like Lu with complete military equipment, there are countless loyalists and many diehards. However, Lu Yan's advocacy of surrender has made many diehards disheartened. Many people have suggested that Lu Yan should not surrender, even if it means a fight to the death. Some people also suggested that Lu Yan summon experts to kill Lin Xiao and cut off the pillar of Wu state. However, Lu Yan did not agree with all these suggestions, which made it extremely difficult for the radicals in Lu state to accept. Some people were disappointed with Chunhyang palace and left Lu state, willing to become casual cultivators. Some people wanted to disrupt the negotiations and even wanted to attack the inn where Lin Xiao lived, but they were also blocked by Lu Yan. Generally speaking, the major forces in Lu state still fought in unison. They knew that there was no good end to going against Wu state. As long as the conditions of Wu state were not too harsh, they were willing to surrender. Lu state's negotiation delegation was also quickly formed, and some agreements were quickly reached, and the bottom line was set. Of course, the specific negotiations depended on the Wu state. Half a month later, the Wu Kingdom delegation arrived. There were more than 30 people in total, and the lowest level was Purple Mansion cultivators. The leader was Zheng Yunlang of Tiansheng Sect. After some fierce disputes within Wu Kingdom, many terms were put forward for negotiation. The Wu Kingdom delegation stayed in the inn reserved by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also had a detailed discussion with the delegation. Although Lin Xiao already knew the bottom line of the negotiation, he had to help Wu Kingdom gain benefits as much as possible. Zheng Yunlang personally explained to Lin Xiao the meaning and bottom line of the terms, as well as the possible disputes, etc. After a full day of chatting, Lin Xiao had a general understanding. The negotiations between the two countries have not officially started yet, but there are many more people in Yujing City. Tiansheng country and Kang country have also officially sent delegations here to get the first batch of information, so that the two countries can have a precaution. The countries in the southwest of the entire South continent have focused their attention on Yujing City. Everyone knows that this negotiation will determine the situation of more than a dozen countries in the southwest of South continent. Chapter 342, Confrontation at the Negotiation Table. 3 days after the delegation arrived, the negotiations officially began in a restaurant in a luxurious area of Yujing City. This restaurant was also owned by Chunhyang Palace. Layers of formations were set up outside, and Chunhyang Palace sent heavy troops to protect it. At this critical moment, Lu Yan was also afraid that radical element from Chunhyang Palace would come out to cause trouble. The restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor was basically unchanged, while the second floor had all the tables, chairs, and benches removed, and a long table moved in. Both sides sent 10 people as the main force of the negotiations, and the rest were supported and lined up on both sides. Fellow Daoist from Chunhyang Palace, please look, these are the requirements for your surrender proposed by my Wu state. The first point is that Lu State needs to publicly recognize the founding of Wu State, and the history of Wu State will no longer have any connection with Lu State. In addition, Lu State needs to publicly admit defeat and surrender in exchange for Wu State's forgiveness. The second point is about the border between the two countries. Since Lu State has surrendered, the heavy troops gathered at the border must be withdrawn. Only 200 to 300 people are allowed to be retained for normal defense every 3,000 miles, and heavy troops are not allowed to be stockpiled within 1,000 miles of the border. The third point is that you and I have fought several battles. Since you have taken the initiative to propose peace talks, you must compensate us for our losses. After our careful consideration, the chief negotiator on the Wu State's side was Zheng Yunlang of the Tiansheng Sect. He stated the demands of Wu State one by one. There were a total of 60 or 70 items, and the focus was on sanctions against Lu State. For example, compensation and ceding territory are the two most important points. The total amount of compensation given by Wu State is 200 million black crystals, but it is not required to be paid all at once. It can be divided into 10, 20, or even 100 years, which can continuously bleed Lu State, just like the protection fee paid by Lin Xiao in the past. 200,000 a year is not much, but it is a very large number in the long run. It has been paid for more than 100 years, more than 20 million black crystals. The ceded territory does not count the other 5 states and counties of Lu State. Those states and counties have long been inclined to Wu State. Now Wu State wants the territory in the north of Chen State. Before Chen State was destroyed and divided into two, half of the north was swallowed by Lu State, and the remaining half was taken by Kang State. 20 or 30 years ago, the cautious quarter was taken by Tiansheng State. Now Wu State must take at least 1/4 of the original one, which means that the 4 countries each took 1/4 of the original territory in the north of Chen State, which became the common border area of the 4 countries. Of course, half of the territory must be taken, but the best place must be taken. Fertile land can be good or bad. The Lingshan mountain over there is well developed and occupies a good place. Wu State can reduce consumption by gathering heavy troops there. In addition to these 2 key points, there are other clauses, such as trade. Lu State will not be able to prevent Wu State merchants from doing business within Lu State, and it cannot be harsh or deliberately difficult. If there is a dispute, how to deal with it, etc. Then there is the Lu family, which is the largest family in Chunhyang Palace and the royal family of Lu State. Wu State cannot directly intervene in Chunhyang Palace, but the royal family must be replaced. Because the Lu family is a royal family, they have gained great benefits. At least the increase in the number of mortals in the Lu family has benefited greatly. This provides enough talent support for the strength of the Lu family, which is absolutely not allowed. After all, the Lu family hates Wu State the most. On the other hand, the Lu State responded to the many demands of the Wu State one by one, and the personnel on both sides were all eloquent and eloquent, and the quarrel was like a fight. Of course, both sides were extremely polite. No matter how harsh the other party's conditions were, they were only allowed to quarrel and not fight. Once they fought, both sides would be severely punished. On the 3rd floor of the restaurant, Lin Xiao and Lu Yan sat opposite each other, and the 2 intelligence chiefs Lu Muang and Yi Nanayu served on the side, helping to serve tea and water. Master Lin, your demands are too harsh. It is impossible for the state of Lu to agree to such strict demands. Ancestor Lu, why are you in such a hurry? Let's negotiate. Take your time. You ask for a sky-high price, and then pay back a low price. Master Lin is right. Let's talk slowly, but I'm afraid someone won't give us time. Wu Muang and Yun Xiaoang are not worth worrying about. They must have known about the affairs of Beiyu City. How could they have the courage to go against us? Speaking of Beiyu City, Lu is also very interested. Who is Master Lin? Back then, it was just the Tiansheng Sect, and the highest cultivator was not higher than the Purple Mansion. When Master Lin took over, a civil strife had just occurred, and only dozens of old, weak and sick were left. However, in just over 200 years, the Tiansheng Sect has become a behemoth in the southwest of the entire Nansao. All these things are beyond the reach of ordinary people. The state of Lu lost, but I hope they lost clearly. Lin Xiao is Lin Xiao, not just anyone. That's right. If I had this identity, I wouldn't say anything nonsense. Lin Xiao did not explain. He said that he had no backing and no one believed him. He could not lie again. If he was exposed, it would be a big deal. The two chatted and did not interfere with the negotiations downstairs until night fell. There were only about 10 clauses that were determined. Chunhyang Palace organized a banquet, but everyone had no appetite and left after a casual meal. After returning to the inn, Zheng Yunlan reported the progress to Lin Xiao. For Chunhyang Palace, they accepted the compensation, but the amount was very controversial. The ceding of territory was something they had not yet figured out. Originally, the territory in the north of Chen State was divided up by Chunhyang Palace. Naturally, not everyone was willing to give up the benefits. The most difficult thing for Chunhyang Palace to accept was the sanctions against the Lu family. Chunhyang Palace and even the entire Lu state could be said to have been established by the Lu family. A long time ago, Lu state was still a wilderness. It was the ancestors of the Lu family who came here to open up wasteland, hunt monsters, occupy Lingshan, and breed mortals. Later, the stall became bigger and the restrictions of the family were too great, so they established Chunhyang Palace. Only then did they gradually expand the Chunhyang Palace, absorb vassal forces, and establish the Lu Kingdom. After a long period of development, they had the territory of the 13 states of the Lu Kingdom. It can be said that the mortals of the Lu Kingdom have become accustomed to the leadership of the Lu family. This has been the case for dozens of generations, even for the monks. Sanctioning the Lu family is extremely stressful. If sanctions cannot be imposed, then split them up. Yunlong, you should know that families have their disadvantages, but they also have their advantages, especially a family with high cohesion, which is very scary. Their elders would rather tighten their belts and go hungry than cultivate their own outstanding descendants. With the population base of the Lu family, as long as it is not a disaster of genocide, it will not take many years to recover. As long as a few geniuses appear, they can lead the family to glory. But if they are glorious, what should we do? This is related to the interests of the entire Wu country, and we must not relax at all. Master Lin, I know that, as long as the Lu family does not fall, the Chunhyang Palace will not fall. As long as the Chunhyang Palace does not fall, the Lu country will not fall. Even if we have to negotiate for a year, we cannot withdraw this condition. That's right, don't be afraid of taking too long. The longer the time, the greater our advantage. Drag it out as much as possible. Understood, Master Lin. By the way, the other 5 families of the Lu country also have selfish motives and want to meet with you. Do you want to meet them? I won't meet them. You come to meet them. You should know how to operate. I know. Zheng Yunlan replied that if they could deal with the other 5 families, 1/3 of Lu state's power would be gone, which would be of great significance to Wu state. In the following days, the two countries' delegations continued to clash at the negotiation table. The rest of the terms had been agreed upon, but they were still arguing over sanctions against the Lu family, the amount of compensation, and the cession of territory. The amount of compensation was raised from 500 million Zuan crystals at the beginning to 270 million, which was almost what Wu Jiuo expected. The ceded territory was also agreed upon, but the ownership of the specific spiritual mountain was still being disputed. There were many high-level spiritual mountains in the Qingqing Valley area, and each spiritual mountain involved countless interests. The delegations of Kangou and Shai and Shigou made no progress in Yujing City, which forced Wu Muiyang and Yun Shaoyang to come to Yujing City in person, to prevent the interests of the two countries from being sold out by Lu Jiuo. It was no wonder that the two countries were so worried. Lu Yan, the old fox, was really capable of doing such a thing. If the two countries suddenly formed an alliance and attacked their territory, they would not be able to stop it at all. The arrival of Wu Muiyang and Yun Shaoyang accelerated the negotiation between the two countries. Finally, after more than half a month, the negotiation, which lasted for 20 days, was concluded. The state of Lu formally surrendered to the state of Wu, acknowledging the existence of the state of Wu and admitting defeat. The two sides drew a clear line, withdrew the army on the border, and left only a small number of troops. As for the remaining 5 states and counties among the 13 states of the state of Lu, they were given 1 year to decide whether to belong to the state of Lu or the state of Wu. After the decision, there was no chance to regret. As for the conditions such as trade, there was no difficulty. Both parties promised to guarantee the safety of each other's business, treat each other equally, and not make things difficult. The Tiansheng Sect even restored the qualification of the state of Lu to participate in the auction of Daojin. The focus was on the amount of compensation for losses, as well as the terms of ceding territory and sanctioning the Lu family. The amount of compensation was finally discussed at 220 million Zuan crystals. After the negotiation, 20 million was paid first, and the remaining 200 million was paid off in 400 years, 500,000 per year, without interest. However, once the state of Lu stopped paying, it would be regarded as a provocation, and the state of Wu would launch a war to claim compensation. At the same time, the state of Lu ceded half of the territory originally occupied in the north of the state of Chen, which was about 3,000 miles in radius. There were 2 4th-level sacred mountains, 3 3rd-level sacred mountains, and 1 or 2 1st and 2nd-level sacred mountains. These sacred mountains were not enough for the state of Wu to divide, so the top 5 sects in the state of Wu each sent 500 people to station in this area, and there were also some business personnel. The output was used to support these 2,000 people, and the rest, together with the 500,000 compensation, was divided among the state of Lu. The next thing was the sanctions against the Lu family. The Lu family could continue to serve as the royal family of the state of Lu, but it had to be split into 7 parts within this range. 1 million mortals under the rule of the Lu family moved out, and the state of Wu didn't care whether the Lu family members in the remaining 6 parts would listen to Lu Yan's words. However, the people of the state of Wu knew that once the family was divided, there would definitely be a gap with the Lu family after 1 or 2 generations. At the end of the negotiations, only a few people were left in the Wu delegation, and the rest withdrew back to the Wu territory. The Shi and Qiankang countries also left. The 4 countries restored peace, avoided the danger of war, and the Wu country no longer targeted the Lu country. Chapter 343, No Eternal Peace. As soon as the Lu kingdom surrendered, the Kang kingdom and the Shi and Qi kingdom followed closely and soon reached a peace agreement with the Wu kingdom. These 2 countries had no deep hatred with the Wu kingdom, so naturally there was no need for any harsh conditions. It was almost an equal peace. In this way, the 4 countries were temporarily at peace, and the war in the southwest of the entire South continent stopped. This made many casual cultivators applaud, because this peaceful environment was more conducive to their livelihood. The cultivators and mortals of the Lu kingdom were also very happy, because they were free from the harm of war, and they did not have to worry about dying on the battlefield due to the invasion of the Wu kingdom. Most people could live in peace. The Wu kingdom was also very happy, because they did not have to launch a cruel annexation war, and they could gain benefits without fighting on the battlefield, and they could become proud people of the Wu kingdom. The Kang kingdom and the Shi and Qi kingdom were also very happy, because they did not have to engage in a long-term arms race, because of the threat of the Wu kingdom, and a large amount of resources were consumed in it. They could have time to cultivate more outstanding disciples, and develop with peace of mind. It seemed that peace satisfied everyone. Even the few conspirators and ambitious people were not satisfied, but they were powerless to stop this trend. 1 year after the negotiation, the 5 states abandoned by the Lu state completely surrendered to the Wu state and became its territory. They could see clearly that compared to the already corrupt Lu state, the young Wu state was more beneficial to them, so they naturally knew how to choose. Therefore, the 5 states and counties became the 5 roads of the Wu state. The administrative divisions of the Wu state already had 12 roads, and the territory of the Wu state became the largest in the southwest of Nanzhou, with a radius of more than 13,000 miles. However, the sense of belonging to the Wu state was still very low for the 5 states and counties that had just been incorporated. In fact, the previous Xiaonan state system had not really incorporated them. It would take at least several decades or hundreds of years. The mortal administrative system did not have any mandatory requirements for them, but only gave them a template and let them manage it themselves. As for the results, no one cared. In fact, the mortal administrative system of the entire Wu state was only truly established in Zilidao, because only the Tiansheng Sect really invested huge manpower and material resources to build it. As for the other states and counties, they were either half-baked or in name only. Many of the rules mentioned when the country was founded were not truly implemented. Lin Xiao still didn't care about this. There were too many interests involved. Even the Tiansheng Sect couldn't really force them to execute it. So Lin Xiao was going to slowly induce them to correct themselves, because Zili Road had already shown enough benefits. When Zili Road was first established, there were less than 5 million mortals. After decades of management by the Tiansheng Sect, the population has increased significantly. Now it has exceeded 6 million people. It has increased by more than 1 million in a few decades. This is a number that could have increased in almost 100 years before. With more mortals, the number of immortals born has naturally increased. In Zili Road alone, the Tiansheng Sect can add more than 600 children with spiritual roots every year. Today, the number of Tiansheng Sect disciples has exceeded 20,000. Even after deducting various factors such as death in battle, sitting in meditation, and accidental disappearance, it can increase by more than 300 people every year. With so many new disciples entering, the number of disciples with excellent spiritual roots is also much higher. Every year, there will be some disciples with superior spiritual roots, and even occasionally disciples with top-grade spiritual roots. Now there are already 3 people with top-grade spiritual roots in the sect. These 3 people were all trained by the sect, and their cultivation speed was very fast. This also put a lot of pressure on many people in the sect. After all, they knew that there would be more and more disciples with high-quality spiritual roots in the future. If they stopped working hard, they would suffer a lot in terms of resource allocation. After the negotiation, Lin Xiao went into seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 10 years. When he came out of seclusion, Lin Xiao had already reached the 3rd level of spiritual light. This level of cultivation took Lin Xiao more than 30 years and was delayed by various things. Lin Xiao even had the idea of rejecting the position of the head of the sect and was at ease being his ancestor, giving up all the chores, but after consulting the system, he found that it was not possible. The system did not give a reason, so Lin Xiao did not do it. In the 2nd year, after coming out of seclusion, the Dao fruit tree matured. Of the 3 Dao fruits, only one was sent to Beiyu City for Li Muxu to refine Dao Jidan, and the other 2 were refined by Basic C. This time Basic C did not disappoint Lin Xiao. 2 furnaces of Dao Jidan refined a total of 11 pills, and the level of alchemy improved a lot. As for Li Muxu, she offered 8 crystals, but this time Lin Xiao did not disclose the number. Except for the 1 crystal that Li Muxu took, all the other 8 crystals were supplied to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had more than 20 Dao Gang monks, but this amount of strength was still not enough for the increasingly large business. They also had 30 to 50 Dao Gang monks in the periphery. If Yi Xiao was not strong enough, it would be easy for them to become the host. The auction in Gangming City was as successful as ever. More and more people participated. The permanent population of Gangming City was also increasing, and it had exceeded the 30,000 population mark. Everything was so safe. The sect had obtained a large amount of Zuan crystals. There had been no war for decades, and the sect had accumulated a lot of savings. Lin Xiao began to exchange for merit points in the sect. Decades ago, Lin Xiao's merit points exceeded 50 million. In the past few decades, Lin Xiao did not even receive monthly salary, and he was accumulating all of them. His merit points were almost reaching 70 million. Therefore, Lin Xiao had to put some pressure on the sect. He exchanged 5 million Zuan crystals this year, and told Li Yiwen that he would exchange more than 500,000 Zuan crystals every year until all the merit points of the sect were exchanged. The sect had to be prepared. And it was not only Lin Xiao's. The sect owed Li Muxu more than 20 million merit points, and Basic C was almost 10 million. The sect owed these 3 people, and had to start paying them back. Especially Basic C. She was ready to break through the spiritual light, but the treasure for this breakthrough was still difficult to find, and the sect had to contribute, which was very difficult. Now among the more than 20 Dao Gang cultivators in the sect, 5 people have reached the 12th level of Dao Gang. Among these 5 people, Basic C and Yunanyu have been polishing and settling for some years. It is hard to say when they will be able to complete it, but it will definitely not be long. Back then, Lin Xiao and Li Muxu only spent 10 years to polish and accumulate. However, Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were evaldoers, so they could not be treated at a normal speed. Basixi and Yinanai would probably need 20 or 30 years to do it. They also had to spend that much time, otherwise the consequences would be serious. For example, Lingning, she didn't even spend 10 years to polish and accumulate, but she had already paid a heavy price for it. That is, her foundation was insufficient and her potential was exhausted. After decades, she was still at the first level of spiritual light. According to Lingning herself, she could not even reach the 12th level of spiritual light in her lifetime, let alone impact the Shengsu period. Lin Xiao knew that Lingning had suffered this loss, so naturally he would not let them suffer again, so he told them not to be anxious and to be patient. They were not old and there was still plenty of time. In the entire Tiansheng Sect, after the 30 old, weak, sick and disabled people who stayed behind in those years passed away, Lin Xiao was the oldest, followed by Basixi and Basichan who were a few years younger than Lin Xiao, and then Zhu Zongsheng and Li Mingyang. But even so, they were not yet 300 years old, which was still a long way from the 500-year lifespan limit for Daogang cultivators. On the contrary, Lin Xiao didn't know where to get Ling Mingdan for them. In the Daojidan, Lin Xiao set a very bad precedent by using the system to exchange Daojidan for them. As a result, the later disciples refused to break through without Daojidan for a period of time, and some even hated Lin Xiao because of this. If Lin Xiao hadn't taken out the Dao fruit tree to make up for it, it would probably be a big trouble. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Xiao would not exchange Ling Mingdan from the system again. Lin Xiao couldn't afford it. One Ling Mingdan cost 30,000 points. There will be more and more spiritual monks in the Tiansheng Sect in the future. How can he afford it? The rest of the points expenditure is also getting bigger and bigger. In the past, Lin Xiao only needed a few thousand points, but now after a war, it costs hundreds of thousands of points. Even if it is the pills for Lin Xiao's own cultivation, it costs more than 20,000 a year, and there are also 5th level magic tools. So Lin Xiao planned to let Li Muxu refine Ling Mingdan. Ling Mingdan is still a 5th level pill. If Li Muxu is given a lot of support, she can still continue to improve her alchemy skills. Lin Xiao was actually collecting the materials for the Lingming pill silently. The Lingming pill required more than 300 materials in total, most of which were relatively easy to find and available on the market. Only 3 main medicines were relatively precious. The most difficult one was the true spirit grass, which was a 5th grade top grade spiritual grass with harsh growing conditions and took nearly 2,000 years to mature. In the Tiansheng Sect's spiritual medicine garden, Lin Xiao used system means to continuously compress the maturation time, and it took more than 300 years. After the last system upgrade, Lin Xiao exchanged 3 seedlings and planted them, and now it has only been less than 100 years. After that, when he had more points, Lin Xiao exchanged dozens more, but that would take even longer. The true spirit grass was different from the Dao fruit tree. One was a grass that would disappear after being pulled out after maturity, while the other was a tree that bore fruit. After the fruit was picked, it would mature in a few decades. Therefore, the major sects in Zhongzhou have set aside a 5th order spiritual mountain to plant spiritual herbs in a step manner. As long as they survive the first one, they can form a cycle, and one can mature every few decades or centuries to ensure the supply of Lingming pills. Unfortunately, Tiansheng Sect does not have this foundation. Of course, Lin Xiao can also exchange mature spiritual herbs from the system, but this will be meaningless for the development of the sect. This abnormal development is very harmful to the sect. Once Lin Xiao goes out for decades and does not come back, the entire sect will collapse, which is what Lin Xiao does not want to see. So how to get Lingming pills has become a difficult problem for Lin Xiao. Li Muxu is not here, so Lin Xiao has to find Basixi and Yinanai to discuss it. Chapter 344. The journey is difficult. Lin Xiao called the 2 of them over, and also called Li Yiwen. The 3 of them sat down in Lin Xiao's cave. Lin Xiao gave Basixi the recipe for the Lingming pill to look at. Master, is this the recipe for the Lingming pill? Yes, that's right. This is a huge treasure. Where did the master get it from? I got it from Zhongzhou. This recipe for the Lingming pill is the best one. In fact, there are many recipes for breaking levels, including the Daoji pill, at least dozens of them. Except for the main medicine, the rest will be replaced, but basically unchanged. The recipe for the Lingming pill is not a secret in Zhongzhou, and is easy to buy. I understand. It should be that the 3 main medicines are monopolized by someone, or the most precious Zenling grass. Basics, he said it well. Anyone who has traveled to Zhongzhou and observed the world of immortal cultivation in Zhongzhou knows that in Zhongzhou, many higher level recipes have actually flowed out, but for small forces and independent cultivators, it doesn't matter whether they have them or not, because the key resources are in the hands of the big forces. Take the Zenling grass for example. The growing conditions are harsh. The 5th level Lingshan has a maturity period of nearly 2000 years. These 2 points are enough to exclude more than 80% of the forces. Moreover, the true spirit grass is a spiritual grass. When it matures, it will be gone after it is picked. If you want to form a scale, it is best to use an entire 5th level spiritual mountain to plant it. Even in Zhongzhou, how many people can afford this spiritual mountain? If you simply plant 1 or 2 trees, you can't form a scale, and you can only use it for yourself, and you can't impact the market. This has formed a monopoly, making the price of the true spirit grass high. The real price of a set of Lingming pills should be around 3 million Zuan crystals, but in fact, you don't have to think about buying a set of Lingming pills for less than 8 million Zuan crystals. It's normal to exceed 10 million. If you use a 6th level alchemist to refine it, you can produce at least 3 or 5 pills at a time. According to the market price, it is worth 30 to 50 million Zuan crystals. The major sects use this to reap the wealth of small forces and scattered cultivators. Lin Xiao said lightly, the cultivation world in Zhongzhou seems to be very fair, but it is actually more cruel. The big forces control the level breaking pills of various levels, which is enough to reap the wealth of small forces. Then what the sect leader means is, I can't get Lingming pill for now, so you have to replan your breakthrough. There are more than just Lingming pills to break through the spiritual light. Other treasures can also be used, but the probability of breakthrough will be smaller and the risk is relatively large. You'd better be mentally prepared for this. Sect leader, I thought it was something else. How can we be a 100% safe cultivator if we don't dare to take this little danger? What kind of cultivator are we? Life and death are determined by fate. How can we blame the sect leader? I'm glad you think so, but after all, you have been following me for 200 years. There are fewer and fewer acquaintances around me. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I really don't want you to get into trouble, so we must plan carefully. In addition to Lingming pills, the best way to break through the spiritual light is the fruit of the Zenling fruit tree. Although the Zenling grass and the Zenling fruit are only one word different, they are completely different. It seems that you know the difference, so I won't waste my words. In short, the financial resources accumulated by the sect are still sufficient, so I will use part of it to support you in becoming spiritual light cultivators. Basics' merit points are already enough. Yinanayu has to work hard. Ahem. Master, I've also started to save merit points. My cultivation has reached the peak now, and I don't need to spend anything. Then you save slowly, and don't forget, you still have a large group of brothers. Yes, Master is right. I can borrow from them first, and they dare not lend me. The merit points of Arking, Tyruxin and the others will be enough. You, forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. To break through the spiritual light resources, the sect needs to unite and strive for it. The sect has financial resources, but lacks channels, so Yinanayu has to work harder. I have supported you so much over the years, and now it's time to repay the sect. Master, don't worry, Yizawa will never forget that our work has actually entered a bottleneck stage, and we need more powerful forces. You guys make the specific plan, and then it will be handed over to Chief Li Yiwen. How many Zuan crystals can the sect take out to deal with this matter now? If it's needed within 2 or 3 years, it will be at most 8 million Zuan crystals. If the time can be dragged out, I'm not sure, but there is no problem in increasing it by 500,000 Zuan crystals a year. It should take me about 20 years before I can go into seclusion. I'm about the same as Senior Sister Bei. 20 years is enough. I started to polish and settle 7 years ago. 20 years added up to less than 20 million, which may not be enough for 2 people. Master, don't worry, I won't waste time these years. I can make hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals a year by refining pills, which is enough. I can do it too. Yi Nanayu, when will you learn to make pills? I know that, well, I can't make pills, but that doesn't mean I can't make money, right, master? If you dare to stop doing your job and make extra money, I will twist your head off and feed it to the dogs. No, what I'm doing is legal and reasonable. Then tell me, how do you make money? Hey, master, do you remember what you said in your lecture to the people of Sehe Trading Company? Information is very valuable. Now my people are all over the place, and business information is also being collected. A lot of it is not useful to Beicheng Trading Company, so we can't waste it, right? So you buy and sell this business information? Master, this doesn't count as a violation, does it? No, but remember, don't mess up the business, or I won't forgive you. Lin Xiao glared. This is also considered a talent. Yi Xiao already has a great ability to produce on his own. In fact, this is a dangerous move. Without Lin Xiao's pressure, they can survive well, even if they leave the Tiansheng Sect and become a powerful force. Therefore, Yi Nanayu's position is very important. Of course, Lin Xiao is still there, so it goes without saying that there will be no problems. I dare not. I will definitely not delay major events. Okay, let's continue. The sect's General Affairs Hall, Beicheng Commercial House. Yi Xiao, start searching for treasures that can break through the spiritual light. This is one point, and the other is our ability to be self-sufficient, such as the Dao fruit tree. It is easier to get the seeds or seedlings of the true spirit grass, and I will be responsible for it. Therefore, the sect must set aside a sacred mountain and upgrade it to the 5th level as much as possible, and then prepare for the large-scale planting of true spiritual grass. Master, then let's go to Xianyang Mountain. Apart from the mountain gate, the best spiritual veins are those of Beiwu Mountain and Gangming City, but these 2 cannot be moved. The only one that is close is Xianyang Mountain, which is only a few hundred miles away from the mountain gate and can be reached in the blink of an eye. It is also much easier to defend. Okay, then you can come up with a plan to free up the things on Xianyang Mountain now and prepare the spiritual plants, at least the 4th level. It's a pity that Wang Xiaoxi didn't break through to Daogang that year. After Muzu left, there was no one to inherit the spiritual plant husband position, which really disappointed me. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, the spiritual plant husband is very important to the sect. A skilled spiritual plant husband can save the sect countless black crystals, but the profession of spiritual plant husband is very disadvantageous for individual cultivators, and the means of making money are very low. Therefore, many people will not choose this, even if they have high qualifications as spiritual plant husbands, but will learn skills such as alchemy. Low-level spiritual plant husbands can still be filled by those disciples with poor qualifications, but now the level of spiritual medicines planted is getting higher and higher, and they are simply not qualified. Master, the income of spiritual plant husbands is too low. I have increased the salary of spiritual plant husbands many times, but still no one is willing to come. Is there no other way? Master, you also know that, although I'm the head of the General Affairs Hall, I'm after all a purple mansion cultivator. For ordinary small matters, those ancestors are willing to give me some face, but this matter involves their own path. How can they really listen to me? That's true. Yiwen, can you spare some time to practice? I will find a way to push you to the Daogang period. Zhu Zongsheng has the aptitude of low-grade spiritual roots, and you also have the aptitude of low-grade spiritual roots. It doesn't make sense that he can do it, but you can't. Ahem. Uncle Zhu Zongsheng is a well-known formation fanatic. The great way of formation is also a kind of heavenly way. How can I compare with him? Besides, there are so many things going on in the sect now, alas, Li Yewen said with a wry smile. Zhu Zongsheng was already a legend in the sect and even in the Wu Kingdom. He broke through to the Daogang period with the aptitude of low-grade spiritual roots. For other sects, it was completely impossible, and there were many people with high-grade spiritual roots who could not do it. Don't make so many excuses. I heard that there are people in Zhongzhou who have broken through to the Shengsu realm with ordinary spiritual roots. With great perseverance, great opportunity and comprehension, it is not impossible. Master, there is no need to comfort me. It takes tens of millions to produce such a person. How can I be so worthy of the translation? Forget it, you don't even want to work hard. I don't bother to talk to you. Think about it yourself. You are still young and have a chance. It will be too late to regret when you are 170 or 180 years old and your lifespan is running out. As for your right to speak, I will find a way to strengthen it. In the future, there will be more and more Daogang Lingguan cultivators. If I'm not here, you will not be able to command them, which will be a disaster. We must come up with a solution. Lin Xiao nodded. This is also a hidden danger. Li Muxu is destined not to stay in the sect for a long time. Her stage lies in the entire cultivation world, and Lin Xiao's heart is getting wilder and wilder. He always runs outside. Without Lin Xiao's suppression, if the other Lingguan cultivators cannot be commanded, it will be very disadvantageous for the sect. Master, I have an idea. Say, Law Enforcement Hall. Before, the Law Enforcement Hall and the Qinglian Hall merged. In fact, the power was not strengthened, but weakened. The chief elder does not have reliable power, so others will naturally be dissatisfied. The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall is on par with the chief elder. Then he will be the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, or we can directly split the Law Enforcement Hall into internal and external. The external hall is for ordinary disciples, and the internal hall is for Daogang or middle and higher level management in the sect, and reliable personnel will be in charge. Let me think about it. What you said is not appropriate for the time being. Lin Xiao shook his head. The chief elder did need to have some power in his hands, but he could not dismantle the stage of the Law Enforcement Hall. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Yuan Roan's Request. Tiansheng Sect is a new sect. The organization structure of the sect has always been designed by Lin Xiao himself. Before, it was basically modified every few decades to adapt to the rapid development of the sect. However, after the establishment of the Qinglian Hall, the general framework is not easy to change easily because it is not like the initial stage. At this time, there are actually multiple mountaintops in the sect. Although the power of these mountaintops is very weak, Lin Xiao can easily suppress them, but for the long-term development of the sect, especially for the unity, when Lin Xiao is not there, it is still not possible to make any changes at will. Therefore, the basic institutions in the sect cannot be changed. The authority of the Law Enforcement Hall is already great enough, and the power cannot be increased. Otherwise, it will lead to an imbalance of power. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao finally decided to increase the power in various institutions in the sect in a dispersed manner. For example, the new Disciple Academy used to be held by low-level disciples. Now Lin Xiao has to add a dean, who must be a cultivator at least at the 10th level of the Purple Mansion, preferably a Daogang cultivator, and give him generous treatment, and the appointment power is handed over to the General Affairs Hall. In addition, the Spiritual Medicine Garden, the Sutra Library, and the sect's treasure house all received additional personnel under the pretext of strengthening defense. These personnel must obey the sect's orders when necessary, and strengthen the power of the chief elder in accordance with the sect's rules. Of course, if Lin Xiao is not there, he must be ranked according to his cultivation level, and share power with Li Yiwen. After these measures, Li Yiwen has already gained considerable power, and his status in the sect will rise again, especially under the premise that the appointment of the chief elder is in Lin Xiao's hands. Once Lin Xiao leaves, Li Yiwen can take charge of the entire sect. After doing all this, Lin Xiao sent a message to each Daogang cultivator, asking if anyone is interested in the spiritual plant husband, and the sect will increase the salary again. However, after a month, no one responded, which disappointed Lin Xiao, but he could do nothing about it. After all, the income of the spiritual plant husband is indeed too low, and the capital recovery time is very long. It is normal that no one comes. But you can't let Lin Xiao do it alone. Lin Xiao already has multiple duties and masters multiple skills. If there is another spiritual plant master, his time for cultivation will be really delayed. So Lin Xiao is going to slowly look for one. Since the Daogang cultivator is unwilling, he will look for one among the low-level disciples. He doesn't believe that no one will be willing to learn the long-standing skill of the spiritual plant master. Half a year later, Lin Xiao picked 3 people from the low-level disciples and specifically found someone to teach them the inheritance of the spiritual plant master. The 3 of them had no background and were above average in qualifications and were willing to give it a try. However, unexpectedly, a few months later, Yuan Royan, who went to Uyghur to take charge, was transferred back to the sect. After knowing this, he took the initiative to apply to go to the spiritual medicine garden. Royan, why do you want to go to the spiritual medicine garden? Lin Xiao was very surprised by this. Yuan Royan had Lin Xiao as his master, and his path was still very smooth. Of course it's to help master solve his problems. Tell me, how do you solve his problems? Master, we have known for these years that there is a big secret in the spiritual medicine garden. Ever since Wang Xiaoxi passed away, the other Daogang cultivators dared not take over for this reason. After all, they are not master's direct confidants. I seem to treat my disciples equally. Are the sects and factions so complicated? Master, you are a person with lofty ambitions. You are eyeing the major events of the entire sect and the entire world of immortal cultivation. We don't have such a broad vision and prospects. It's the same in the sect. Now everyone in the sect knows that the eldest sister is your first confidant, followed by Master Li and Elder Yi. The third batch is us disciples, and then it is the turn of several people from the Bei family, and then it is the turn of ordinary disciples. You are not partial, but they don't think so, Yuan Royan replied. Where there are people, there is the world, and the same is true for the sect. Although Lin Xiao is relatively fair, in the eyes of the disciples, there is always a difference between relatives. Li Muxu is naturally the most trusted confidant. Lin Xiao's love for Li Muxu is obvious to all. Li Muxu herself is also very hardworking. Not only is her strength second only to Lin Xiao, but her alchemy skills are also the best. Yina Nai and Li Yiwen, one in charge of general affairs and the other in charge of the sect's secret department, are Lin Xiao's absolute confidants. Next are Yuan Royan and his disciples. Although the Bei family members use them, they are not as close as before. I don't know what's going on in all of your heads, Master. Human hearts are hard to predict, especially now that you leave the sect from time to time. You can no longer take root among the lower level cultivators like before. How many disciples have never even seen you? They have only met other people since they started practicing, so naturally they can't be kind to you. You can't think of these words. Just say it. I'll tell you what. Master can't say it either. Elder Yi Nanayu, what does he want to do? Master, don't blame Elder Yi, he means well. Elder Yi controls the night owl, so he dare not interfere in the sect's internal affairs, but he also sees that the stronger the sect, the more factions there will be. I'm your apprentice, and I'm also from the sect leader's faction. Of course, he has to help increase the strength of our faction. As long as we're strong enough, we are not afraid of other factions causing trouble. The spiritual medicine garden is extremely important in the sect, especially since Master has been seeking self-sufficiency in strategic materials for the sect. In the future, the spiritual medicine garden must be controlled by us, and must not be taken over by other factions, so disciples have to stand up. Forget it, I don't know what to say to you. Then Royan, are you interested in the spiritual plant husband? I don't understand. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are interested or not. I'm in charge of the spiritual medicine garden. As long as I can be fair and promote talents, it is enough. This is what the superiors should do. Master, you said this to me, Yuan Royan replied. Lin Xiao is not omnipotent, so she doesn't have to be a good spiritual plant husband. It is enough to know how to manage. Let the people below do the specific things. You're right, then it's as you wish. I will approve a note for you. You go to the Sutra Pavilion to exchange for the inheritance of the spiritual plant husband. Now there is the inheritance of the 5th level spiritual plant husband. I don't care how you operate later. I only have one request. Do things well. Master, don't worry. I will never dare to let you down. How is your cultivation? I just broke through to the 8th level of Daogang last year. It may take 15 years to reach the 9th level. Yuan Royan replied. She and Jia Mengren pulled their merit points for Yu Xiangxiang. So it has been 40 years since I broke through to Daogang. Yu Xiangxiang also gave them a lot of compensation afterwards. However, she and Jia Mengren are not as good as Lin Xiao and Li Muxu. It takes them more than 10 years to improve their cultivation by one level. Compared with others, this speed is not slow, but it is better to proceed step by step. Take it easy. You are actually very young. In the big sects of the two great countries, Qi and Qin, the core disciples are just at the same level as you, so don't be greedy for success and rush into things recklessly. As for resources, you don't have to worry about it. We have Master to support us, so how can we be afraid? Besides, the treasure to break through the spiritual light has not been found yet. We may be able to benefit from it when we break through the spiritual light 100 years later. That's about it. Master will not treat you unfairly. When I'm gone in the future, you should get more contact with Yi Nanayu and Li Yiwen. They are one inside and one outside, and with you here, I feel at ease about the sect. Master is leaving again. Yes, Basixi and the others are about to break through, and we must find treasures for them. No matter what you think, in my heart, there is no distinction between mountaintops and factions. You are all disciples of my Tiansheng Sect. Since Basixi and the others have come to this point, we must support them again. As for Baichengxi, forget it. Let's not talk about the past. Lin Xiao shook his head. When Baichengxi brought Basixi and the others to join the sect, it actually helped Lin Xiao a lot. Back then, Lin Xiao was just a cultivator of the condensed veins. Without their help, the sect would not be able to stabilize. Yuan Royan did not mention it again. She also knew that Lin Xiao was actually a very nostalgic and sentimental person. When those old people left one by one, Lin Xiao felt very uncomfortable, so he also supported their descendants. Li Fengyu's descendants did not have good cultivation qualifications, but under Lin Xiao's suggestion, they were all in a better position. Needless to say, the Zhang family, the second governor of Zili Road, is also a member of the Zhang family. With the benefits of these 60 years, the Zhang family can get a lot of development, and Zhang Baosheng has always been valued by Lin Xiao, and even Li Yiwen dare not suppress him openly. After staying in the sect for another year, after seeing the true spirit grass planted one after another on Qianyang Mountain, Lin Xiao left the sect again, and went to Beiyu City again. In the past few years, since Lin Xiao left Beiyu City, Li Muxu has not encountered any difficulties, and Yi Jiuji has not seen through Lin Xiao's lies. The business of Beicheng Tower is getting better and better. The sect has transferred a 4th level alchemist over. He is very young, and cannot compete with Basixi for sect resources, so he was transferred to Beiyu City. Li Muxu specializes in 5th level elixirs, and most of the 4th level elixirs he received were refined by him, so his level has improved rapidly. Now Beicheng Tower has become a well-known high-end elixir shop in Beiyu City. Lin Xiao also put some of his own magic tools, talismans, and formations into Beiyu City for sale. Although the level of casual cultivation in Gangming City has been continuously improving, it has only stabilized at the Purple Mansion stage. The sale of 4th level treasures is still very difficult, which is related to the surrounding environment. Lin Xiao had almost used up the 4th and 5th level spiritual objects and materials worth tens of millions of black crystals that he had exchanged for the 7 souls bill. He had not yet broken through to the 5th level in making talismans and refining tools. He would have to invest a huge amount of resources to break through. So he came to Beiyu City to exchange for some treasures. After all, there were already a lot of black crystals in Lin Xiao's storage ring, and it would be a waste to pile them up there without using them. Lin Xiao's coming and going made Beicheng Tower more famous. Many big businesses knew that Lin Xiao was not short of money, and they were willing to trade with Beiyu City. Chapter 346. Difficulty in refining Lingming Pill. The refining of Lingming pills requires more than 300 materials, most of which are easy to find. The 3 main herbs are precious, and the most precious of these 3 herbs is the true spirit grass. Since Lin Xiao discussed with Beizixi and the others, Beicheng Tower has consciously purchased some of them in the past 2 years, and the sect's spiritual medicine garden has also begun to plant them. Muzu, with your current alchemy skills, what are the chances of refining the Lingming pill, even if only 1 pill comes out? Lingming pill is considered to be a very difficult 5th grade pill. I just broke through to the 5th grade middle grade alchemy not long ago, and the success rate is still very low. I'm afraid it will take a few more years to refine it. If 1 pill comes out, it won't be difficult, but overall it will still be a loss. I've learned about the price of the materials for the Lingming pill. The true spirit grass alone is no less than 5 million Zuan crystals, and it's often not available. You start to make money after 2 pills come out. Strategic resources like Lingming pills do not take into account their economic value. Even if there are more in the future, they can't be auctioned like Daoji pills. Only a few sects in the Wu Kingdom can support them a little. Lin Xiao shook his head. At the beginning, the sect was short of money, so they put Daoji pills up for auction. But it was different for Lingming pills. For a long time, the supply of true spirit grass would be insufficient, so it could not be auctioned. Master, you are so good to the other sects in Wu country. You are willing to support them with such things. Muzu, if Wu country wants to become strong, it can't rely on our Tiansheng Sect alone. It's just like Qi country. No matter how powerful their Tiansheng Sect is, without the support of sects like Lin Sect, can they have the status they have today? That's true. If the sects become stronger, our pressure will be much lighter. That's right. Of course, we can't support them in a short period of time. The Lingming pill is really a headache. Now Beizixi and Yinan, you are about to break through. Give me 20 years at most. Beizichan and the others only have about 30 years. They also need to break through. The pressure is a bit high. Master, actually you don't have to worry so much. Although the Lingming pill is important, have you ever seen a sect that can get the Lingming pill for all disciples? Except for the first class sects in Zhongzhou, no sect dares to guarantee it. Let them look for opportunities. This is not right. Tiansheng Sect is different from other sects. If we want to grow strong quickly, I, as the head of the sect, really have to take this responsibility. Don't forget that we still have a big enemy. Lin Xiao shook his head. He didn't forget about Ci Shen, the troublemaker. Decades ago, Beiman who sent news that Ci Shen, a Shengsu cultivator, came to Nanzhao to gain a foothold. Then Lin Xiao instructed Yu Xiao to pass the news to Qin's Xianyu sect. Xianyu sect sent people to kill him, but failed. Although they destroyed Ci Shen's headquarters in Nanzhao and cut off their hands again, Ci Shen was generally safe. What's more, Ci Shen still has a secret realm, which is an important condition for the system upgrade. Lin Xiao must find a way to take it down, so Lin Xiao must plan something. Okay, Master, you have the final say. Apart from providing financial resources, I'm afraid the Lingmingdan sect can't help much. Muxu, you have to help Master solve his problems. Master, what do you want to do? Nothing, it's still about alchemy. Do you think Beiyu City can get some true spirit grass? Yes. Really? I know that the top 10 sects in Qi, such as Lingjian Sect, Wanjing Palace, Beishan Sect, all grow true spirit grass. I don't know how many there are, but every 100 years or so, 1 or 2 true spirit grasses will mature in the sects. As long as Master can come up with a big enough treasure, we can definitely exchange them. How long will the auction in Beiyu City last? In the next 3 to 5 years. Qin has an auction once 100 years, and Qi also has one. Zuanshan Sect always takes Xianyu Sect as a benchmark, and doesn't play with sects like Lingjian Sect. But they won't miss this good opportunity to make a fortune in vain. In about 100 years, they will unite to organize auctions. By then, there will be a lot of good things. As long as there are enough treasures, we are not afraid that they won't take out the true spirit grass. Then I will stay in Beiyu City for a few more years. I must get a true spirit grass first. Then I will also reduce my cultivation time in the next few years, and strive to improve my alchemy skills. Li Muxu nodded. Lingming pill is very important to the sect. Li Xiao has to make some sacrifices and delay some cultivation time. Of course, a few years is nothing to Li Xiao. With her age and qualifications, it won't be a big problem. So Lin Xiao stayed in Beiyu City again. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to practice. In addition to practicing the purple light divine eye every day, he only took out 2 hours to meditate and practice. Most of the rest of the time was spent on making talismans. Lin Xiao has discovered that there are only a few 5th level alchemists in Beiyu City. For example, talisman makers and weapon refiners are extremely rare, no more than 3, and they are unable to work from time to time because it is not easy to collect various materials. Especially for the weapon refiners, the materials for the weapon refiners to refine the magic tools either come from various minerals or monster materials. There are very few other sources, except for a few spiritual wood materials, so the weapon refiners often fall into the situation of having no materials to refine. After all, the mineral veins that can produce 5th level materials are controlled by the big forces, and the 5th level monsters are very difficult to kill. Most of the 5th level monsters are the leaders of the monster clan, and there are countless monsters under their command. There are very few single monsters, and the races with 5th level monsters are often tens of thousands. If you want to hunt them, you need at least several spiritual monks and a large number of subordinates. However, if so many people are dispatched, it is easy to anger the Monster King. At that time, the Monster King will let the monsters of the Wisdom Clan and other monsters attack together, and it is easy to fall into siege, so there are very few materials for 5th level monsters. This is also the reason why Lin Xiao first made a custom talisman, because the material restrictions for making talismans are much less than those for refining. A bottle of blood essence of a 5th level monster can be used for a long time. Of course, the price of a talisman cannot be compared with that of a magic weapon. A 5th grade lower grade magic weapon, even the worst one, would cost close to 1,000-year-old black crystal. The price of a 5th grade upper grade talisman of 70 to 80 million is not a big news, and the price of a 5th grade lower grade talisman is only about 1 million. Lin Xiao is concentrating on breaking through the 5th grade lower grade talisman making level, which cannot be achieved overnight. On the Bei family side, Bei Zichen and Bei Zihe have almost sidelined the two brothers Bei Changming. Before the Tiansheng Sect incident, Bei Changming knew about the infiltration of Bei Zichen and the others, and was still trying his best to resist and sabotage their actions, but when the incident happened, the two gave up. Their mentality is similar to Liu Yan's. Lin Xiao can even destroy the Shengsu cultivators. In their eyes, he is an invincible myth. Didn't they see that their backer, the Tiansheng Sect, couldn't do anything to him? This force is even stronger than when the Bei family was at its peak, so Bei Changming and the others also think that letting the Bei family join the Tiansheng Sect is still a good way out. Of course, they are a vassal force of the Tiansheng Sect after all, and they dare not do too much to change their sects, so they chose to take advantage of the situation and fulfill the actions of Bei Zichen and the others. Now, in just a few years, the Bei family disciples who are close to the Tiansheng Sect have taken control of the Bei family and then relied on the Tiansheng Sect to restore their strength and are also carrying out internal reforms. These people inherited a huge part of the Bei family's property, including the Bei family's various connections, favors, channels, etc. With the help of these channels, Bei Zichen quickly expanded the industrial channels of the shop. Take white mist tea as an example. Now the Tiansheng Sect has millions of acres of ordinary white mist tea. The white mist tea that is not in the grade can collect 70 to 80 million kilograms every year. Through various self-sales and channels, about 4/5 can be sold every year. The rest is actually wasted. This matter involves the survival of hundreds of ordinary people. The Tiansheng Sect does not dare to destroy those tea gardens. Now, with the help of the Bei family's channels, the two of them will spread the business and sell out all the ordinary white mist tea at once. The sales of graded white mist tea and Tianling wine have also skyrocketed in the past few years. Tianling wine, which has been maintaining a similar output, has once again put increasing production on the agenda. Moreover, with the background of the Bei family as an endorsement, the collection of spiritual water has become more convenient. Now several flying boats are running between Beiyu City and Wuguo. Every time the escort monks are hung with storage bags. It is fortunate that the Tiansheng Sect now has more Daogang monks, otherwise there will not be enough escorts. In the past few years, basically refined Daojin, except for 3 that were auctioned, the other 8 were exchanged by disciples. In the past few years, good news has been received. Now, 6 closed-door monks have achieved 4 Daogang monks. The success rate is really not low. 2 more will soon come out of the closed door. The number of Daogang monks in Tiansheng Sect has exceeded 30. Now Beiyu City has become the most important source of income for Tiansheng Sect. The business can earn more than 2 million zuanjing for the sect, and Li Muxu can also collect a large number of high-level spiritual objects. The practice of disciples in the sect is getting smoother and smoother, and their strength is growing very fast. In fact, there is more good news. After Lin Xiao's reputation soared, Beicheng merchants' business has become much better. The countries in the southwest of Nansao have to give some face, not only reducing difficulties, but also taking the initiative to show goodwill. Now even Wei State has begun to have the shadow of Beicheng merchants. With the sect doing well, the overall strength of the sect increased very fast. Not counting Night Owl, there were nearly 500 purple mansion cultivators in the sect. The strength of Tiansheng Sect alone had surpassed Chunayang Palace, Xiankang Sect and Bian Sect. The sects of Wu State of Danliang Sect also took advantage of the 100 city merchants to enter a fast-growing track. Xianansao and Beiansao, the 2 states that surrendered, also tasted the sweetness. The other 5 states were also eager to make a move, but Lin Xiao hadn't asked them to join yet, so he had to train them again. In this way, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the auction in Beiyu City also began. Lin Xiao prepared some treasures in exchange for some real spirit grass. Chapter 47 of Book 3, The Power of Life. The auctions in Beiyu City were also divided into different levels. Lin Xiao was naturally not satisfied with the auctions at the Lingguang level. It was obvious that Ling Jianmen did not send him the qualification token for the auction, so Lin Xiao had to go to the door to ask for it in person. Qi Mei and Sun Hongfu were quite helpless about Lin Xiao. Thinking of Lin Xiao's terrifying background, they felt very uncomfortable. Naturally, they did not dare to anger Lin Xiao because of such a small matter, so they let Lin Xiao get the qualification token smoothly and told Lin Xiao that the Shengsu level was rarely auctioned. The hundreds of millions of zuanjing did not mean much to the Shengsu cultivators. Instead, it would drain the activity funds of the sect, so most of them were bartered, but this was in line with Lin Xiao's wishes. Beiyu City held a grand auction, which brought more than 100,000 people to Beiyu City than usual. This was also a carnival day for major shops. Basically, the business of merchants was much better than usual. The same was true for Beicheng Tower and the business. A large number of Zifu, Daogang and Lingguan cultivators poured in, sweeping away the elixirs accumulated by Beicheng Tower for several years. Most of the monks would not miss this kind of auction. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu had personally participated in many auctions. The 2 of them swept through many venues with their rich wealth, which made other monks jealous. However, after knowing Lin Xiao's identity, no one dared to have any hostility towards them. After all, Lianayan sect had been dead for not many years, and the reputation of slaughtering Shengsu monks was still there. When the Shengsu monks trade fair started, Lin Xiao personally participated in it without bringing Li Muxu. However, when Lin Xiao went to the trade fair, he found that there were still many Lingguan monks there. Many Shengsu monks would bring 1 or 2 younger generations to see the market. Therefore, there were as many as 40 or 50 people at the trade fair of more than a dozen Shengsu monks. All the 10 major sects of Qi State were present, and even Zuanshan sect sent people. In addition, there were still many Shengsu monks in the medium-strength countries of Song State. Shengsu took turns to take out the treasures they wanted to trade and put forward their own requirements. They could bargain publicly or whisper and discuss privately. This is a 6th grade defensive magic weapon. In exchange for a 5th grade or higher spiritual medicine, it is worth about 100 million black crystals. This is what I obtained when I was traveling in Zizhou 300 years ago. You know the value of a 6,000-year-old crimson pearl grass. In exchange for a elixir to restore damaged meridians, or a precious medicine to strengthen the body, fellow Taoists, Who is willing to make the exchange? The treasures in the hands of the Shengsu cultivators were of extraordinary value. They were embarrassed to take out those worth less than 50 million black crystals. Listening to their transactions, Lin Xiao regretted more and more that he did not snatch the storage bag of Tiansheng Sect. The things inside were worth decades of income for Tiansheng Sect. It was a huge loss. Master Lin, it's your turn. I wonder what treasures Master Lin has for trading. My treasures are very good. Don't fight later. Fellow Daoist Key, please maintain order. Master Lin, don't worry. Not only is this building equipped with layers of 6th order killing arrays, but I have also brought out a treasure that can suppress even the most powerful cultivators. I can guarantee that no one dares to snatch Master Lin's treasures. Master Lin, don't hide anything at this time. Just take out any treasures you have. How can a group of elders like us snatch something from a junior like you? Well, everyone, have you heard of the 8 treasures pill? 8 treasures pill. What level of pill is this? No, fellow Daoist Chen, you are an alchemist, have you heard of it? It seems that I have some impression of it, but it's a bit unconventional, and I can't remember it for the moment. Master Lin, stop playing tricks and tell me. Okay, the 8 treasures pill is a 7th level longevity pill, and its efficacy is to extend life by 200 years. Of course, this is not fixed, and it depends on the body's absorption, but as long as the body is not broken, it will not be less than 180 years. Lin Xiao took out the 8 treasures pill, which is a rare exception in the system score mall. According to the system's judgment, it is only at the 5th level, but in reality, due to its rarity, it is judged as a 7th level treasure. According to the existing treasures in the score mall, in addition to the 8 treasures pill, Lin Xiao can only take out the 7 souls pill, and the 7 souls pill is a 6th level pill, which is more expensive and completely unnecessary. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, the entire trading meeting was silent. Lin Xiao was surprised at first. What was going on? No one wanted the 8 treasures pill. However, as everyone's eyes slowly turned red, all kinds of greedy auras continued to surge. Lin Xiao's heart sank, and he flipped his hand, and the Zuxan arrow was in his hand, and the mysterious energy poured into it crazily. Stop, what are you trying to do? Kimei shouted angrily, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Then a small golden bell appeared in his hand. Kimei and Sun Hongfu pressed their hands on the small bell, and the small bell suddenly swelled in the wind, exuding a terrifying momentum. We lost our composure. Please forgive us, Brother Qi. You'd better think it over. With the 6th level killing array and the treasure of my Tiansheng Sect, it's okay to keep you guys. The trade fair is a trade. Don't think about it. I dare not. I did lose my composure just now. Hey, Brother Qi, they should apologize to me, right? That's right. Master Lin, we are here to apologize. I wonder if you can explain the 8 treasures pill in detail. Of course you can. Lin Xiao was a little suspicious, but he quickly reacted. Fang Changdu was willing to exchange the 7 souls pill for this treasure, which shows the value of the 8 treasures pill. These Shengsu cultivators need the 8 treasure pills more than Changdu. The saying that the older you get, the more you fear death is sometimes not without reason. These people are Shengsu cultivators, and they enjoy a lifespan of 2000 years. But who would complain about long life? 2000 years is not enough for them to break through to the golden body realm. Speaking of this, mortals envy the free life and long lifespan of cultivators, but only cultivators know the suffering of cultivators, which is too urgent. An Ingmei cultivator has a lifespan of 100 years, and if he fails to break through to the Purple Palace, he will die. A Purple Palace cultivator has a lifespan of about 200 years. If he does not intensify his practice, he will also be a handful of yellow earth. Similarly, Daogang cultivators, Lingguan cultivators and even Shengsu cultivators are all the same. With their current cultivation, they will still want to reach the next realm, but there is not much time left for cultivators. For Zifu cultivation, those with good aptitude can break through a level in a few years, and for Daogang cultivation, those with outstanding aptitude can break through a level in 10 years or so. However, it is extremely difficult to break through a level in the Lingguang stage, because resources are already very scarce. Lin Xiao and Li Muxi can break through a level in more than 20 years, but one has sufficient elixirs to use, and the other has a terrifying talent. How can ordinary cultivators have such treatment? It is even worse when they reach the Shengsu stage. They often break through a level through hard training for 1 or 200 years. 2000 years of life is not enough, so the amount of lifespan is very important to them. They have no shortage of treasures that extend life, such as baking shenhe, but how long can it extend life? At most, it can only extend life for 30 years. Taking treasures of the same level will be useless. They must have more powerful treasures. However, there are not so many more powerful treasures. Even if there are, it is more valuable than strategic elixirs such as Lingmingdan. No one will sell it, which is also the reason why the value of Babaodan continues to rise. If a Shengsu cultivator can extend his life for 200 years, not counting the probability of breaking through the golden body, even if he sits in the sect, the benefits brought are no less than 100 million Zuanjing. If Zuanjing can really be used to extend life, they are willing to extend life for 3 to 5 years with 100 million. Master Lin, I'm Chen Zifeng, a 5th level upper grade alchemist. Can I check the Babaodan to confirm that what Master Lin said is true? Of course, thank you. Master Lin. Chen Zifeng nodded, then took the Babaodan thrown by Lin Xiao, checked it carefully, and then nodded to everyone, indicating that there was no problem. Master Lin, I wonder what price you will offer. A 7th level treasure that can extend one's life by 200 years will not be less than 70 million Zuan crystals, no matter where it is. Ingnanzhao, I dare not say whether Tiansheng Sect or Xianyu Sect has a better treasure than this, but I believe that no one, except Lin, is willing to trade it, so I will offer 80 million Zuan crystals to exchange for treasures of equal value. This is not excessive, right? Not excessive, not excessive at all. For a treasure like this, 80 million is already a low price. Even 100 million is worth it. Ahem, fellow Daoist Chen, I'm speaking objectively. The cost of the 8 treasures pill is naturally not that much, but the quantity is small. Think about it yourself. How much is the cost of the Lingming pill, and how much is it sold at the market price? Chen Zifeng replied that his price increase was naturally uncomfortable for people, but Chen Zifeng was right. Things are valuable because they are rare, and the quantity of 2nd and 3rd level pills is huge. You can't sell them at a high price no matter what. The real cost of Lingming pill is only 3 or 4 million Zuan crystals, and the raw materials are only tens of millions of Zuan crystals after the price increase. But a Lingming pill is worth tens of millions on the market. Where can you go to reason? It's up to you to take it or not. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people who do. Master Lin is too kind, so let's not talk about it. 80 million is 80 million. Master Lin, do you have any requirements for the treasures you want to exchange? Yes, Lingming pills, Zenling grass, Zenling fruit trees, and treasures that can improve spiritual veins must account for about 50%, and the rest must be offset by various spiritual objects and materials of the 4th and 5th ranks. The more treasures like Lingming pills you have, the greater the probability that you will be willing to exchange them. This, Master Lin, you. Several people looked at each other. If it was 80 million Zuan crystals, they could take it out in the blink of an eye. The annual income of these sects is also tens of millions of Zuan crystals, which is only a few years' profit. But Lingming pills, that's what they urgently need, and Zenling grass and other things are all strategic materials. Let me start by saying that I have all the 5th tier magic tools, talismans, formations, and elixirs. I don't need the 6th tier ones either, unless you have treasures like the Zeuxan arrow. Otherwise, I won't want any of them. I must get the Lingming pill and the Zenling grass. Master Lin, do you want to get some treasures for your disciples to break through the Lingguang period? That's right. The cultivators were no longer excited and began to think about whether it was a good deal or not. The scene suddenly became cold. Chapter 348, Personal Interests and Sect Interests. The atmosphere became cold, but Lin Xiao was not in a hurry because he knew that these people were thinking about whether to exchange the 8 treasures pill for such a high price. This was a consideration of personal interests and the interests of the sect. Lingming pills and Zenling grass were also strategic materials of the sect. Although their value was not as high as that of the 8 treasures pills, their functions were different. Lingming pills and Zenling grass could allow the sect to have more spiritual monks, and the number of spiritual monks was also the basis of Shengsu monks. Needless to say, the 8 treasures pills acted on themselves. This was a personal interest. In this consideration, personal interests and sect interests had already conflicted. How to choose became a difficult problem for them. These Shengsu monks were basically the leaders of a sect, and controlled the entire sect. The issues they considered could not be based on personal interests alone, but on the overall situation. So Lin Xiao knew at a glance that several young Shengsu monks had given up. It had not been long since they broke through the Shengsu, maybe only a few hundred years, and their lifespan was still about 1,000 years. For them, prolonging their lifespan was not the top priority. On the contrary, those old Shengsu monks were very conflicted. Their lifespan was not much, maybe 300 years, maybe 200 years, so the temptation of the 8 treasures pill to them was very great, so great that they considered whether to damage the interests of the sect. Brother, do you want to exchange the 8 treasures pill? Brother, I'm also conflicted. I only have nearly 400 years of lifespan. Although there are more than 20 Lingguan monks in the sect now, none of them has the confidence to break through the Shengsu. Once I die, you will be alone and helpless. Brother, let's exchange it. What can we do if our disciples are not motivated? We can still find a way to break through the Lingguan treasure from other places, but this 8 treasures pill is a rare opportunity. If we miss this time, Lin Xiao will not take it out next time, even if he has it. That's what I thought. Among the 16 Shengsu monks present, 7 have a lifespan of less than 500 years. I don't know what they think. I don't think Beishanman, Wanjing Palace, and Zuanshanman will make an offer easily. They have more than one Shengsu cultivator, and even if they pass away, they can still hold on for hundreds of years. As for the remaining 4, the sect can only rely on them. If no new Shengsu cultivator appears in the next few hundred years, it will become weak. Think about how powerful Wei was in the past, second only to our key state, but without Shengsu, it has now become a small country. Yeah, what we are most afraid of is that there are outstanding disciples in the sect, and it is already at the critical moment of breaking through the Shengsu. If there is no Shengsu to protect them, it will be very dangerous. Brother, look, the old ghost Chen Zifeng made the first offer. Damn old ghost Chen, he is a 5th rank top grade alchemist, and his wealth is much richer than ours. Maybe we can get him without the resources of the sect. Qi Mei shouted angrily, while communicating with Sun Hanfu. It has been thousands of years since Chen Zifeng broke through the Shengsu realm. His lifespan is less than 300 years, but he is the richest among the cultivators present. He was a 5th level alchemist hundreds of years ago. His savings over the past hundreds of years make him richer than anyone else. On the other side, Lin Xiao also received a message from Chen Zifeng. Chen Zifeng was willing to exchange 3 Lingming pills and 2 7th level pill recipes plus many other treasures. The sect to which Chen Zifeng belongs grows Zenling grass. With his alchemy skills, 1 furnace of Lingming pills can produce about 4 to 5 pills. Therefore, the cost price of Lingming pills was compressed by him to about 3 million Zuan crystals. For him, the price of the 8 treasure pills was extremely low. This is the advantage of an alchemist. As soon as Chen Zifeng made his move, the others also sent messages to Lin Xiao. Each of them offered a very high price. Some even offered a 5th grade high quality puppet beast. This was equivalent to a puppet beast of a cultivator above the 10th level of spiritual light. It was activated by black crystals, and would not be damaged for thousands of years. It was very suitable to be used as an heirloom. The value of this puppet beast alone was no less than 30 million black crystals. In addition, there were various precious spiritual materials, meteorites from outer space, high-level spiritual herbs, etc. There were even more. It can be said that Lin Xiao wanted all these things very much. These were urgently needed by the Tiansheng Sect, which had a weak foundation. Master Lin, do you want to hear my price? Fellow Daoist Qi, please tell me. 3 true spirit grasses and a formation plate that seals a 4th grade upper grade spirit vein. That's all? That's enough. 3 true spirit grasses are worth 20 million Zuan crystals and a formation plate that seals a 4th grade upper grade spirit vein. Priceless. Qi Mei's voice transmission seemed extremely confident. His price had hit the spot for Lin Xiao. Although Chen Zifeng offered 3 Lingming pills, 3 true spirit grasses were more valuable to Lin Xiao. He could ask a skilled alchemist to refine Lingming pills. It would not be surprising to get 7 or 8 of them. The 4th grade upper grade spirit vein was indeed priceless. It was not that the price could not be estimated, but that this treasure was even rarer than the 8 treasure pills, and would not be easily sold. After all, no one would dislike their own spirit veins being too high. Moreover, he knew that the Tiansheng Sect was founded not long ago, and had a weak foundation, so the level of the spiritual mountain was very important. If there was this array, the Tiansheng Sect could cultivate a 5th level spiritual mountain at any time. Lin Xiao was also calculating in his heart that it took more than 100 years, almost 200 years, for the spiritual vein of the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate to go from the 4th level upper grade to the 5th level lower grade. Every year, no less than 200,000 black crystals were buried in the spiritual vein acupoints, which was about 50 million black crystals. With the help of this 4th level upper grade spiritual vein, the spiritual vein level of Beiwu Mountain, Xianyang Mountain or Gangming City could be upgraded to the 5th level within a year, which could save more than 100 years. Master Lin, what have you thought about? Whose offer from us will you accept? Or does Master Lin have more than 1 8 treasure pill? Fellow Daoist Chen, stop joking. This 8 treasure pill was given by our elders. If our sect's foundation was not weak, how could we have put it up for auction? I do have 8 treasure pills left. 6 pills were produced in 1 furnace at the beginning. It's a pity that I only have 1. Are you interested in trading with our elders, Master Lin? I can act as a go-between. Ahem. Master Lin is joking. Chen Zifeng laughed dryly. The power behind Lin Xiao is extremely mysterious. If you dare to trade with them, you won't know how you died. Moreover, based on what happened last time at the Tiansheng Sect, the elders behind Lin Xiao would definitely not be lower than the 7th level. Master Lin, make a decision quickly. The trade fair isn't over yet. Yes, don't waste time. Okay, I've decided. I agree to trade with fellow Daoist Qi. Fellow Daoist Qi, when will the trade take place? Wait a moment. Qi Mei nodded, and then Sun Hongfu went out of the trade fair. In less than half an hour, Sun Hongfu came back, took out a storage bag, and threw it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao used his spiritual sense to check it, and after confirming that it was correct, he threw the 8 treasures pill to Qi Mei. After Qi Mei checked it once and confirmed that it was correct, she breathed a sigh of relief and put the 8 treasures pill away. The trade fair continued, and many people were looking at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao held the Yuxin arrow in his hand and kept rubbing it. Facing those eyes, he was not afraid. He had been ambushed by the Shengsu cultivator once, so he was not afraid again. The Yuxin arrow could be used twice. The trade fair continued, and Lin Xiao basically did not participate anymore. The Shengsu cultivator was actually beyond his realm. Lin Xiao did not have any 6th level treasures, and he could not afford to exchange them. Half a day later, the trade fair ended, and Lin Xiao left alone. He soon returned to the White City Tower, where Li Muxu and several other backbones were all present. Master, no need to say more, the goal has been achieved. I already have the mature true spirit grass in my hand. In the next few days, I will do my best to collect the remaining materials. I must collect all the materials for the Lingming pill, no less than 3 sets. Yes, Master. In addition, I will leave Beiyu City tomorrow. I don't know if anyone will ambush me on the road. If so, I will use the Yuxin arrow to deal with them. When I kill another Shengsu cultivator, you must immediately snatch his storage bag back. You suffered a big loss last time, Master. Don't worry, this time, I will do it myself. That's it. You all should disperse. Keep a low profile recently, and don't attract anyone's attention. Keep a close eye on Kingston. If anyone is against us, as long as it is not the Shengsu cultivator, fight back immediately and beat them back, Master. Don't worry, a lot of people have gathered at the Beiyu City station. As long as the Shengsu cultivator doesn't come out, we are not afraid of anyone. Okay, you guys be careful. Lin Xiao nodded, and the next morning, Lin Xiao set out from the gate of Beiyu City in broad daylight, holding a 5th grade top grade defensive shield in his hand, wearing a shining robe, and with a Yuxin arrow on his head ready to be launched, and then walked out of Beiyu City in full view of the public. Seeing Lin Xiao being so cautious, ordinary people naturally did not dare to sneak attack again, but Lin Xiao was not careless. He took half a month to prepare and flew directly to Xianyang Mountain. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took out the array disc that sealed the 4th grade top grade spiritual vein, asked all the cultivators on the mountain to leave, and then opened the acupoints of the spiritual vein, opened the seal of the array disc, and stuffed it in. Boom! With a loud noise, Xianyang Mountain began to shake. The mysterious energy began to surge wildly. The mountain continued to rise, and the boulders on the mountain continued to roll down. Several surrounding peaks were undergoing drastic geological changes. It was not until 3 days later that the shaking stopped, but the mysterious energy on the mountain was still extremely violent. Lin Xiao personally guarded it for 3 months. After the spiritual vein level reached the 5th level, he allowed many disciples to go up the mountain. Lin Xiao also took out a prepared 5th level formation and began to arrange the mountain protection formation of Xianyang Mountain. For Xianyang Mountain, Lin Xiao was very patient. He arranged the formation layer by layer. At the key point, he constantly superimposed various killing formations to enhance the formation defense. It took a year to go back and forth. At this time, the destroyed buildings on the mountain had been repaired. The sect sent 3 Dao gangs, 60 purple mansion monks, and 3,000 condensed meridians, and opened meridians to sit in charge. The status of Xianyang Mountain instantly surpassed Gangming City and Beiwu Mountain, and became the most important spiritual mountain of Tiansheng Sect except for the Mountain Gate. The mysterious energy on the mountain even exceeded that of the Mountain Gate, and it is still increasing now. It will take several years to wait until the 4th level upper grade spiritual vein is completely absorbed, and the time to upgrade to the 5th level middle grade has been shortened by decades. Chapter 349 Spiritual Medicine Base. Xianyang Mountain has achieved a 5th level spiritual vein. This is a very important matter. In the small countries in the southwest of Nansao, such as Kang, Lu, and Qianxi, there is basically only one 5th level spiritual vein. Because it is very difficult to upgrade the spiritual vein to the 5th level, it is not only costly, but also takes a long time. Not every sect is willing to pay such a high price like Tiansheng Sect. As long as the spiritual veins in the sect are enough for the disciples to practice, they will not invest resources in it on a large scale, because this involves a cost-effective issue. Investing in spiritual veins is a very long-term investment. Therefore, the matter of Tiansheng Sect has once again attracted the attention of many countries. They are secretly shocked by the growth of Tiansheng Sect's strength. A 5th level spiritual mountain can produce spiritual objects worth at least 1 or 2 million Zuan crystals every year. After the 5th level formation was set up, Lin Xiao asked people to transplant some spiritual medicines in the mountain gate, such as the true spiritual grass. The earliest true spiritual grass has been planted in the Mountain Gate Spiritual Medicine Garden for 100 years, but because of the system blessing, it has grown for about 500 years. Lin Xiao transplanted half of them here. Because these true spirit herbs were separated from the Mountain Gate, the system's blessing effect would gradually weaken. The original maturity time of about 400 years would increase to about 700 to 800 years, but it was much better than the original 2000 years of medicine age. For the time being, the true spirit herbs could not fill Xianyang Mountain, so Lin Xiao asked people to transplant the rest of the spiritual medicines on a large scale, and completely regarded Xianyang Mountain as the spiritual medicine base of the sect. This is a long-term investment. Xianyang Mountain will not produce anything within 100 years, but it will have to invest a lot of manpower and financial resources, but it is worth it. As long as you survive this 100 years, Xianyang Mountain will produce a steady stream of various high-level spiritual medicines to meet the needs of more and more high-level cultivators. Otherwise, it will all rely on external purchases, and the financial pressure will be very terrifying. This can also be regarded as the foundation of a sect. Wugo is unique. As for the other sects, the Mountain Gate spiritual veins have not yet been upgraded to the 5th level. For the time being, only Daniyang Sect is about to reach the 5th level. The other sects still use the previous strategy and only invest a few thousand or tens of thousands of black crystals into the spirit veins every year. Their plan is to improve slowly, and it will take 300 to 400 years to improve. They are not in a hurry. They don't have spiritual monks, so the demand for black energy is not very great. Translation: I'm ready to build Tiansheng Mountain into the sect's spiritual medicine base, so you need to send people to continue to cultivate spiritual fields and tap the full potential of the 5th level spiritual veins. When the sect has sufficient financial resources, continue to improve and don't stop. Also, continue to collect various high-level spiritual medicines. Now we haven't even planted 1/10 of them, so there is still a lot of potential to be tapped. Don't worry, Master. I have already notified Beijing Commercial Company and will start collecting various spiritual medicine seeds and seedlings for planting, and there is no limit on the types. Yes, the other institutions of the sect can also see if there is anything they can use. I remember that the Beast Taming Hall has bred 3rd level white JBs. You can also get them here. Anyway, you can do whatever you want. This 5th level spiritual mountain has many users. Yes, Master. Baziu, Jiamengren. Yes, Master. Master. From now on, the safety of Tiansheng Mountain will be in your hands. With the 5th order formation here, there will be no major problems, as long as the Lingguan cultivators do not lead a large army to attack. If such a thing really happens, you must send a message in time. If we are not here, you can ask our ancestor Lengning to come for support. Master, don't worry. Tiansheng Mountain is the heartland of our Wu country. They will not allow so many people to attack. Just be careful. Yes, Master. Yuan Royan. Here, Master. You are the elder of the spiritual medicine garden. The spiritual medicines of Tiansheng Mountain are entrusted to you. The team of spiritual plant husbands must be expanded again. I will give you the authority. Under the sect's Dao Gang, you can dispatch them at will. You must not make any mistakes when you have fun. Master, don't worry. I will personally stay in Tiansheng Mountain during this period. I have also brought 3 3rd order spiritual plant husbands here, and I will train more spiritual plant husbands. Okay, I don't have much time in the sect. You can ask if you have any questions. I'm afraid I will be away for more than 20 years this time. I will come back when Zixi and the others are ready to break through. Master, did you get the Lingming pill? Jiamengren and the others were overjoyed. It wasn't too long before they could break through the spiritual light. It would only take about 100 years at most. If they had the Lingming pill, they wouldn't have to worry. It's still a little short, but there's already some progress. This time we are going to get the Lingming pill, so you guys have to intensify your cultivation. By the way, let Bazixi and the others keep calm. This matter can be spread among the cultivators above the 8th level of Dao Gang, so that they can all prepare their merit points. The exchange of the Lingming pill will be handled by me personally. The proportion of credit and loan cannot exceed 30%. Lin Xiao nodded. Although there were 3 true spiritual grasses, he didn't know how many Lingming pills there were. In the next few hundred years, it would be difficult to get Lingming pills, unless they were exchanged in the system, so Lin Xiao had to be cautious. If you want to exchange the Lingming pill, you can, but you must inspect it yourself. The Tiansheng Sect has passed the grassroots era. The next higher level cultivators must be supported by merit, seniority, and seniority. It is not something that is unforgivable. It is very important for the stability of a sect. The sources of merit points in Tiansheng Sect are also complicated. Merit points can be obtained by holding a position, making meritorious contributions, monthly salary, and recharging Zuanjing by oneself. But these merit points are also different. The General Affairs Hall of the sect has records. The merit points of meritorious service are the most valuable, followed by holding a position. Therefore, some people rely on their wealth to recharge merit points with Zuanjing. In the face of such a major event, the sect will not recognize it. In the future, the first requirement for exchanging Lingming pills is to examine the contributions and merits to the sect, and then the age and qualifications, and then other things, which must meet the requirements. Everyone said yes. They also knew that Lingming pills were not so easy to obtain. There are hundreds of countries and countless sects in Nansao, and there are no more than 10 that can really provide Lingming pills stably. With the power of Tiansheng Sect, it is naturally impossible to do this. Lin Xiao finished handling the affairs of the sect, explained some things, and flew to Beiyu City again. Now no one wants to attack Lin Xiao. They all know that he took the treasure away. Without such a big benefit, no one will take this risk. At this time, Li Muxu and the others had already collected the materials for refining a Lingming pill. Li Muxu evaluated her own alchemy level and felt that the probability of success was too small. If she really produced a Lingming pill, it would be too wasteful, so Li Muxu did not plan to refine the Lingming pill. Lin Xiao visited the other 5th level alchemists in Beiyu City. The 5th level alchemists who had cultivated to the Lingguang stage were not sure, and some could only produce 1 or 2 pills. Considering the cost of refining the pill, Lin Xiao felt that it was a great loss. Chen Zifeng did guarantee that he could produce at least 5 Lingming pills, but Chen Zifeng was a Shengsu cultivator, and the price of his pills was several times higher than that of ordinary 5th level alchemists. Lin Xiao really couldn't accept it, so he had to give up. Master, do you want to go to the Tiansheng Sect next? After running for half a month, Lin Xiao failed every time. Li Muxu knew that Lin Xiao would have to go to a big sect like Lingjianmen. No, I have seen clearly that Qimei is a cunning guy. He knows that we are unable to refine Lingming pill, so he deliberately gave me Zenling grass instead of Lingming pill, just to exploit us when refining the pill, and make my treasure for nothing. Lin Xiao shook his head. Qimei was too cunning. If he got what he wanted, he would make a lot of money in this transaction, which was far less than the value of Babao pill. Lin Xiao felt very uncomfortable, so he decided not to let him succeed. All sects are the same. It doesn't matter if you go to Lingjian Sect or Master goes to Wanjing Palace. The big sects monopolize not only strategic resources, but also the advanced skills of cultivating immortals, such as alchemy, weapon refining, talisman making, and formation. The ones with stable inheritance are all big sects. Even if there are talented independent cultivators, without the guidance of a master, their achievements are extremely limited. I know, but let's not talk about this. I'll go to Zhangzhou to think of a solution later. Is there something wrong with your alchemy? No, master, why do you say that? You seem a little depressed. Maybe it's because your alchemy has not been going well recently. After reaching the 5th level, alchemy has become more and more difficult. Although master gave me the alchemy insights of my predecessors, they are all on paper and cannot be accurate. The situation of each alchemist is different and cannot be copied. Don't worry, you are different from others. With a master, your trial and error cost is lower than others. The independent alchemists will go bankrupt if they scrap a few furnaces of pills, but master can let you scrap 10 or 8 furnaces. Lin Xiao replied that alchemy is a very expensive profession. He had never heard of a casual cultivator becoming a high level alchemist. He had to have a power to rely on. Otherwise, with the wealth of a casual cultivator, he would go bankrupt if a few furnaces of elixirs were scrapped. This is why most high-level alchemists come from big forces. They have a lot of capital, so it doesn't matter if they scrap a little. Master, you don't have to give me Zuanjing anymore. I'm not a child anymore. I can make a lot of money now. I can do it myself. Okay, master will leave in a few days. Lin Xiao nodded. It's okay if he doesn't have to give. Although Lin Xiao is wealthy, his expenses are not low. At this level, he often spends millions of Zuanjing. Lin Xiao found Beizichan and the others, and explained the affairs of the Bei family. He told them not to personally intervene in the affairs of the Bei family. Although the Spirit Sword sect is no longer targeting them, they must be cautious and take precautions. When Lin Xiao's lies are exposed, there will be a greater crisis. After the matter was explained, Lin Xiao flew all the way north and arrived at Zuanayu city of Xianayu sect a month later. Lin Xiao also visited many alchemists here, but their prices were still unacceptable to Lin Xiao. Finally, Lin Xiao took the teleportation array to Shanghai city. If Nanzhao is not possible, then come to Zhangzhou. There are many 5th level alchemists in Zhangzhou. Any force above the 3rd rate has at least 1 or 2, and there are also large forces like Tiansheng Sect that are famous for alchemy. Chapter 350, Seeing Lan Lingayu again. Although Lin Xiao had come to Zhongzhou many times, he didn't have any connections, so Lin Xiao had to find Tishi first and ask him to compile a list. To make the elixir, he naturally had to find good ones. 7 days later, Tishi came from another place and met Lin Xiao. Tishi looked exhausted and embarrassed. Tyruxin, you fought with someone. Why is your aura so turbulent? It's just a small matter. It's not a big deal. Master, do you have any new mission this time? Tishi replied awkwardly. He was indeed being chased by someone, and he just got rid of the enemy and rushed to Lin Xiao's side. I came to Zhongzhou this time to make pills. I want to make Lingming pills, so I have to find a reliable and highly skilled alchemist. Do you have any recommendations? Lingming pills. Did the master get the Zenling grass? Answer my question ahem. Yes, master. In Zhongzhou, there are at least 800 alchemists above the 5th level, if not 1,000, but the vast majority of alchemists are cultivated and supported by the major forces themselves, and they don't easily make pills for outsiders. Even if there are, their character may not be reliable. Those who really take on the task of refining pills from outside still have to find specialized alchemy sects. There are 3 sects with strength and good reputation. The first one is Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect is a large sect ranked top among the second-rate forces. It is said that its supreme ancestor can even refine 8th level elixirs. Even first-rate forces may not be able to surpass them in alchemy. There are no less than 50 alchemists above the 5th level in Tiansheng Sect. Second only to Tiansheng Sect is Baodan Sect. Baodan Sect is slightly inferior to Tiansheng Sect, but they also have their own focuses, and are not inferior to Tiansheng Sect in some aspects. The more special one is Huashan Sect. This Huashan Sect was famous for its fire magic, and was extremely famous for fighting magic. However, Huashan Sect suffered a great disaster and the sect's inheritance had problems. Gradually, it became famous for its fire controlling method to make elixirs. It is the sect with the fastest growth in alchemy in the past 1 or 2,000 years. Among them, the more special fire attributed elixirs even exceed those of Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect, Baodan Sect, Huashan Sect. Does Lin Xiao have channels to build relationships with these 3 sects? Master, you are making things difficult for me. Lin Xiao has the highest cultivation level, Daogang cultivator. These 3 sects are second-rate forces. In their eyes, we are not even as good as ants. There is no way to deal with us. Okay, how is the previous matter of setting up separate stations going? It's not going smoothly. We at Night Owl have too few people, and there are not enough Daogang monks. If we send Purple Mansion monks, not only can they not accomplish anything big, they will also not be able to control the forces we have gathered. That's why we have only set up more than 20 stations now. A Daogang monk is responsible for 5 or 6 stations, and is running around all the time. I just gave you 7 Dao Foundation pills a few years ago. Are they not enough? My sect master, that bastard Yinanayu doesn't know people well. Only 4 people broke through with the 7 Dao Foundation pills, and 3 of them stayed in Nanzhou. He only gave me 1 person in Zhongzhou. Didn't I sue Yinanayu? Didn't he give you the report? Yes, Yinanayu's reason was to focus on managing Qianqin. He asked you to select a group of core personnel from the peripheral personnel, promote them, and give them treasures of the level of Zhuanhuang Baoyu to help them break through. Bar. Cough cough. I'm not bar at you, I'm bar at Yinanayu. He talks nicely. If they don't increase our funding, they'll just let us train people. What can I use to train them? 1 piece of Zhuanhuang gem costs 3 or 400,000 Zhuan crystals, plus the other elixirs for breakthrough, no less than 700,000, and the success rate is only about 30%. The funding is simply not enough, no way. What about the revenue of your Basin City? Basin City only has an annual income of more than 1 million Zhuan crystals. Now in Zhongzhou, we have more than 800 people including our own people and those under our control, and we can hardly pay them the monthly salaries. You're so good. Tyruxin, you come here to complain, right? Master, I'm not complaining. We really have it difficult. Hey, otherwise. Or else I'll leave you a Lingming pill then. It's still the master who cares about me. Tyruxin thanks the master very much. Get out. Get as far away as you can. Master, you can't do this. If you howl again, I'll beat you to death. There are not many Ling Ming pills. Whether you can get them or not, you can exchange them with your merits. I can't agree to this. It must be fair. Lin Xiao replied with his eyes wide open. As soon as Taishi heard about the Ling Ming pill, he began to have ideas. However, Lin Xiao didn't dare to promise the Ling Ming pill easily. At least fairness was required. Merits? That's no problem for me. With my merits in Basin City, anything should be enough, right? Don't rely on your past merits, kid. Just because you have made merits, others don't. Before, the Chunhyang Palace Station sniped the reinforcement of the Tiansheng Kingdom. Thousands of people were knocked down with a handful of poison. What a great achievement. Ahem, master, that's because you didn't transfer me back. If you wanted me to go back, no reinforcement from the Tiansheng Kingdom would have any chance of escaping. I can deal with them all, even 20,000 people. Stop bragging, you can get out of here now. No, master, I haven't seen you for a long time. I want to stay with you for a while. Besides, you are the leader of a sect, commanding tens of thousands of cultivators. How can you not have someone to serve tea and water, master, don't you think so? Tyruxin, how big of a trouble have you gotten into, that you need to seek shelter from me? No, how could it be possible? I just miss the master you. Lin Xiao was half dead. This guy was obviously being hunted by someone. Forget it. Just take him with you. Let's see what kind of vengeance can scare Tyruxin like this. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, and finally went to Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao didn't even know where the Fire God Sect and the Baodan Sect were, and he couldn't find the way at all. On the contrary, he had flirted with Lan Lingayu and Tiansheng Sect before. That woman was simple. Maybe he could still fool her. It took a month, and Lin Xiao brought Tyruxin to Tiansheng City under the command of Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng City was still prosperous, even better than Baiyu City. The whole city was famous for various spiritual medicines and elixirs. There were many elixirs from level 1 to level 5, and even level 6 elixirs could often be bought. Of course, the price was very high. There were many elixir shops in the city. Lin Xiao visited several of them, and asked about the prices. They were not much cheaper than those in Key State, which made Lin Xiao a little disappointed. Finally, Lin Xiao came to the Tiansheng Sect's own business, and explained his purpose. A spiritual cultivator came out to receive Lin Xiao. Fellow Daoist Lin, the prices of alchemy in the entire Tiansheng City are actually similar. It's almost the same here in Arden Lao. For refining Lingming pills, we don't charge Zuanjing. We either charge 40% of the pill, or charge one pill, and use the rest of the treasures to offset it. I don't know what fellow Daoist Lin will choose. Fellow Daoist Wu, I don't know if the fairy Lan Lingayu from your sect is in the sect. Junior Sister Lan, do you know Junior Sister Lan? Well, we have a connection. If Fairy Lan is here, could you please let her know that Lin Xiao from Nansha wants to meet Fairy Lan and repay her a favor? Lin Xiao said lightly, and took out the box of Lingmingdan that Lan Lingayu had given to Lin Xiao before. There was an exclusive mark of Tiansheng Sect on it, which was very recognizable. The box itself was also a good treasure. It could be used to hold pills, to prolong the efficacy of the pills as much as possible. So you are an old friend of Junior Sister Lan. That's great. Junior Sister Lan has been looking for an opportunity to break through the Shengsu realm recently. She is in the city. Please wait a moment, fellow Daoist Lin. The manager bowed. This was nothing. If the guests who came to refine the pills had a familiar alchemist, they could also ask him to refine the pills by name. The price would generally be lower. Although the sect would make less profit, the alchemists in the sect would make more money, and they could also retain the guests, so it was not a loss. The steward sent a sound transmission note, and in less than an hour, Lan Lingayu arrived. When she saw Lin Xiao, her face fell, and she looked extremely gloomy. The steward's heart suddenly sank. This might not be an old friend, but an old enemy. Fairy Lan, I haven't seen you for 100 years, but you are still as charming as ever. Lin Xiao, what are you doing here? Haven't we already written off our relationship? Junior sister, it's okay. No one dares to be presumptuous in my Tiansheng Sect territory. Fellow Daoist Wu, please forgive me. Can I have a private conversation with Fairy Lan? Okay, junior sister, you can call me if you have anything to say. The steward nodded. Lan Lingai's cultivation is not low, and this is the base camp of Tiansheng Sect. No matter what, she should not suffer any loss. Mr. Lin, I have nothing to say to you. If you have anything to say, please speak up. It seems that Fairy Lan is still brooding over what happened back then. Humph, Lan Lingaiu sneered. The biggest loss she had suffered since her debut was at the hands of Lin Xiao. How could she forget it? Well, it seems that Fairy Lan really bears a grudge against me. I want to ask Fairy Lan to refine pills. Is it possible? I refine pills differently from other brothers. The price is expensive. Are you sure? Of course. Fairy Lan's alchemy skills are also known to me. I want to refine Lingming pills. Okay, I'll take 50%. With my alchemy skills, I can produce 8 Lingming pills, and you can get 4. It's not a loss. When Lin Xiao heard this, he was shocked. Lan Lingaiu was still a Lingguan cultivator. How could his alchemy skills be so advanced? Chen Zifeng was a Shengsu cultivator, but he only produced 5. Fairy Blue's alchemy skills are appalling, but can you change the charging method? Okay, I'll take 1, and the remaining 3 are worth 30 million black crystals. Do you have so many treasures? I'll make a promise. I won't take anything below the 5th rank, and black crystals below the top grade. Haha, Fairy Blue, there's no need to be like this. Since Lin is here to make the alchemy, he can naturally afford the price. Okay, then let me see how much wealth you have. Fairy Blue, I heard that you are preparing the treasure to break through the Shengsu. So what? Can you give me a chance? Why not? Lin Xiao, stop bragging. Do you know what kind of opportunity Lingguan needs to break through the Shengsu? Do you know what kind of treasure is needed? I don't know. If you don't know, shut up. Are you making alchemy or not? Fairy Lan, why are you so anxious? Have you ever heard of the 8 treasures pill? Lin Xiao said with a smile. He didn't believe that Lan Lingaiu could refuse the 8 treasures pill. Of course, Lin Xiao had never thought of trading the 8 treasures pill. If that were the case, he could just go directly to Chen Zifeng. He just wanted to fool people. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.